Guys, I may need your advice on something real quick. What do you guys think I should make my wallpaper? I want to change it to something. I'm not sure which yet. Like, I'm thinking maybe this. I'm thinking maybe this. But for this occasion, I'm trying to think what the appropriate wallpaper is. Something that really reflects the beauty of what we're doing today. Maybe something like this, maybe? Something more chaotic. What do y'all think? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of the right one. I don't know what to do yet. So, welcome everyone. My face is in the way of that one. I'm just realizing. There we go. That might be. How's this look? Oh, this might work actually. Let's do this. We'll go with this one. This one looks good. I think for now anyway. All right, let me knock off these. All right, cool. So, welcome everyone. I was in some last minute rearrange. Oh, my picture looks rather fuzzy there. I might want to change up the balance of how my face looks here. My spouse just doing something downstairs. I heard some noise. Welcome, though. Welcome. We're going to be doing some... the Vaporwave Anime Girl Dance does post. Well, that's from Love is War, if you've never seen that one. It's quite good. The Ava one... Zinjak, thank you for Super Chat. The Ava one is goated. I agree. I love an excuse to talk about Ava. Evangelion is one of those shows I will never be upset to talk about. But it looks like we have no reason to avoid any Ava stuff today, except for some drama going on, I suppose. But it's a couple different things I want to talk about today, all of which are fun. But apparently, did you all know, apparently I wrote House of Leaves. Did you hear about this? On Blue Sky, one of the trolls who we've banned from chat, at least I think we banned him from chat. If you're not banned in chat, give it a mention. We might be able to ban you this time. He did not believe that a book... I posted a page of the book... let me bring it up, actually, so y'all can see what I'm talking about here. I had posted a comment... So let me show you this real quick. I'll bring it over real fast. So on Blue Sky, which is a site of total renown, I posted this page from the book. Let me adjust this slightly. It looks like the... make it look... Oh, sorry. A little bigger here, actually, so you can more clear. I posted a page from the book House of Leaves, which is a really great novel. If you haven't read House of Leaves, do so. It's absolutely fantastic. It's worth reading. It's absolutely worth your time. Existential horror, really, really clever way of using the prose of the book to really mess with you. And so I posted this page, and this conversation happened right here, involving a troll who we've banned from chat, who apparently thought that I had faked the book House of Leaves. I had made up House of Leaves, a book first published in the year 2000, 25 years in print. Apparently I made it up. It was all to mess with him personally. So, there you go. Anyway, that's a fun little side story right there. Just how my day's gone so far. As people come in, as people flow in. Yeah. Get myself some hot tea here. Trying a different tea this time. It's a stress relief herbal tea. And we'll need some stress relief today because we got two very stressful stories back to back. No, we're not worrying about that guy. He's not gonna factor into the story all that much beyond that one example. But we do have some fun here. I do want to tease a few projects we're working on at the beginning of this video, as the beginning of this stream, as we get into it. Okay, I'm looking right now at Super Chat. Adrian Parchman, thank you for Super Chat. I think the best way to help victims, on YouTube at least, would be to share your own personal experiences, like Illymation or Jaden Animation, for example. That is certainly something they can do. That is some. If you are a YouTuber and you've had personal experience with trauma, especially with that kind of trauma, with which I can't say out loud because, especially for whatever reason, YouTube just demonetizes you if you mention like these serious topics. It's really bad. Even on streams, it can really mess you up. And I want my response to both these people to go a little beyond the stream, if you know what I'm saying. Like I wanted to keep it going a little past this one stream so the VOD gets somewhere. But no, so what was I just talking about? Yeah, no, so what ends up happening is if you have that life experience, which I also have that life experience, so I've talked about it a few times, it's worth bringing up. It's really worth bringing up and discussing, but you also really want to talk to Rain. You want to, if anyone in your community has an experience with assault, with any thing that happens without their consent, put them in contact, encourage them to speak to Rain. It is a national hotline designed to help survivors find the help they need, be it counseling, resources, therapy, or, if need be, civil suit cases, which are different from criminal cases. People don't really realize that too much. There's a huge difference between civil court and criminal court. But yeah, very important to do so. Mystic Blue, thank you for Super Chat. Isn't House of Leaves the book with all the puzzles? Yes, it is. It's kind of a book written with a miniature text within it, essentially. So, well, multiple miniature texts. It's the kind of book where there's more to it than just the words you see. It's like the house of the book. It's always a quarter of an inch too big, bigger than the outside, on the inside. The book has more in it than you realize because it has different ways of writing, different codexes, different patterns, and those patterns kind of coalesce into a puzzle that you can then unlock to hear more elements to the book. So even when you finish reading, it's not quite done. You're not quite done yet. It's quite fun. 2 unskippable ads. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. No, YouTube's been adding a lot of new stuff. They just announced they're doing this unskippable ad thing, which is terrible. A lot of creators have become kind of annoyed by it, but it's frustrating. But hopefully we can avoid that here. Isn't this a stream to make fun of Lio Convoy? Lio Convoy may come up in conversation, but it's not going to be about Lio Convoy. It's going to be about other people, for the most part. Just finished work. You're right here. Congratulations. I see people talking about the Thunderbolts earlier in the comments. I have some thoughts on Thunderbolts. I thought it was fantastic. I really dug it. I was really happy that Thunderbolts explored ideas that were interesting about mental health, about psychology. I thought it was really fun. I love how they literally just end. I love how it's a movie where there isn't really a final battle. It's more like a culmination of the themes and ideas of the film that come into play. And it's not so much about punching the problem in the face, more about actually addressing the true core issues at play. I love stuff like that. All right, so. We got to talk about, for better or worse, the 2 exposés that dropped this week. One of which deals with one ILoveKimPossibleALot and Courtney Pete. Well, I guess 2 people there. And the second one involves an old friend, Rags. We'll get to both in turn. We're going to watch one in its entirety, and we're going to watch bits of the other. The one we're going to watch bits of is ILoveKimPossibles, but we're not going to watch the whole thing because, frankly, it is redundant to watch it. It is not worth our time to revisit everything. And yes, you heard correct. I do have some unused secret material that was never before seen by anyone outside of Kim. Kim Possible. KP. Will be now named KP from here. I know she has a real name, but I'm calling her KP. So, for those who don't know, from a couple weeks ago I mentioned this story. Obviously, because I have criticized the legal retreat in the past, I was put in contact, essentially, with ILoveKimPossibleALot and Courtney P at times. Many people in this chat probably are from Psy's server, so you know full well that I was in contact with them. And what ended up happening is KP and I were going to do a collaboration at one point. I mentioned this before a couple weeks back when it was fresh in my mind, this whole fallout happened. Psy, thank you for Super Chat. Op Block and Goddammit Malcolm both watch the entire KP vid if you want to see full reacts. That's very true. I recommend you go to their channels to watch the full react. We're going to watch a part of it. But I must warn you, if you watch the full thing, it is immensely, entirely, mind-numbingly boring. And Cartoonshy did a good video on it too, recounting some of the details about the video. We are going to watch some of Cartoonshy's video as well to get some background on the case. But most importantly, I have here, I think the most interesting version of events is from a certain somebody who I would never expect to say would be the person I come to for information, Mr. Enter. Let's bring Twitter on screen here for a second. Now, Mr. Enter, he asked a few questions around. He poked his head around a few places. And he got some answers about what happened with this doc. So I want to bring it up right here. I'm going to make my image a little smaller here. Shrink down a little bit. Cool. Excellent. So we fit. So, Mr. Enter poked his nose around and got some information regarding the creation of this documentary. I will read the public information first. Now, I must warn you, I've been in contact with people who have worked on this project. I will keep the information I say, only the information that's public, unless I myself was directly involved with it privately, in which case I will discuss it. Yeah, Mr. Enter, he's had an interesting run on YouTube. He's gone from saying some of the biggest memes in the world with the whole turning red thing, but looks like he's doing the right thing with this case. He did a really good, he asked a few questions, he posted some stuff. A lot of what I know that I can confirm, I can cross-reference with this document. So I'm going to read some of it right now. I have personally never been angered so much by the reckless and irresponsible actions of another YouTuber. ILoveKimPossibleALot, KP/Rachel, Rachel's her real name, released a video on the 1st of this month, complete with a premiere and a watch party. You've probably heard of it by now, at the very least. We will be watching some of it shortly. It was billed as a takedown of Saberspark when he had very little to do with the overall video. Even DA Games, the other YouTube channel in the title, was an afterthought compared to their mutual employee, Chris Aficionado. The video was unlisted and then privated, has since been re-uploaded, within hours of its release after immense backlash. The contents of the video have been well documented and rightfully torn to shreds by several YouTubers, most pertinently by Cartoonshy. It was meant to be about serious subjects from sexual harassment all the way to allegations. The video in turn had cartoon reaction clips, memes, a terrible flow, half the time you can't tell what the fuck KP is talking about, and Saberspark is largely an afterthought. I was baffled at first, but as the days went on and I looked more and more into exactly what happened and KP's behavior before the release and since, I have grown from confused to angry to appalled. I'll be upfront with the biggest issue here. DA Games does have legitimate accusations that should be looked into. DA Games and their community has hurt someone I know personally. Saberspark does have legitimate controversies that he needs to address that he has been avoiding for years. This video was so horrendous, it has simultaneously done damage to both sides and has hurt people far more than Rachel seems to realize. And I'm going to discuss some people it's hurt that you might not realize it's hurt so in a bit. I don't know much about DA Games personally, so I can't comment on that, but I do feel for the people who were hurt there. And I do hope that someone with more competence can tell the full story. Rachel's video was largely billed as a takedown of Saberspark. She teased it for months. The video's title was set up in the vein of Saberspark's videos. I have never seen someone falter allegations so abominably bad. I've been doing research on this story. I am planning on making a video addressing the situation after I do the due diligence that Rachel failed to do. However, some things I feel must be addressed immediately with what Brony Fandon't has accused KP of the night before this was written. Now, one person I'm going to talk about right now is Brony Fandon't. This is the Twitter account that was reached, that where the alleged person coming forward about their experience with Saberspark went to first. Brony Fandon't made the extremely irresponsible decision to send this fan to KP before going anywhere else. However, I don't think Brony Fandon't was actively malicious in anything. you have to understand that this person did what they thought was the right decision. They did what they thought was right. They were wrong, but they clearly have trust issues with the legal system. They have trust issues with authority. They felt like going around authority to an individual they trusted was the best choice. This was a mistake. What this account should have done was sent the person to RAIN. Send them to RAIN immediately. That is the most important thing. So, I'll start by restating what is already known. There were many people asked to lend their voice. People like Lazy Bedhead and June the King. And myself. We'll get to that later. None of them were given the full script or context of what they were talking about. I can confirm. Even worse, the Sonic pissing on the moon guy was put in without being asked at all. That is also true. This video has been in production for over half a year, since September of 2024. The initial plan was that it was about DA games entirely, with Saberspark having an even more minor role. KP got wind of Saberspark's accusation, quote-unquote, late into production. She got wind of this in March. More than a full month before the video's release, and sat on it. And that's one of my big issues, too. She got this accusation in March, and she sat on it and released it. Brony Fan don't release it specifically, but they released it in coordination with KP 2 hours before the video dropped. This was marketing material. An allegation about a YouTuber with millions of subscribers was dropped as marketing collateral. The accusation itself is legitimate, but the release schedule is very suspect. DA Games. I do not know DA Games myself either. From what I can understand, he is a musician who has done like covers and music inspired by video games and stuff. So that's what that is. Anyway, but he's had accusations too. We'll discuss it when we get to KP's video. I'm just giving background right now. That's important. More than a month before the video was released and sat on it, she would say she had career-ruining allegations towards Saberspark, but would give no details beyond that prior to the video's release. To put this in perspective, my second video on Star Giant Productions was 100 hours of work and investigation over the course of 2 weeks. The Mystic Mongrel video, in which I had to comb through thousands of Discord messages and watch 10 hours of video fights, took roughly 3 weeks. In the month that KP had this allegation, she didn't even proofread the initial Twitter statement. The alleged victim later clarified on Twitter that the second incident happened in late 2012, not 2013. It took me less than an hour to even verify that Saberspark was at the conventions where these incidences were said to have taken place. He was there at both of them. KP couldn't have been bothered to do that within her own video. The allegation itself is placed in the video with all the structural integrity of a Rickroll. She was asked several questions. My biggest one was who saw the video ahead of time. Beyond the uncredited editor, I can't substantiate anyone. KP claimed that besides the editor, one of her mods saw it. I need to remind you who one of her mods is. A couple of DA Games victims saw it, and Saberspark's alleged victim saw it. According to KP, Lio, Convoy, and Courtney Pete were sent the video, and neither watched it prior. So even Lio Convoy couldn't be half-assed to do this shit. Okay. According to Brony Fandon't, if his Twitter thread is to be believed, Saberspark's alleged victim never saw the video. So KP is lying. If Brony Fandon't is telling the truth, then KP lied to the face of someone. Someone she asked to be in the video without giving them the full context of. I have my beliefs, and I know for sure that someone between these two is lying, and I will get to the truth of the matter. KP claimed that the video's tone was such a problem because she had never done something like this before. This is a lie. I can tell you it's a lie because she did the Lily Orchard video. That's like under contact with her. The Lily Orchard video. Anyway, she made a video in Lily Orchard last year, and according to some comments, the tone of that video was meant to be similar to this one until she was begged to stop. Take this with a grain of salt, but as more of KP's former mods and volunteers, she doesn't have workers. She has volunteers. It's a typo there. Mr. Inch said he had volunteers, but she has volunteers. Leave and discuss. I'm sure we'll get more stories, and they won't be from Anon this time. Since the video was dropped, KP has complained that this has been a ranting about KP and KP's video session instead of actually caring about the victim. Let me tell you the favors that Rachel has done for Saberspark's alleged victim in the video itself. She shows a clip where Saberspark has threatened her with legal action. Here's the worst case scenario that Rachel has made a distinct possibility. It's possible for Saberspark to have assaulted that woman on 2 separate occasions. Rachel, living in a pony la-la land, presented such a poor case. She can be sued for defamation over something that may be true. And with the cards currently on the table, Saberspark can win that defamation lawsuit. This is true. KP has opened herself up to a slander charge with this video. Even if it's true, because she cannot substantiate what she says, and she presents the information as a fact and not alleged, she has opened herself up legally to defamation of character. This is significant. Now, will she get dragged to court for defamation? Probably not, because you'd have to prove that the cause was damaging as well, which, I'm not really sure. But, I digress. This is why you bring it to Rain. Rain can better handle the situation properly with the proper legal channels. I'm mad too, Rachel, but not because you're making fun of your video, but because you're not realizing how truly toxic it is. Because of you. People in general believe that not just Saberspark, but DA Games are innocent of what they may or may not have done. You had 6 months to make a video. I would have assumed that you would have had one thought since then. I couldn't even follow what you were saying, and I had to follow the broken ramblings of the broken brain of my former editor. Here's what I know about specific allegations towards Saberspark. He has publicly defended Black Griffin, who met the VA for Sweetie Belle when she was 14, and well into adulthood. When she became an adult, the two married. Saberspark publicly defended him, and said things that were on the level. Later it was uncovered that Black Griffin was publicly flirtatious with a known minor on DeviantArt, and that the 2 other people were alleging he had sent them inappropriate pictures when they were minors. Saberspark continually fails to address the situation. With a platform his size, he has a responsibility to do so. Saberspark has been accused of assault twice in 2012 at 2 separate conventions. I can confirm he was at the events this was said to have happened. I can confirm that there were other people vouching for this woman's story. I can confirm that the person at least exists. I can confirm that this person may have had a reason for staying so quiet for so long. KP's video is not when this person first stepped forward. They first stepped forward when the Black Griffin story was gaining more traction, and that should be looked at as to where the story starts, not the monumental catastrophe of someone with poor investigative ethics. This is so vital. KP, in her piece, failed to properly contextualize the facts of the case. These are the facts that we know the person allegedly says the event happened at this convention. Allegedly, this occurred. We know for a fact that Saberspark was at these conventions, and we know for a fact that this person exists and came forward earlier. But because KP failed with her video, with her expose, people do not know the facts of the case because all they know is what KP failed to do. This is major. So, this is what Mr. Enter has said. This is not my statement. This is Mr. Enter's statement. I have some other additional elements to this as well that Mr. Enter did not know at the time of writing this, but I have since reached out and talked to him about and sent him. Whether or not this helps with this video, who's to say? I probably think what I'm saying will just be more noise, and Mr. Enter probably will be talking to someone involved with behind the scenes that I haven't heard from, and his video will be much more thorough. But I know my story, and I can share it right now. This picture is way too small for the rest of it, but I'll read it out loud anyway. I am currently looking for more information and will keep my DMs open for the month of May. Do keep in mind that I'm working on other projects, but I feel this is something that is impossible to ignore. KP didn't just make a horrendous video, she made a ticking time bomb. She made allegations, which may be true, looked like a joke due to the failure of due diligence, and covered it with Seinfeld and Sonic pissing on the moon. Beyond that, she has treated my friends horribly, and I speculate she has lied directly to their faces. 2 sides to every story, and KP should be given the chance to prove that Brony Fandom was the lying one instead. Once again, though, I will get to the truth of the matter. I believe that Saberspark should be obligated to give his side of the story publicly to his audience and address everything. The Black Griffin controversy isn't like fumbling, criticizing Freedom Tunes or paying for a Daily Wire subscription. This is something that must be addressed. He is free to not say anything, but I believe he owes an explanation to his audience. I believe it's suspicious that when the Black Griffin story is gaining mainstream attraction, he quietly lets it slide. He is retiring in 2 years. I believe that time will tell the truth of the matter one way or the other. And that is something I want to point out too. In March, I believe it was, he announces that he is retiring in a couple years. It is at this time that KP also received the allegations from the anonymous person. This is pretty bad. This is really bad. I believe that now, I also understand. So, Mr. Enter then acknowledges that KP is planning on re-editing the video and sending it out. I have spoken to people and can confirm KP is planning currently to re-edit the video. She is completely planning on it. She is absolutely trying to re-edit it. That is something that she is doing right now. Because she thinks that if she re-edits it, she might be able to avoid the consequences of her actions. But that's not going to happen. The video is terrible and failed to communicate the full due diligence of investigation required for this case. And there's much more to it than not. So, let me talk about my experience real quick. Because it turns out, one of the first people that she went to for clips was me. Now, flashback time. Back a few weeks ago, I did a stream on KP, because KP was doing all this different stuff. I went into the whole thing about her. And around that video, I mentioned that at one point, KP had asked me to do some weird to read some lines for some weird expose. I'm going to now play those lines right now. These lines were deleted in the video that was released. This was back in November 2022. I recorded these. No, November 2024. November 22nd, 2024. I had recorded these lines. These lines were replaced by another reader in the video. I forget who it is. It's not June the King, I don't think. But let's take a look. And by the way, KP told me to read these in a goofy, condescending voice. That was her directive instruction. She gave me some context about Chris, who I didn't know who Chris was. Didn't care who Chris was. To me, it sounded like it was a petty drama, just like, dumb little thing. Kind of a dumb fluff piece. And I basically did it because we're doing a collaboration. And I was like, okay, if this will speed things up with our collab, I'll read this for you. It's fine. I've done this kind of stuff before. When people ask me to read a line, I'll read a line. SkittyBitty, for example, who will come up later in this video when we talk about rags, they asked me a few weeks back to read some lines for a video that they put out, and I did so. It was good. So anytime anyone needs any extra lines, I'm good for it. Here is one of the lines I was asked to read. I have not listened to this again since before the stream starts. It will probably be very embarrassing, but let's get embarrassed together. Okay, I'm going to try this twice. First time's a little more normal. Second time a little more, over the top. She was exposed as a manipulator and a user. Oh, by the way, this is in reference to KP herself. So this forum post, this is a forum post KP asked me to read. It is in reference to someone talking about KP. I forget who it is in context who said this, but I'm sure when we watch the video, we'll find out. Somehow, she managed to get an entire team of people to get to work on her projects, only they didn't get any compensation for it. I remember watching a video that she posted on YouTube a couple of years back. It was a long, drawn-out video about how she was almost canceled from the community and how she was a victim of stalking and her struggles with PTSD, which she brings up every time she gets the opportunity. She probably felt that because the fandom had died down a bit and nobody would go on the attack. She also had a Twitter meltdown when she had to pay for her own way to BronyCon. I can't remember which convention, whereas other members of the Brony Analysis Committee, like Silverquill, got in for free. Really goes to show how much of a tight-knit group they all are when it comes to preaching about love and tolerance, which probably explains why people don't see her much after that with other committee members. All in all, KP just strikes me as just another individual who constantly acts like a spoiled child, who acts out when they can't get what they want. These types of individuals believe that everything should be handed to them with little or no effort simply because they are recognized in a group or community. I know it sounds like I'm saying, burn the witch, but my actual point is she is just another example of what happens when you let internet, or in this case, horse fame, go to your head. Okay, now time for the more over-the-top. Okay, so, Sai, I just saw your super chat. So, Sai, your super chat is, Ant, check Discord. I just realized KP asked me too. Let me check, make sure there's no other super chats I'm missing, because I just found this. Thanks to Sai. A couple super chats before we get started. Hizaki Kentai. Personally, I support the guy who apologized, made effort to improve, and is raising a kid more than KP, trying to get him blacklisted him for his past. I'm not sure who you're referring to on that one, so I can't really speak to that one specifically. Nick Wolf, thanks for super chat. Damn it, DA Games. He had decent FNAF songs too. Okay, I have not heard his FNAF songs. However, Sai has just sent me this image. I'm going to now open it up. Yeah, this is it right here. KP, on the 18th of November, would you be up for some funny lines? Sigh. Oh, sorry, I meant to reply to this yesterday. What would it be for? KP, I'm exposing a sex pest and I need some narration for some emails and messages I gotten. Oh, she told you that it was a sex pest? Oh my good, I didn't even get that at all. Sai scribbles. Oh, sorry. I'd rather not. Sorry. If you didn't use some lines for a joke or a shitpost, though, I can do that. All good. Well, Sai, she told you it was a sex pest? She didn't tell me that. She just told me it was someone online. Wow. I got less info than you did. That's crazy. Maybe she realized that the pitch of, hey, do you want to be in a video about a sex pest? Doesn't exactly get the resonative response you'd probably want to hear. So, there you go. Yes, KP is 30-31, so younger than myself and Sai, but yeah, right, such a flippant way of saying it, like, oh, it's for a sex pest. Like, great, no, I'm not going to do that. And by the way, this second half is how KP directed me to read it. Now, mind you, the first thing I read, that was the first half of that was my opinion of how the line should be read based just on my instincts. That's how I would read it for a video if I did one. What follows is how KP directed me to read it. So I want you to just keep that in mind. This is the contrast. 1. She was exposed as a manipulator and a user. Somehow she managed to get an entire team of people to get to work on her projects, only they didn't get any compensation for it. I remember watching a video that she posted on YouTube a couple years back. It was a long, drawn-out video about how she was almost canceled from the community and how she was a victim of stalking and her struggles with PTSD, which she brings up every time she gets the opportunity. She probably felt that because the fandom had died down a bit, nobody would go on the attack. She then told me to be more nasally. She told me, go a little higher. Be more like Mandark from Dexter's Lab, I think was her instructions. Yeah, pretty bad. Jack Saint's in chat. Nice. There's nothing wrong. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being 30. I'm 33. It's fine. 33 is a good age. So that is my embarrassing line read for KP's expose. She requested I go even more nasally. Apparently, I wasn't nasally enough. And at that point, I'm kind of like, listen, I can't get any higher. Oh, it's a shame. My throat, it's not opening up enough. And mind you, this was just to get the collab going because we were working on a collaborative video. And she just sort of was like, oh yeah, I'll. By the way, I'm not gonna lie. If your name is ILoveKimPossibleALot, And you can't think of Kim Possible as an example of like that. I made the video script for the collab around mutual interests potentially. And I know she likes animation, so I focused, hey, Kim Possible. She couldn't think of anything from Kim Possible to contribute to the project. So anyway. But yeah, no. So that's the that's that. That's that whole thing. Yeah, so basically I dodged a bullet. Because what happened was I pissed her off so much, she deleted my stuff. And she did it like she was in a huff about it. She was like, I'm going to replace your lines in this expose. I'm like, okay, go for it. I didn't like it anyway. I didn't like how it sounded anyway. I feel bad for the poor soul who had to replace me. But yeah, we're going to watch some of KP's video. Mind you, even though she has hidden it, it is re-uploaded online.
This video is not suitable for...
Now, a couple pieces of context. Let me make this a little smaller so it would be a little more on the screen. So, a couple pieces of context here. I've spoken to Kayla Says, the person who reads this right here. And Kayla Says was also not giving context as to what this is about. She just, I mean, she kind of says in hindsight, she probably should have noticed because of all the imagery warnings that she probably should have had a heads up that it was not the best of videos to do. But hey, hindsight's 2020. What are you gonna do? Ant's a DILF. Actually, yeah, technically, I'm almost a DILF, literally, because as I've mentioned before multiple times, I will be having a child within a few months. So I will be reproducing. I am reproducing. And I will have a son, hopefully, within the next few months. So the comments about being a DILF apparently are somewhat accurate, I guess. So there you go. Anyway, so we're gonna break down. Let me take a look at some super chats real quick, or I think maybe the super chat. Yeah, Nick Wolf. KP wants to yassify Ant. Yeah, apparently so. I don't know why, but we're going with it. Oh yeah, people in comments just. Oh yeah, I thought I mentioned this before on chat. Yeah, I'm having a kid. I'm having a kid. It's coming. It's coming. I will probably have some videos pre-recorded for October because that's going to be our kids can fight. Yeah, Jack, my kids will fight your kids. I'll actually take up your challenge, unlike Shad. Yeah, well, we'll have to train them first for a few, like a decade or so, but it'll come to it. Don't worry. Also, congratulations, Jack Saint, on his child as well. Congratulations. I'm not sure if at this point you've had your kid yet or not, but still, congratulations. That's incredible too. Kyla, we are not going to allow this child to be exposed to the inferior Chicago deep dish pizza. This is a New Jersey, New York kid. New Jersey, New York pizza only. We're not doing the Chicago crap. To all people of Chicago I've offended. Too bad. New York pizza's better. Okay. June. Oh, June. Oh, there you go. It's right around the corner. No, seriously, dude. Congratulations. That's exciting. Mystic Blue, thank you for super chat. Jack Saint's kid versus Anthony's kids, 2025. What's that one? What one gag from Gravity Falls? Baby fighting. There you go. Detroit style deep dish. Listen. Here's the thing. You gotta keep in mind about this. When you say deep dish pizza, you gotta clarify it's pizza that's deep dish. But when you say pizza from New York City, you say it's pizza. For deep dish, you gotta qualify. You gotta say it's Chicago deep dish pizza. You don't do that for normal pizza. That is a failure on the part of y'all. Just saying. Now, we're not gonna watch the whole thing because this is deeply upsetting and frankly absurd. But we are gonna watch some of it. Roll the sleeves up slightly because it's getting a little hot in here from the lights. So, let's begin.
For all ages and should only be viewed by viewers 18 or older due to the nature of the content discussed and the discussion of sexual predators on the internet.
I do want to mention right now, again, all these warnings, by the way, these are all going to come up. We are not going to watch all of this video because I do want to bring up again the Rags video later on because I have to fight Rags over something. But and this video is also 2 hours long, which I care about you too much to make you watch all of it. Where's the speed? Oh, playback speed. Here we go. We're gonna speed up slightly. We're gonna make it a 1.25. By the way, the Wave Runners, thank you again for the being a member for 5 months. New York pizza has the good grease. You get it. Yeah, exactly. You get the good grease. And Protomorphid, thank you for the super chat. Just arrived, and the first thing my Never Dan ass hears is East Coast pizza discourse. Yeah, it is. It's Nevadan, Never Dan. Well, Nevadan. Well, I can speak English. Yeah, we're not watching this whole video. We're watching bits of it. This is ridiculous. We can't. No, this is not Courtney reading it. This is Kyla. Kyla says.
Trigger warnings for the following: pedophilia, lolicon and child pornography, suicide, grooming, anti-Semitism and Nazi imagery, sexual harassment and sexual objectification. Anyone named in this video.
Hello viewers, welcome to another segment of Maybe the Internet Was a Big Fucking Mistake.
Big mistake. Big.
That's how KP starts her expose on assault with a joke. That's something. And mind you, there is a strategy here too. Notice something real quick. So one thing YouTube does in the algorithm we're not going to show that. Okay, Werewolf Hours, I see what you're saying. We're not showing that. We're skipping around for that reason. We're not showing that image. Yeah, so KP also includes some very poorly censored, very disturbing imagery, including, the explicit photo that Mr. Enter mentioned? KP shows that. Almost uncensored. We're skipping past that. The guy 493, Long Island Grandma Pie is the best pizza. Valid choice. That's smart. Now, one thing that's a little strategic that KP did here that's a little insidious. YouTube, when you open up YouTube, it usually measures who's watching the first 30 seconds of the video, and that's part of the algorithm to push it further along to other people. Notice how KP's entire introduction is about 30 seconds in length, with a list of things to, basically saying, yeah, warn out, here's your trigger warning. It's forcing you to stick around so you look at it, and that will boost it in the algorithm because you'll be stuck watching it until she gets to her joke, and then you realize the tone is totally different. It's a very insidious little trick that she's pulled here to keep you watching long enough for the video to be pushed further in the algorithm. Because, and I cannot reiterate this enough, the only reason KP made this video was to get her channel more views in the algorithm because her views are tanking for the last several years. The biggest video she did was her Lily Orchard expose. And that apparently only exists by virtue of her editors begging her not to put more jokes into it.
Cute.
On a more serious note, this video covers sexual gratification as well as general sexual harassment, and it's a very depressing story. If you're
sexual gratification, that's not what you think it means. Like, that's not really what the word means, KP. That's just anyway.
Kid who somehow got past the age restriction, please go away now. Just go. Now, I don't like covering these stories. We're an animation channel. We cover very important stuff like Disney and not Disney things sometimes. But I like to think of myself like the Jon Stewart of the YouTube animation community. I call things out when I feel like I can add something to the conversation. And it's important to...
You're the Jon Stewart of the YouTube animation industry. The Jon Stewart. Pretty high praise.
Talk about when YouTubers are misusing their platform. So what's the no fun situation here?
I don't want to be alive anymore.
Again, so right here, this is the tone she's setting right off the bat. Light, brevity. There's nothing really added here. Also, KP, the Jon Stewart of the YouTube animations. No wonder Mr. Enter's pissed. You basically undercut his entire Cartoonchi, Mr. Enter. They're pissed off. Even Saberspark, really, because you're kind of setting on the territory right there. Hizaki Kenta, I think super chat. It's not about the pizza. It's about who you eat it with. You know what? That truer words were never spoken.
Anymore.
I've chosen not to keep this person anonymous because I believe this is not a mistake or a slip of the tongue. This is an active attempt of slander and misogyny, and that's just not acceptable. Also,
mind you, misogyny in regards to the allegations of assault. This is a video that deals with assault allegations. And she's burying the lead this much. A minute and a half, no information as to what's actually happening here. Zorku, thank you for Super Chat. I only call out stuff if I feel I can add anything. Yeah, sure, okay, yeah, sure you are. Exactly. It's like, the problem with this introduction here is that she is introducing the ideas of, hey, I'm just calling it as I see it. I'm just reacting as I see it. I'm just addressing the news that comes. Well, here's the problem with that, KP. The problem with that is, in this first introduction, all you've done is talk about yourself and how extreme the video is, how mature and shocking it is. Well, you're going to include some shocking stuff, I'm sure, but it's not really telling you anything. You're burying the lead.
So this incident wasn't freely admitted to me. I had to have someone else tell me that this was going on in a professional setting.
And he couldn't even tell me himself.
Chris was a team member roughly from 2014 to 2015. I know, I'm old. Chris was
Not really
generally a nice guy in my time knowing him, but he exhibited weird behavior. Like, you just draw this for your boss, right? If memory serves, there's also a nude version.
That's disgusting.
He was
is there one, KP? Because you show a lot of controversial stuff later in this video, and you don't have this? Kind of weird. All right, just go around here a little bit. Okay, so let's keep going a little bit here. So basically, the video is called What Ruined Saberspark in DA Games, and it starts about some guy named Chris. So if you clicked on this video looking for a Saberspark expose, knowing what he did, you're getting a narrative about Chris. Let me show you this. I'm going to show you something else real quick. That was originally... This is a screenshot that I took of the original video when it was first uploaded. I'm going to show it real quick. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up real quick. Where are you? And there's a few images too I posted on Blue Sky. There you go. Excellent. So this is my Blue Sky right here. This is the original chapter list for the video. So the opening was exactly 30 seconds in, which again means that if you were watching the introduction and you're still watching after 30 seconds, the video is boosted in the algorithm. This is done by design. She did this to keep you watching, so it would be pushed harder in the algorithm. Yeah, so Chris Aficionado, basically. Part 0, okay, so the opening is 11 minutes long, apparently. Disproving KP Rep, apparently, is next. Zane, the original incident with Chris. Escalation to being unsafe with minors. Will Ryan is a textbook P-word. Pedo. PDF is a PDF. And then finally, the DA Games victim interview. That's in 30 minutes into the video. Now, from there, racist memes, DA Games handling the Chris situation, Saberspark handling the Chris situation, Chris isn't the victim, Gabe segment, Saberspark victim testimonial. That is the thing everyone's talking about, and that is 1 minute and 26 seconds, 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 34 seconds into the video. And it ends 1 hour, 32 minutes, 16 seconds into the video. The section about the allegations isn't even 10 minutes long. It's barely 5 minutes long. They held on to these allegations for a month and dropped them 2 hours before the video dropped as marketing collateral for this video, and it doesn't even encompass 10 minutes of over 2 hour video. And quite frankly, no one knows who Chris is. They know who DA Games is, they know who Saberspark is, but they don't know who Chris is. Is Will DA Games? I don't know who this guy is. Anyway, so, and mind you, one thing I find very funny is the discussion of consent. That brings in Courtney Pete, a regular critic of ours who says when I mentioned Lily Orchard, I don't cover her deeply enough. Guess who, by the way, has a about 10-minute segment in this video where she is criticized. Actually, more than 10 minutes, because apparently it's the Gum Stories, also Lily Orchard as well. Yeah, so KP and Courtney spend more time talking about Lily Orchard in this video than Saberspark's alleged victims. Yeah, that's not good. This is bad. Nick Wolf, more like I just call him like I see him a lot. Am I right? Yeah, am I right? Exactly. So, Chris Chan also shows up in the comments. Chris Chan left a comment during the live stream of the video. So, this is also part of Christology as well, apparently. So, let's cut ahead a little bit here, shall we?
Besides the whistleblower who will remain
Oh yeah, by the way,
anonymous.
June. Also, KP dragged June the King into this. I bet because KP was mad because June the King didn't interview her for the Lily Orchard video, but I digress.
But it was likely Will Ryan, head of the YouTube channel DA Games.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the DA Games guy.
As Chris and Will are friends, as well as friends and or employees of that YouTube channel. Chris also started working for DA Games shortly after leaving the ILoveKimPossibleALot production team, so the timelines track. Once KP was informed that this incident took place, she confronted him via text and an audio confession. The audio is linked in the description if you would like to listen to the whole thing yourself.
All right. Well, first, I think it's the obvious thing is one, just want to profusely apologize for that terrible fucking thing I did. And that God was an absolute horrible person so many years ago, and you didn't deserve that. So.
Right. So I have a couple of things. So my source says you told this story in front of Will and Sean and a couple other people. Is that correct?
That would probably be correct, yeah.
So Will has heard the story probably in passing a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, probably once.
Okay. Same with Sean?
Yes, Sean.
Okay.
So I want to bring up something real quick. KP has a habit of recording calls without the consent of the person on the other end. That's not legal in every state, KP. In New York, where I know you're from, it is legal, but in other states it's not. So that could be another crime you might have committed, or civil damage at least. Anyway. Sai, thank you for Super Chat. Apparently it was okay for KP and Courtney to clown on Lily Orchard, but when I do it, I'm supporting Lily and am her biggest fan. Yeah, that's something too. So... One big thing that Courtney did, and again, I get why Courtney would feel uncomfortable with anyone discussing her sister outside the context of reporting or trying to hold her accountable to the law. She would constantly criticize both Psy and myself, and to an extent Krim, of making light of Lily's crimes. I am a channel focused on media criticism. I am not a predator hunter. I have no intention of being a predator hunter. I think predator hunting is terrible and dangerous and can sometimes make it more difficult to hold predators accountable if amateur investigations muck up the works of a real police investigation. It can make some things inadmissible in court even. That's what happened with the show To Catch a Predator. What a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of the evidence collected by Chris Hansen and his team was not admissible in court. And so a lot of these people would get away with their crimes because there was just no evidence for it. Or rather, I should say, alleged crimes. Because the truth is, also sometimes, the evidence wasn't very compelling that crime was even committed in the first place. So, there you go. So predator hunters online, don't do that because you actually can impede real investigations. It's better to talk to the proper authorities and bring all your information you find to them rather than present it publicly to the internet at large. It can cause serious problems. Anyway, Courtney was very upset that we weren't going the June the King route every single time. So like 15 streams talking about the allegations. And she decided to throw us under the bus, essentially. It was really terrible. But here she is in this video where they spend 15 minutes talking about Lily Orchard and making jokes about her. So it's like, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That's kind of a hypocritical thing. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it's a couple things real fast. Nick Wolf, thank you for Super Chat. Why such unflattering profile pictures for both her in her own video? I have no idea. Can't answer you that one. That's a one I can't figure it out either. User225, thanks for Super Chat. I'm on a work call right now. Wanted to pop in and say hi. Oh, hey, what's going on? Hope your work call goes good. Hato, who, in case you don't know, last stream I talked about KP. Hato had a very rough incident with her as well, where KP harassed her in private as a normal fan without a big platform because of her, I don't know, a bunch. Well, I mentioned in the stream, I show all the evidence there. You can take a look at more in detail there. Hato, when me and KP were going to call, I requested not to be recorded. I backed out because I felt my request would not be honored. I dodged a fucking bullet. Yes, you certainly did. You dodged a bullet there because KP does not listen to consent. I'm reasonably confident that KP recorded the one call I had with her as well, but we talked about the collab. I kept it right to the professional topic. I never deviated off of it. So there you go. Despite her trying to, I kept it more on topic because it was let's talk business. Let's do this right now. Though she did tell me she could help promote my channel, which was very funny because at the time I was working on my, the week that she did that, said that she could help me get a larger audience was the same week I uploaded my, I think it was the forced diversity video I uploaded that same week. So, yeah, that video was doing quite well. Anyway. So, let's go back to this.
Yeah. Did you talk to Sean privately about anything else that happened when you were working on the team that I don't know about?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Nothing I say is meant to excuse what I did because it's inexcusable what I did.
Do you want me to say what the story was just for context, or do you want to explain it?
I mean, I guess it makes more sense if I do.
Okay, so then he definitely knows he's being recorded if he's saying that. So, again, this is a public statement, a public admission of guilt, a public admission of, I'm not entirely sure what now here's the thing, though. Here's the problem with all this. There's one big issue that I have to address. It's very important that I don't think KP's addressing right now in this video. And it's this. Who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Who cares what this guy has done? I don't know what this guy is. I don't care. Why should I care? Who really cares? Christian Lopez, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Hey, Ant, I haven't the time to be on streams, but I'm glad I caught this one. Hope you're doing well. Doing all right. Doing as best I can, I think. And here's the problem. Who cares what this guy Chris did? I mean, here's the thing. He is at the beginning of this video. He is the introductory act. He is here from the start. Who cares? What does any of this matter? To anything. Like, this is a video about Saberspark and DA games. Who cares what this guy does? Do you care? I don't care. He did something bad years ago? What? She doesn't explicitly say early enough what this guy did, so who cares? Also, thank you, Sinjack, for joining as a reader. If you want to get access to our exclusive Discord, join as a member of the community. And I'll post the link to the Discord after the stream. Bye, Chiapiodera. Thank you for being a member for so long and a wonderful mod in our community. I have no idea what we're talking about. Neither do I yet, honestly. So this is pointless. This whole thing's pointless.
Because I don't think it's fair for you to have to reiterate that horrible thing.
Sure, go ahead.
So the old tale goes is that I pleasured myself in the hotel bathroom we were sharing during one of our breaks when everyone was gone and whatever, and that I fell off the John after basically getting lightheaded from what would be ejaculation falling on the floor where your dirty clothes also happened to be, and that my face planted on your underwear.
Right. And
part of my PD version, I have a 6-year-old in the other room, so.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for being honest.
Chris in his audio.
That's it. That's the whole story. Why was that necessary? Why'd you have to include that in this video? What was the value of that? Disgusting. Okay, we're skipping ahead. This is just disgusting. Yeah, that's gross. There's no value to that story. I'm worse off for having heard it, and I hate this so much. It's a bad story. It's dumb, and it's gross, but it's also not illegal. So who cares? That's the beginning of her expose. It is so pointless and so ridiculous. It lacks any value. Actually, there's nothing inappropriate here. Oh god, yeah, there's inappropriate imagery. Yeah, so there's also inappropriate imagery throughout this whole video that I'm not going to show because I care about you too much for that. This whole video is just inappropriate details, gross visuals, mixed with this.
You're going out with someone your own age. You can't take advantage of them.
I suppose.
Oh, come on. That's a huge feature. Think about it. She's so young, she doesn't realize I'm a predator.
Mind you, this joke right here follows a discussion of predatory behavior. She mixed in Seinfeld gags with predatory accusations. Now, mind you, the first 10 minutes are about her humiliating some guy she doesn't like, who by the way, used to work for her. Let me rephrase that. Used to be a volunteer for her work. So she slandered this man to humiliate him in a video about two other guys. Yeah, he fell off the toilet onto her dirty clothing. That's the whole story. That's it. That's the whole thing. What's the value of that? Why would you put that in your 2-hour expose? Listen, some things are and by the way, this is important to note. This was originally one of the topics the video was centered on. The video was made about that. When KP was talking about the sex pest thing with Sai, it was about this. It was about Chris, the guy at the beginning of the video. That's the story. That's the whole thing. That was the point of what she made this video for. To bully a guy who used to work for her. And then from there it expanded into other territory. This whole expose stumbled onto a serious allegation, but it was made to humiliate a couple people KP didn't like. And granted, the DA game stuff, apparently those accusations have been surrounding, what's his name, Matt, for like ages now. This is not a new allegation. KP is not uncovering anything. She's just compiling information that was already in the conversation. Mr. Enter confirmed at the start of the video. None of this is new. And none of it's relevant. The reason this video got any attention was because of the Saberspark allegations. And they don't show up until right here.
Do not have the patience or emotional bandwidth for your tone, your constant visualization, or to discuss this further with you at this point, for your own perceived direct benefit. To be blunt, you triggered the shit out of me, Steven, and I still tried multiple times to communicate with you.
Yeah, Saberspark doesn't show up until this far in the video. Until then, it's allegations about a person who used to work for KP who she doesn't like, and DA Games allegations, which were already public knowledge at the time the video was dropped. So, what's the value of this? There's no value to this. That's the answer. Let's take a look at a few super chats real quick. Cy Scribbles, thank you again for super chat. She should have settled this in private, but she's mad that YouTubers dare employ this Chris guy when she told them not to. That's why she made this. Yeah, exactly. So, here's the thing too. Chris was hired by DA Games. The guy with the underwear story, he was hired by DA Games. And so ILoveKimPossibleALot tried to pressure DA Games into firing Chris over the story you heard just now. She tried to get a guy to lose his job because he either A, told a dumb story that happened once, or B, accidentally did something stupid one day. Which was, even then, in the vast scheme of things you can do, not criminal, just kind of gross. And that's it. That's the whole reason she made this video. And then the allegations she stumbled into a month before this dropped after 6 months, apparently, of intensive research. Quote-unquote intensive research. Zinambine, thank you for Super Chat. Never add memes to your video exposing someone for doing something horrible. It should be as obvious as never bring a clown to a funeral. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. It's tone deaf is what it is. She doesn't understand that this is a serious topic. These are serious allegations. She's damaging someone's reputation. And you better make sure if you're doing an expose like this, you need to make sure that what you say is accurate and what you say is not slanderous. And all of this is slanderous is the problem. Even the accusations that could be true are presented in a way that is slanderous and damaging rather than as information that could be important and vital. And she frames it in a way that's very she's not talking about alleged incidences. She's talking about as though they actually happened. She's extrapolating from the incidences to make them sound worse than they even already are. It's a lot of mistakes throughout. Yokai Lover and the whole. I'm not going to watch the whole thing again. You can go to Goddamn Malcolm. You can go to a few other channels. I've already reacted to it, but we are watching bits of it, and then we're going to go to Rags after this. Yokai Lover 699. A new recruit for the side of honor, justice, and unity, and a side of Taylor Ham. But seriously, congrats. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, the Taylor Ham crew, that's the whole thing. Pork rolls versus Taylor Ham. It's Taylor Ham. Taylor Ham's the answer. It's not pork rolls. You kidding me? The Wave Runners, thank you for the super chat. Good time to mention that when I got caught in some dumb brony drama years ago, someone threatened me by saying, I hope you end up editing for KP. And that threat is so on point. Now, the Wave Runners, for those who don't know, you've edited for Monka Kamen. You have edited for friend of the channel, Lily Goth, Kinky Animation. So you've done a lot of really good editing. Editing for KP is a nightmare. So for those who don't know, KP doesn't pay her editors at all. Oh, Sai, if you're still in chat, can you send me that one word link to the guides for KP's editors? I want to show this on stream so everyone sees what she does with her editors. Thomas Smiden, thank you for super chat. KP seems like she 5 terabytes. Seems like she 5 terabytes of weird one-sided recordings and nowhere else to share them. LMAO. Yeah, no, she has all these recordings of people. She recorded Lily Orchard that same way. She recorded this Chris guy the same way. She has all these recordings. It's terrible. She keeps tabs on everyone. It's paranoid, I think. Nick Wolf, thanks super chat. If anyone deserved that Billy Madison, I award you no points. May God have mercy on your soul. Quote. It would be a lot of people, but tonight it's KP. That's very true. I think that's fair. But Rags may be a close runner for that. We'll get to him later. Hato, thank you for super chat. I did more research picking out my socks today. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. Here's the thing. When you make an expose, you got to make sure the expose is effective. You got to communicate ideas. You got to communicate something that matters. And you got to ask yourself, what's the point? Oh, here you go. Perfect. Thank you so much, Sai. Open link. Cool. So right here I have right here KP's terms and conditions for her editors. Now, mind you, this is a real document that she would send to any editor. Now, Wave Runner, you can confirm this probably because I'm sure you know someone who's had this doc sent to them. This is a copy. It's not the original document, I don't think, but it's a copy of KP's terms and conditions for editing her videos. And I want to reiterate, none of this is paid. This is entirely volunteer work. Now, this was last updated July 2019. Rules. A non-disclosure agreement for a non-paid position. By agreeing to be on the team, you agree to a non-disclosure agreement, which means you cannot tell/share any information or other material to people outside the team until a project is publicly and fully released. This includes holding your agreement while trailers/works in progresses for projects are being publicly released. Also, is that how you spell public? Okay, whatever. Publicly. Generally, you are only allowed to tell others that you are on the team and work in X department. Please also make sure that any work in progress files are secured to a place only you have access to. The NDA agreement is still in full effect if any individual leaves the team/project at any time. Interesting NDA. Very broad. Here's what gets really concerning. Now, mind you, this is a free position. Time commitment / communication. By agreeing to be on the team, you agree to at least 5 hours of work per week. Can range, depending on the project, average 10 to 20 hours. So it goes from 5 hours you have to be on to 10 to 20 of unpaid editing work. And the ability to communicate with KP / department heads daily. Daily. So you're on call every day, and you have to work anywhere from 5 hours to 20 hours a week. Leadership should not have any trouble contacting you for any longer than 24 hours. Any delayed communication without advance notice longer than 1 week will result in a strike. Agreeing to work you cannot commit to can eventually lead to project delays. Personal projects are allowed, but cannot be used as an excuse to neglect Team KP work and underperform. Any upcoming needed break time, final exams, vacations, etc., is allowed as long as it is requested in advance so we can make sure your workload is taken care of and break requests are not abused. For volunteer free work. So in short, you have to work basically a part-time job for free. You have to give advance notification if you have any delays. And again, advance being like, let's say, who knows what that means? Is it two weeks in advance? 1 day in advance? What does that entail? It's not specific. And you have to be on call every single day of the week. Now, let me give you an idea. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, you get into a car crash, right? The worst happens. You get hit by a car, you break your legs, you're in the hospital, you can't access a computer. Or worst case, maybe your hands are injured in some way. Well, then you can't do work for about a week, 2 weeks, even longer. Okay, well, now you're apparently getting a strike on your channel because you got hit by a car for a free position where you already can't discuss what you're doing to anyone else because of NDAs. See the problem with this so far? See the issue here? And mind you, this is all volunteer work, non-paid. Yikes. Christian Lopez, KP's contract is slave labor. Abhorrent. Yeah, this is slave labor. And it gets worse, if you can believe it. Mystic Blue, thank you for Super Chat. One thing KP did then, I was momentarily in her... one thing KP did then, I was momentarily in her reanimated project, was make the animators record themselves for the rotoscope, which wasn't necessary for an already choreographed piece. And it was volunteer for free? Like model work on top of everything else? For free? And free animation too. Oh, great. Also, by the way, animation, like raw animation was also for free. Wasn't just like editing, wasn't scripting necessarily. Animation was free. Animation, the whole process. Izaki Kentai, thank you for Super Chat. I'd rather work for the Pony Express from mouthwashing than KP. At least I get paid. And you get mouthwashing too, which is nice. Mouthwash too, which is nice. Yeah. Zinjack, thank you for Super Chat. It's insane how this comment has paid you more than KP pays her editors, who have to agree to this. Yeah, exactly. I got more money from any of your individual Super Chats than these volunteers got in a week of a 20-hour week of work. Yeah. Sai, thank you for Super Chat. She would also hire teenagers, who I assume were subjected to this. No adult could fall for this. Yeah. Well, some adults could fall for it, I'm sure, but it's ridiculous. Wait, is Krim in here? I don't see. Is Krim in here? I don't know. I thought I saw someone mention Kim. Animation animation for the goddamn. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. This is insane. It's truly insane. Yeah. This is ridiculous. So let's keep reading. Project schedule. So this is the project schedule. Generally, projects are assigned on an individual basis. For larger projects, jobs are divided by people assigned to the project. Individual, usually for non-weekly editing tasks and small artist tasks. Scripts/assets is written and given. Okay, so there's a lot of typos in here. First rough pass, complete rough draft of project, deadline, and final deadline, but critiqued and approved version is assigned to the project holder. We usually do this on a what's fair for you and your schedule basis if the project is not time sensitive, but we are also aware of how long these projects take, so sometimes a cap is chosen. For example, 2 weeks is a cap for a generally off-season weekly video edit. Obviously, we will not hold against you if you do not have all the assets, VA lines, art assets, etc., but leave those out of the first rough draft, as well as late feedback from your department head, which should not happen. After a given project is completed, the individual is allowed to request a break if needed between projects. Break length is dependent on how long your project was. Oh God, yeah. So basically, so what did KP actually do on these projects? The script apparently was written by someone else. The animation, the editing, all that was done by someone else. The lines were done by someone else sometimes, or maybe she read the lines herself. She basically worked as a producer for this material, not really a YouTuber. I should mention, outside of thumbnails, which I usually... Wait, where is Krim? I can't see Krim at all in here. I'm seeing people talk to Krim. I don't see Krim at all. Oh, there's Krim. Okay, I see him. Sorry. Oh, hey, Krim. Hey, Krim. Krim's in the thing for Super Chat. I have mods that I pay for what I can when I can. It's honestly infrequent and not much. And not only am I not this demanding, but my channel is tiny. Yeah, exactly. Also, welcome W. Haynes for joining as a reader. Yeah, no, so this is pretty bad, and it just gets worse. Group. Usually for big animation projects. Group project work is usually assigned in a group project meeting. Is usually assigned in group project meetings by how much an individual can get done in a given week. Oh, wait, so all of this is done by one person. Oh, hang on, that's worse. So wait. The person has to write, edit, record lines for, all of that themselves on an individual basis and get no credit on the project. It's not their project. It's not under their name. It's under KP's name. So the weekly videos that KP does, someone else scripts them, someone else edits them, someone else puts them all together, and it's all one person, and then that one person hands off to KP who gets all the credit for it. Now, for big animation projects, it's even more complicated. So, group project work is usually assigned in a group project meetings by how much an individual can get done in a given week. Project meetings are usually around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. We just ask that any work you are assigned is fair and doable in your coming week, so the project will not be delayed due to one individual. And please tell us otherwise. Wait, what the fuck does that even mean? We just ask that any work you are assigned is fair and doable in your coming week, so the project will not be delayed due to one individual. And please tell us otherwise? That's a badly written sentence, man. I'm just saying right now. So the gist is, if you have a problem, let us know so there's no delays. That's what she's trying to say. All work assigned is due the following project meeting. Oh, God. So basically, from week to week, you have one task and you better get it done. Oh, boy. Please have raw file ready as well as a quick preview option for group critique in project meetings. For example, the animations have the FLA file as well as an SWF file upload to push rendering before the meeting. So, okay, so every week you have to coordinate animation, review the animation, and again, I want to remind you, all of this is free. She's not paying any of these people any of this for assigned meeting times on a Friday. Mind you, Eastern Standard Time is convenient for her, but what if you're in the Midwest? That's like the middle of a workday. If you're working a full-time job, what are you going to do? Take off to make this meeting? Like, come on, schedule a little later, or schedule on the weekend when there's more time available. Earlier in the day so you don't get in the way of someone else's plans. Also, Friday at 6, even on the East Coast, that's dinner time for most people. What if you have plans? What if you have a social life? And you expect to be on call every week at 6 p.m. after working at something else, presumably? It's ridiculous. Crimson Ender, once again, thank you for the super chat. We need to put an end to using fans for free labor. Yeah, exactly. This is slave labor, essentially, for projects that you don't even get your name on, really. Well, you might get promoted. The Jon Stewart of the animation community on YouTube, according to KP. Don't forget that. That's what you called yourself. This is a scam. If you were ever in this project, you were scammed. I'm just telling you right now. If you can't make a project meeting, make sure all work is handed in beforehand to your department head. Keep all raw file projects saved until a project is publicly released. Okay. KP Project Asset License. Project assets like KP vector faces, flash puppets, backgrounds, animatics, music, and other assets made for the team are not allowed for public release at any time and are made for the team's own use. Depending on what project and asset, you might be able to publicly apparently, release files after the project is over with explicit permission from your department head. But in most cases, the team holds license to any work that will be used/made, and it is made for the team's use. Finished/uploaded work is more than welcome on a professional portfolio, but you must ask beforehand. KP reserves the right to change the way the team is managed at any time, depending on the channel's needs. Oh, even better. So KP can just change what time the meetings happen. So if KP feels like, you know what, I feel like having a meeting at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this week, presumably, you could just say, an hour before the meeting starts, I feel like bumping the meeting up. We're going to do it at 4 p.m. instead. Oh, Crim says, Minecraft YouTubers are really bad about this sort of thing, too. I don't know why any human being would ever join something like this outside of, like, the fandom of around the YouTuber. This is insidious. This is cruel. And here's the punishment system. By the way, this goes on for a while. I'm not going to read all this. This is a long freaking thing. But basically, automatic firing. So basically, you are fired if... Oh, assets released from monetary gain by the team/KP will be done in charity works only... Failing to abide by the following rules made release to the immediate termination. Harassment of the team members, continual rude or disrespectful behavior, lying on Team KP applications as interview, breaking the NDA agreement/sharing official assets. The strike system. The strike system in place keeps the team organized to prevent projects from getting delayed due to one individual. So again, it's penalizing one person if the project gets delayed. Convenient. Generally, strikes are given if late for a deadline without advance notice and or viable reasoning. Oh, so if if KP doesn't like the reason you give, you're given a strike. Continual extensions for deadlines. So if a project is delayed and life is getting in the way and you keep asking for a deadline, this could give you a strike and potentially poison the well with your future with this organization. Continued problems with communication via Skype or email. So if you don't respond fast enough to KP for your free job, your slave labor job, then she can give you a strike. Missing a project/department meeting without notification beforehand. So let's say your internet shorts out and you can't access the meeting. You get a strike for that, for your free job. One strike is erased each 4 completed projects/big assignments, but can be negotiated by. So basically, if you miss one meeting, it's going to take 4 finished projects before you can erase that strike. That is ridiculous. Oh, and you have to have goals in mind, too, for your free job that you have to pay for. That you do 20 hours a week for work and have to be on call every single day for. The hierarchy of power. This is for free jobs. You're not paid anything for this. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is nuts. Do you know what my terms of conditions are for anyone working for me? Nothing, because I don't hire anyone. I do all the work myself. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Zorku, thank you for the super chat. Publicability. I can't even say that out loud. Mystic Blue, I am so glad my gut was telling me nope for that reanimated. Yeah, you dodged a bullet, clearly. Shark Jumping Walrus, member for 4 months. Thank you so much. Suddenly my own job doesn't feel too that bad. Yeah, exactly. Sai, thank you for super chat. Being a D-list horse celebrity really went to KP's head. Yeah, mind you, she's doing My Little Pony videos. That's what she's doing. My Little Pony videos with a 8-page contract for a free job. Dakana, this sounds cultish, Imo. Yeah, it is cultish. It's not cultish, it's abusive. This is workplace abuse. Yeah, more like the Bill Maher than the Jon Stewart of the animation industry. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. Yeah, so, Wave Runner gave you some insight as an editor for a fairly big channel that releases videos weekly. Yeah, again, that's, and you've told me that by comparison, you get paid. You get paid for those. And by the way, you should read her good and bad reasons for joining the team. Oh, okay, let's see her good and bad reasons. Let's take a look at that real quick, because I kind of ignored that. Good goals. I want to join the team for networking opportunities. Okay, that's fair, I guess. But, there's no guarantee of employment after this, from this team. I want to join the team to contribute to projects larger than myself. Well, you're undercutting your own value. You're larger than the projects you're working on here. I can guarantee you that. I want to join the team to gain experience / learn new things in my field. Okay, well, it's not paid. Yeah, exactly. So Wave Runner, Wave Runners, by the way, has worked for channels bigger than KP's. You're paid fairly, and you're not micromanaged like this. 100%. They give you a job, you do the job, and I presume that's it, basically. I want to join the team to help expand my professional portfolio. Well, you're not going to get any credit on it, I guess. I want to join the team to be able to socialize with others who have similar interests. Okay. Bad goals. Oh, God. Okay. Bad goals. Oh, by the way, Wave Runner, do you want me to... okay, let me actually... There's one thing real quick. So Wave Runner sent me a little message here. I sent a quick message DM your way, Wave Runner, by the way. Just, yeah, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. So, okay, cool. So, I have permission to say this from Wave Runner. Now, Wave Runner, just for reference, Wave Runner has worked with Manga Common. It's worked with Lilygoth, Kikimation. And Wave Runner has told me this. I'm just going to quote him directly so you hear what I'm saying. I can give you my insight on how being a paid editor for someone works for me. I work about the same workload, 15 to 20 hours a week, depending on the videos. I do get paid very fairly for my work, and I am not constantly on call. As long as the videos come out on the schedule and I keep the quality, that's all that matters in the end. Even being paid as and Wambu as well. Even being paid as a professional, I'm not micromanaged. Also, I definitely undervalued myself in the early day of editing, and I always made sure I got paid even doing work for close friends. The only time you should work for free if it's for your own personal project, or if there's some special favor or gift you want to provide for someone. For any aspiring editors, your time is valuable, and you deserve to be paid for the time you put in. I can't really say what rates you should charge, because there's a lot of factors with that kind of content you're making. Just make sure you do your research and be open to feedback. And Lilygoth said this on a stream today. Once you get money for something, you're a professional, so act professional. A good commissioner will value your feedback, but they do have the final say on the content that goes out. But in this case, though, KP is not giving any money, so there's no incentive to act professional. That's very true. That right there, I think, hits it right out of the head. If you're being paid for something, you're a professional. Every YouTuber I work with is a professional because they make money from YouTube. That's incredibly important. But I want to read these bad goals too, so you can contrast what Wave Runner just sent me, what I just read out loud, what Lilygoth just said, and what KP's saying. Bad goals. I want to join the team to promote my own work. This is a bad goal to have, because not only is the work we give each individual on a non-continuous cycle, but clicking throughs and other forms of credit will not help much in driving people to your own work, in our experience. We don't want people to get disappointed by the lack of attention they might be getting, and be frustrated with their hard work here, if this is your reason for joining the team. I want to join the team to have a relationship with KP. I want to join the team to become well-known in the NLP community. Having expectations like the bad ones listed almost sets you up immediately to fail or be disappointed. As sometimes and most likely, these expectations are not met. We want people to join our team to see this as a professional environment and to grow from their experiences here. Professional despite the fact you're not paying anyone. We want everyone to feel like they have spent time having a positive impact in their lives. And in doing so, we feel, in doing so, Oh, hey, Savvy, what's up? I just saw you in chat. Yeah, Savvy's really cool. If you haven't seen Savvy's video on Gamergate, it's really, really insightful. Yeah, no, this is another mess. And I've known Savvy for years. Oh, yeah, no, I remember you, Savvy. Don't worry about a thing. I saw you in chat there. A couple super chats real quick. Angels Art and Gaming, thank you, super chat. This is a reanimated project. I thought the point of these was to submit your animation that you pick and is meant to be for the love of the animation. Oh no, it's everything. This is all of her projects are like this. They're all like this. This is insane. Jay Wang, she should have stuck to doing MLP videos, IMO. Well, that's the thing too. This contract's for the MLP videos as well. It's ridiculous. C Jelly, KP could do actual work instead of typing up this BS. Oh yeah, she could have. She could have done some of the editing process, but she didn't. She didn't do anything. She writing, someone else. Editing, someone else. Recording lines, someone else. All the work that she took credit for was someone else. Someone else's free labor. Zorku, thank you for super chat. Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned loyalty and friendship mean I can conscript my friends and fans as free labor, as I can exploit like a plantation owner. Signed, Applejack. Yeah, there we go. I'm assuming that's from Milo Pony. I've never seen Milo Pony ever. Outside the one episode in college I was forced to watch by someone who turned out to be a cop, which is in fascinating kind of hindsight. That's kind of interesting in hindsight. The one brony I knew turned out to be a cop. That's interesting. Jay Wang, lesson learned. Always have your lawyer with you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right, the Polar Express video was good, right? Okay, I'm glad someone else said that. I'm glad you said it, Savvy. Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. I mean, okay, Polar Express sucks, by the way. I can go off on another tangent about that, but I did already. It's a video you can watch right there. Oh, yeah. Now, the one brony, my friend dated him in college, and I think she broke it off with him eventually, but he turned out to be a cop, so it just fits. Just really fits. The boot fits, right? Lesson learned. Adrian Parchman. ILoveKimPossibleALot really needs to proofreader stuff. Yeah, there's so many typos. I'm correcting them as I'm reading them, but there's so many words misspelled, so many things. This is very unprofessionally written, but it's very professional sounding if you're unfamiliar. This is ridiculous. Hizaki Kentai, ILoveKimPossibleALot did not love the karma presented to her a lot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really, Jane Nicholson seems like the only person in the MLP community who didn't turn out like crazy, in my opinion, but I don't know for sure. I don't know too many bronies, so I can't really speak to that. But yeah, no, she had a corporate structure to produce. And again, I want to remind you, I want to reiterate, all of this, all of these instructions, all of this resulted in this. This is what she was producing with all that hard work. And I just want to remind you, this is what all of this entailed. So this was what, 2019? So last updated 2019. Look at a 2019 video. So about like what, 6 years ago? So let me go back 6 years. So this is literally what was being produced. This is what all that free labor was being produced with.
But anyway, so the Kim Possible live action trailer released, and I'm reacting for it for the first time. Yes, because I didn't watch it on my phone when like 500 people spammed me with it on Twitter and was like, what do you think? And I'm just like, I don't know, these are hard choices. I don't know, this stuff is hard and I hate it. And oh gosh, my initial thoughts are something you're gonna have to watch the whole goddamn video for. Don't cheat.
Also, by the way, this asset has not changed in years, because it's the same asset she's the same.
He was also my first
same asset as this, just a little zoomed in. See, it's the same one. Same charm, same everything. Same exact design, 6 years. Not a single update to the style, except...
Trip to Everfree Northwest, the one we did the vlog about. He's this guy here.
Except a little slower, the editing style now. And I have it on speed up, by the way. So, that was what free labor got her for years. And mind you, this video, not to be mean, 26,000 views. And that's not bad. 26,000 views is pretty good. But does it need a team that big for a 10-minute video like that? Did it need a corporate structure with schedules and all of that for this? This required all of this contractual nonsense. I don't understand. I don't understand how all of that work results in this. You would think she was making like Channel Awesome Nostalgia Critic videos with that level of corporate structure behind it. Or her team sounds comparable to the Watcher team that was just let go because they couldn't physically pay them enough money for the hard work that they were doing on the projects. That's how big these projects are with that many people behind it. And yet, and let's see how many people she credits at the end.
If you like this video, please like and comment, subscribe if you're new here, checking out my...
So here we go, right here.
Ah, that's better. It's beautiful.
So she had the edited by right here, thumbnail art by, outro music by, artists Matt Wilson, yada yada yada. Additional credits and description, including, okay, what's else in the description? So, more credit. So a lot of people worked these videos. This is like one person, you did nothing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the same person. 9, 10. Let's see if you know. Okay, 9. Okay, so 8 people. 8 different people worked on this 10-minute video. Crimsander, I think she wanted to feel more important than she is. Yeah, exactly. She really did. This is absolutely absurd. This is ridiculous. For this much effort, for these projects. And now I do want to bring up the other person in the room with this. Now, the Saberspark allegations, let's go back to that. Don't forget, that is what this video is ultimately about.
After, or even when I confronted him, it came up on an apology statement as a vague reference.
Wow, Bill Clinton. Clint Eastwood. Wow. Bill Clinton, Clint Eastwood, same person. Wow, my brain's fried. Yeah, a Bill Clinton joke in a video about allegations. Don't forget, that's what we're about. I want to bring up this.
This is actual sexualized art, a sexualized story. Buying me a Discord figure years ago. And he also made comments on my body when I did the ice bucket challenge. So 3 sex things plus a potential romantic gesture. Chris maybe have been bitter because I didn't reciprocate romantic feelings or something. Turns out editing for free isn't a winning strategy for dating KP.
Oh, she makes jokes about it too, about Chris. By the way, she's still talking about Chris an hour and a half into this video about Saberspark and DA games. And making and implying that there were comments made. Again, maybe they were. I can't say. But like, the video is about Saberspark. He's in the title. He's the first name that shows up in the title. He's on the thumbnail. And you're making Bill Clinton jokes about like real misogyny and that kind of stuff. Also, again, why did any of this need a 2-hour video? All of this could have been resolved privately. Like, you have to like humiliate the guy? Like, at a certain point, you're like, this is just cruel. Like, what did Chris do that badly? Like, we listened to the story beforehand. Yeah, like, inappropriate comments, yeah, that's bad. That's not good. But there's a difference between conflating being creepy with allegations of assault. It's so inappropriate and so tasteless. And then we get to the big controversy of the video, which is...
And then things got worse. Hi, I'm Courtney. You may know me as Pete or Orchard, but honestly, call me what you like. KP reached out to me a few weeks ago asking me to cover the Gabe story in more detail as she was busy working on this video here, and I unfortunately have a fair share of experience with recognizing online grooming and am pretty unashamed in speaking out loudly against it.
Okay, so Courtney Pete, who has been, for better or worse, more for worse, completely crashing out on YouTube lately because of this. Yeah, so I've mentioned before that Courtney's video about Black Griffin was a coordinated effort with KP. Both of them have been trying for a very long time to move into predator hunting. I have the other pictures here. So, live chat, Courtney was in there talking about Sai apparently alleging that Sai was reading inappropriate material repeatedly in the video live stream. So what happened was this this video that is here is a re-upload of a live premiere. In the live premiere chat, aside from Chris Chan showing up somehow, by the way, KP was hyping this video up for like a while ago. All the audio was done months before the information. Now, mind you, she got the information about Saberspark in March. All the recording was done before February. Now, during the premiere of the video, Courtney argued with multiple survivors of child abuse and who were uncomfortable with the jokes that KP made, with the really off-kilter humor, and was arguing with all of them, mocking survivors of childhood assault in a video about assault allegations and harassment. Which is, horrible. All of that's public. It's all been publicly posted by other people. That's cool. It's cool. Nothing else is there that's useful. Okay. But still, like, so Courtney became, her big video after Document Lily Orchard, her sister, was talking about Black Griffin. This got the attention of a lot of people, including Lazy Bedhead and a bunch of other people. And it is an informative video. It keeps the facts to an extent. She also accuses all of her critics of being predators and has rebranded herself as a predator hunter of sorts online. With the Black Griffin video, working on this video, she talks about topics of consent as a subject matter expert next after the next the Saberspark issue comes up where KP just reads the allegations outright. Because the allegations KP reads aren't even correct to the actual allegations that Mr. Enter confirms are real, I'm not going to waste your time reading them because they're not even accurate to what the person alleging the incident happened said happened. But KP and Courtney then talk about
over this video
consent.
to talk about like what is consent and when consent is there and when it's not there.
By the way, I just skipped past the entire Saberspark section. You probably didn't notice because it was only 6 or 7 minutes in this 2-hour video with Saberspark in the title of it. The allegations about Saberspark got buried in the video expose about Saberspark. And people wonder why no one even knows what is happening. Now, here's the thing. I'm a media analyst. I'm not a predator hunter. I'm not a drama tuber. I look at media. Let's examine this expose as a work of media. Because as a work of media, this is the Saberspark bit right here. It starts here.
Next segment.
This is the start of it. About 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 36 seconds into the video. It ends. There it's over. Right here. It ends right here. About 8 minutes later. That's it. That's the whole Saberspark video section.
Above all else, for my privacy to be respected. I don't wish to publicly defend my personal experience and just wish to share my experience.
So welcome to the video where we break this down a little bit more and talk about...
That's it. That's the whole Saberspark section. That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's everything. I just showed you it all. 8 minutes. She spends an hour and a half complaining about Chris, an ex-employee who she didn't pay because of arbitrary reasons and her own personal issues with Chris that could have been resolved privately. She spends less than 10 minutes talking about serious allegations. Courtney, in the video, talks about consent and the importance and gives a whole big discussion on it that goes on for longer than the Saberspark section is. All the while, yelling and fighting with every single survivor of assault in the comment section, in the live stream comment section of the video's debut, of the premiere. All public, all available. They've all been posted everywhere, so you'll know what it is when you see it. Don't worry, the second video is much lighter. Now, Mr. Enter is going into the allegations more thoroughly and is actually going to talk about these more in detail because he actually did a little research on the allegations and got information that KP could have gotten in the months she had this information, but simply chose not to. It is so wedged into a video that KP was already making, it isn't even funny. It's truly sad. Let's analyze this video. You mix up jokes with disturbing imagery that I'm skipping past because I don't want to show you it. There's barely censored nudity. There is self-harm imagery in this. It's very upsetting. And it's just mixed in with Seinfeld cutaway gags. As a work, it's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. Knowing what we know about her contracts, it's even worse. Because all of this was done for people who didn't even get paid for their work. And then you have Courtney, someone who capitalized on KP's support to hunt predators, who was arguing with survivors of predators in the comment section. And also antagonizing everyone else around her. And again, Lio Convoy has his hands in this too, because allegedly KP asked for his feedback on this, though KP claims Lio Convoy did not watch it. But she also alleges that Courtney didn't watch it, and Courtney is in the video. So, what do we know? What can we know? As a work of media, this is a complete failure, is what it is. As a work of true crime, it's a failure. As a work of discussion, of discourse at all, it's a failure. It fails on any level to communicate information clearly. It wastes its time smothering the thesis statement. And all in favor of bits, where are you? Like this.
You calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther.
Proceeded to...
Like that. That's how she deals with the topic. With Drake and Josh jokes. And where's the infamous bit? Where is it? The bit with stolen assets. Where are you? And then...
You just kind of let anything go in regards to
Lily
content
Orchard.
and just hope.
Why is Lily Orchard in here? What did Lily Orchard do in this situation? I mean, granted, Lily Orchard, there's never not an excuse to talk with Lily Orchard. She always does something wrong. But what did Lily Orchard do in this situation? Like, why is she even here? What's the value in it? What does imagine this. Imagine you have no context as to who KP or Courtney are. And you just watch this video out of the blue, thinking, oh, Saberspark, I know Saberspark, he's a big name. And you're like, who the hell is Lily Orchard? Who's Chris? Why should I care? It's sandwiched between people that no one out of this extremely niche internet drama would know about. No one cares who Chris is. And Saberspark fans aren't going to care who Lily Orchard is out of the blue either. Because KP is just playing clips and telling stories that you cut out of her last video about Lily Orchard. And by the way, to reiterate, according to Mr. Enter's sources, KP had to be convinced not to put in more jokes with the Lily Orchard video, talking about Courtney's assault. So Courtney got angry at myself, Sai, Krim, a lot of other people for making light of Lily Orchard. Meanwhile, she was almost part of a video that made light of her experiences directly. Seems kind of screwed up, doesn't it? Seems deeply screwed up, in my opinion. So, what can we learn from this? If you're going to discuss serious allegations, do it seriously. I do not feel the need to show this whole video. There is no value in watching this whole video because it is a video without value. It reiterates topics that are already public elsewhere and done and handled better and in more mature fashions. It used a real-life event, a real accusation, to promote a video that has nothing to do with the accusation. It is made by people who were not paid for their efforts. It had voice actors, myself included, who were not given an idea, an informed opinion as to what the video would be about. And if they were, it was in the most general, vague ways possible. It is, in short. Oh! Hang on a second. I just got more information. This is the Hellfire Reanimated collab form that KP wanted to use. So this is what she asked her people to get. This is what she wanted to know if you wanted to hire you for her projects. So, first and foremost... Oh, yeah, 1 second. Yeah, come on in. So we actually have another special guest joining us, I think. Are you in for this? One second. Okay. So, let me see if we have a special guest joining in quickly. Surprise guest coming in, potentially. Let me see. Yeah, cool. Let me ring you in. All right, cool. Let me add your icon right here.
Hello.
Surprise guest, Krim. Hey, Krim, how's it going?
Hello?
Yeah, you're in. Are you in?
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
My audio's a bit wonky.
That's annoying. Well, you're on. I can hear you. You're on stream, I think.
Hello?
Yep, you're good. We can hear you now. Yep, Krim, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yep, can you hear me? Wait, hang on. Maybe maybe it's my problem. 1 second.
I don't know why it's not working. I'm so sorry, Ant.
No, you're working just fine. I think it's I think I'm the problem.
I can't hear you.
No, I'm the problem, Krim.
Reason.
I'm the problem.
1 second.
Okay, let me try that real quick. Cool. Can you hear me now? Krim, can you hear me now? Krim? Bueller?
Ah, there we go. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good. Excellent. Cool. Awesome. Okay, cool. Excellent. You're in. Actually, wait, Krim. I think there's an imposter here, I think. Is this the one? No, that's not it. Where is the... No, that's not it. The ukulele. That's not quite... Here we go. This is correct. I'm sorry, Krim. You had an imposter in your way. Let me fix that for you. There we go. Now it's accurate. Now we got it. Okay. So, Krim, you good there?
Yes, I am.
Cool. So, what do you want to discuss here in terms of the controversies surrounding this mess?
I think what I wanted to discuss was that, like, I think that ultimately these are two people that got hurt by a certain person and have been trying to continue. I don't know if it's adrenaline or like dopamine rush of like winning.
Yeah.
I think there's, as somebody that has spoken about allegations publicly against certain people before, I think there's like a few sort of things that motivate people to make videos like this.
Mm-hmm.
I think one is anger. You know, if somebody gets, you know, has some bad blood between them and another person, they might make a hit piece like this. I think guilt can be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that a lot of people in KP and Courtney's situation want to feel like a hero, for whatever reason.
No, I agree with
and
that. Yeah, so I cut you off there.
No, it's okay. I think that just judging on what happened afterwards, that's what it ended up being. It was very personal. It was all about dunking on these people rather than like saving or helping anybody. There was no connection to resources. They sat on the information for a really long time. And while I get that dealing with this sort of thing is really big and scary, it wasn't ultimately something that like, oh, this is kind of not a great video because this person clearly didn't want to make it and it was awkward and, you know, this was more like, I just can't wait to dunk on these guys and show them how much better I am than them. Like I think that's what this video really kind of came across as, and just paired with the contracts. I think somebody wants to feel important.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with that. And that's the problem with this. It's done for the worst reasons. Like, KP was promoting this. Courtney would repeatedly talk about, like, predator hunting and getting predators, and she'd say all of her critics are predators, and, you know, with no evidence. She'd make an accusation and look for evidence after the fact. And with this,
it was an event.
It was an event, exactly. It was like a blockbuster event, and I don't think it's a coincidence. You know, looking at KP's channel, like, I mean, a lot of it was done to promote it. Like, you look at this stuff, it's like most of the recent stuff. I've watched some of it. You know, 5,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 2,000 views, 10,000 views. Her biggest thing is I'm not friends with Lily Orchard anymore, which is 200,000 views, and most of the rest is very low for a channel with over 126 subscribers, 126,000 subscribers. And like, why would you want to hunt for predators? You know, like, what's the value in that? What do you get out of it?
Makes you feel like a good person.
Yeah, exactly.
I
guess, yeah.
And like, you see, like, I don't know if anybody else saw this, but a couple times I noticed that Courtney seemed really excited to out Sai as a predator.
Yes,
and like, Sai is many things.
Sai
is many things.
You're in chat, Sai. You know what you are. You're a character. But like right here.
But yeah, Sai is a character. She's controversial. I don't think she would argue against that. And I think wanting to jump on that train of controversy and up the ante to child predator, she's like, just you wait, Sai's gonna be revealed to be a predator very soon.
Mm-hmm. And also keep in mind right here, with this post right here, it's an old post on her YouTube. It's an example exactly what you're talking about. I love when Sai Glazers come at me with, why you mad a media criticism channel covers media criticism? What else are they supposed to do? Just a MMC channel? I'm not sure what that's supposed to stand for. Go cover media criticism that isn't done. You all talk like the PDF file is the only Medica criticism to cover. No, it's a choice by
Anthony.
What? What's up?
MCC stands for Media Criticism Channel.
Oh, that's
and
what it stands for?
It's being used. Yes, it's being used that way because it's trying to bring that down to the level of ACC, which is the art commentary community, and that has a lot of bad rep right now. So she's trying to bring it down to that same level when it's like, yeah.
But that's funny though, isn't it? Because then she defends Lio Convoy.
Yeah,
and she defends the. Honestly, the worst thing she posted was defending the Rosa call, which I was very upset by. That really upset me. That's just that these aren't actually pictures. This is I thought I might post them publicly, but I didn't. But she defended the Rosa call very publicly.
I think because she would like to be in that position of putting someone, because I think that's a fantasy for a lot of people, is to put someone in their place to be more powerful.
Exactly.
And I gotta say, it seems like an extension of the cycle of abuse.
Yeah,
to me,
I would agree with that, and it stinks. It's not stinks. That sounds like such a weak word for it. It's very depressing, because like you look at everything that she went through, everything that she experienced, and you kind of get a sense of like, well, she's perpetuating it. She's perpetuating the pain. And, you know, a lot of her audience is young. They're impressionable. And that's disturbing because, you know, it's disturbing because they look up to her, to Courtney as a figure who can protect them, who can support them, because she can be so abrasive and take charge. And by the way, if anyone is disputing in chat, Kyla has my express permission just to ban you outright. So keep that in mind. Kyla will kick your ass in chat. Sorry, go. I'm sorry, Krim, to cut you off there.
That's okay. You're good. You're good.
Thank you.
I also think that like there's something really appealing to people, and I think that Courtney especially knows this, of this person who was abused by their sibling when they were younger, who then that sibling went on to be a big YouTuber, but you know, I helped to take her down. I showed her a lesson, and then I went on. I went on to to deal out justice and make sure it never happens again. You know, like that's a very nice story. I think it's a very nice story for Courtney to tell herself, and it's a very nice story, I think, for young people to look at. It sounds nice. It sounds triumphant, but there's nothing that a YouTube video can do that at the end of the day doesn't just the only thing it can really end up being is justice by harassment and bullying.
Exactly.
And I think that says more. I think it says a lot about the people doing these kind of things. If that's something that you're regularly doing, like, and this goes beyond media criticism. Like, if that's what you're passionate about is predator hunting, I don't know what to tell you, especially if it's on the internet.
Now, I was going to make a video about predator hunting that I scrapped. I filmed it, but I scrapped it because I felt it was just in poor taste. I found the topic very miserable, honestly. I mainly looked at like the analysis of the history of the process with Chris Hansen, with the Tortoise Media expose, which, you know, a lot of different things which are highly controversial, but real publications, like real like professionals, reporters who did things that were controversial or didn't get the full story out fast enough or impeded the investigation process by muddying the waters. And that's professional stuff. That's like at the big leagues level. That's the highest level. You can still make a mistake, and and those mistakes can be very costly. We're talking about YouTubers right here, right? We're talking about niche YouTubers. We're talking about people who, you know, if you're online and you're a casual scroller on the internet, you'll hear like a story about some big YouTuber once, right? Like you'll hear a controversial story and there'll be no follow-up. And anyone can post anything online. There's no barrier of entry. And for people like Courtney in this situation and KP, they're taking someone else's story, not their own, someone else's. They're taking it and they're presenting it as a claim in their video. They're using it as a prop for their own argument. And the algorithm demands content. You need to make content. You need to make more things. You need to make more things in the algorithm to get your channel pushed up further. You need a weekly turnaround, a monthly turnaround, whatever. And you can't rely on predator hunting as a reliable source of income, because you can't keep finding a new predator every week for your video. You know? It's just not like that.
It's kind of like a I mean, I don't want to get too political right now, but it's kind of like a microcosm of the whole cops thing and why having quotas as a cop is
dangerous.
Dangerous
or annoying if the quota is traffic tickets. I know people who've gotten tickets for like for faulty things. You go to the court, complain about it, gets tossed out, but it's like a waste of time. You have to call out work to go to the court, argue your case. The judge is like, yeah, I guess it's not important. It doesn't matter. It's like, that's time.
It's semi-related.
Yeah,
it's semi-related, I think. Also, if I may, I talk about my personal experience with this whole? You know about it.
Yes, you can. But let me read a few super chats first because we are technically live and want to make sure the chat has an opinion, and then we'll go into that because I want you to talk about that because that's a really good story. Where did I leave off? Oh, cool. So, I love Kim Possible a lot. Did not love the karma presented to her a lot. Thank you, Hizaki Kentai, for that fun super chat. Dakana, Bill Clintwood, in reference to me failing to say Bill Clinton and mixing up with Clint Eastwood for some strange reason. My brain is very fried. The Opinionator, thank you for super chat. You're going over the KP videos? Oh, you poor soul. And then we're going over Rags afterwards, so that's going to be fun. You want to join me for that one, Krim, too, or is that too spicy?
If you want some company, I can stick around, I suppose, but I don't have any skin in the game there. I don't know what that is.
That's fair. Only if you want to. It's about SJWs and he attacks another YouTuber in the process who both of us have interacted with at least once, me more than once. A few times.
Okay, yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind.
Hizaki Kentai, thank you for super chat. Krim Jump Scare, how's it going? Krim?
It's going. I just got back from my mom's for the weekend.
Nice. Well, apparently you had all the baking you were telling me about before. It sounds delightful.
Made so much scones and cookies.
Oh my god! And you didn't give me any. I'm not upset, Krim. I'm not upset. Strava, thanks super chat. This whole thing makes me so upset. If I was better at making videos, I'd make a video on this topic. Well, just remember, it's important. If that's your passion, it's good. But like with a topic this serious and this grave, you got to make sure you're not making any mistakes. You got to make sure you say what's alleged and what is. The allegations are alleged. Even if I personally believe them, you got to phrase them correctly. They're alleged. You got to. With stuff like this, there's no room for error. It's very specific, and it's tough.
Mm-hmm. We'll get into that in a second.
Oh yeah, 100%. Draco Centaurus, thank you for super chat. It's crazy that I can never avoid these people. They've been a thorn in my page for the last 10 years. Listen, I don't even know half these people, and I get dragged in this drama. It's crazy. It's the same people every time. I mean, I know. Obviously, Courtney and KP, but like, I don't know who DA Games is or Sabersparks. I know Sabersparks Videos. That's about it. I don't know who Chris is. I don't know. I barely knew Mr. Enter before this. Zorku, was Ruben Sim going to be part of that video? I'm not sure. Couldn't tell you. Abigail Dirksen. It's all very Jon Stewart-like if you think about it. I mean, KP does call herself the Jon Stewart of the animation community.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Anyway,
don't say that man's name.
Jon Stewart. I mean, I'm not that far from where he films.
I meant KP.
Oh! I was gonna say, I thought it was like a Beetlejuice situation where we say Jon Stewart's name 3 times, he appears in New Jersey.
Well, maybe.
I know people who've like worked at Starbucks, and it's like they get there early in the day, like near the city or whatever, and they see a guy come in, and it's like, oh wait, is that Colbert coming in for some coffee? Apparently, Colbert is really cool. I've been told. Anyway, Krim. So tell me your story.
So I don't think I'm gonna mention the name because I don't think it's particularly relevant in this situation. I just think what happened is, there's a YouTuber that I watched for a few years on and off. I heard about I guess at this point it's probably closer to 3 years ago. And I started following them because I'm like a bread tuber. I watched a lot of bread tube back in the day, and they were kind of tangentially connected to that. And they seemed weird, but ultimately harmless. And I had interacted with them on social media a couple times, and it hadn't been great. And I didn't take their shit, and I ended up getting into a little bit of a fight with them on Tumblr. And then someone who saw that was like, hey, you're willing to stand up to this person and nobody else is. I have things to tell you. And what I heard and the information I found out, and you probably remember this because this was tying me up in knots for like maybe 2 months or more.
You were very upset about this. And I think at the time I said, maybe if this is bothering you this much, don't do anything, because you and I don't want to steal your thunder from you, but I remember thinking through this.
You're good.
Like, if you're this miserable working on this expose, don't do it. Like that's your it's your soul telling you not to do it. Essentially.
Yeah, it was miserable.
Yeah, there's nothing fun
but
about
like
it. It's a terrible experience.
I felt like because of, and I'm not mad at this person for coming forward to me. I like this person a lot. We're still friends. We still chat. But I felt like this person came to me. It's like, hey, nobody's willing to talk about this, and this is really important. And in my head, it's like, well, I have to say something. I can't just sit on this. Nobody else is saying anything. And this is apparently a problem that has been happening and this isn't small stuff. This isn't, oh, this person doesn't pay. This is like bad stuff that has been confirmed and admitted by the person who did it. And just keeps getting away with the same behavior over and over again. And I'm like, I have to say something. I don't want to do it. I spoke to a few people that I thought they weren't like popular internet people that I got in on this project with me. It was people who I knew in my own community that cared a lot about this sort of thing, that were smart and had more of a stomach for it than I did. And I gathered them up and we did a video. Well, we did a stream, because I think that if I had edited that, if I had sat down and I had to edit a project like that, I think it would have destroyed me.
Yeah.
It was just like, there was so much disgusting, awful things that were uncovered that just were terrible. And it wasn't a good video. I was hoping that it would kind of be like the start in a row of dominoes, and like other people would be like, oh, I didn't know about this. Maybe I should look into this. I'm a professional at making these kind of videos. I can make a better one. I think that's what I was hoping for. But the backlash was bad. And I also just felt guilty. And like, I could have done a better job. Maybe I didn't give this person enough grace. Like, questioned myself. I ended up like hiding or like delisting the video. You could still find it if you look for it, because I don't think... I think if you put something on the internet, especially in that sort of vein, you shouldn't take it down. Archives on the internet are really important, regardless of whether things were true or false. There should be documentation of events, I think. So if you're really determined to find it, you can find it. I will say I did not lie in this video. I looked for evidence. I don't think anything of what I said is untrue. I think it's all actually happened. I believe the people who came forward and the observations that I made from going over records. I just think it was sloppy, and I don't like making videos like that. And at the end of the day, what was it going to accomplish? People already kind of knew about this stuff. Apparently, I didn't, but apparently a lot of people knew about this. And nothing was being, you know what I mean? So like,
yeah, I mean,
at the end of the day, if you're a kid and an adult is comfortable being sexual around you, leave.
Yeah. Contact.
They're a dangerous and bad person, and you should not be around them. They are dangerous, and it doesn't matter why they're doing it or what their intention is. Stay away from them. And adults, if you see kids interacting with people like that, speak up. Make sure this kid's okay. If you can, contact their parents. Like, these interactions should not be happening, period, no matter for what reason. I just don't know if YouTube videos are the right way to fix the problem.
I would argue that it's not. You know, I think in general with like, if someone is being hurt, you should contact someone immediately. If you are aware of wrongdoing around you, you have to address it. And we're not. And I see some people trying to name names. Avoid that, please. We don't really want to get into that. This is not a video about that topic. What it is a video about, though, is making an expose on something that's so grave and serious. And Crim, like what you did was you did this expose on this topic, and you hated every second of it, from the beginning of it to the planning of it to the execution of it, and the lingering after effects of it.
I think if you enjoy doing something like that, I think you're fucked in the head.
Yes, I agree.
To put it, as somebody who went through that, if you enjoy it, you're fucked.
Yeah. I filmed a video, not even doing an expose, but just discussing the concept of this topic, like from a media analysis perspective, because I do everything from a media analysis. Like even this video is from a media analysis perspective. This stream, I don't do exposés. I don't believe they're helpful. I don't believe they're useful. I believe, if anything, they're actually harmful in many cases. A lot of these, when you analyze the history of this topic, a lot of it gets in the way of real crime. It's not even beneficial to that. And if you're wrong, if you make a mistake, that is slander. Yeah. That is a crime. You know, like that is where it gets really dangerous. Am I really quiet?
I think I might just be really loud.
That's also possible too. My mic a little, sorry, moving the mic a little closer. All right, cool. It's a little closer. We should be good now. Good. Yeah, no. If you're wrong, that's huge. You know, like you don't get a second chance at that. That's why.
Look at like Slazo.
Slazo, yeah. That's one example. Actually,
that's a big one.
I forget the specifics of Slazo's story too, which is frustrating. So I don't remember everything that happened with Slazo.
I followed that pretty closely. It was he was a teenage. He had a girlfriend when he was a teenager, and he was kind of a dick. But you know, teenage boys being dicks to their girlfriends. I wouldn't say none of it was like inappropriate. I mean, you know, like you make all those mistakes. You know, making mistakes and getting hurt isn't the same as being a predator, but that's how he was framed. And it turns out all of the logs that this person had shared, they were cropped.
Oh,
so that her consenting was cropped out of the. Yeah.
Huh. Oh, great, great. So. Really framed it horribly. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I didn't know this. I kept seeing people reference Slazo in reference to this allegation, which I think are very different, I think an alleged incident is very different from that. With falsified evidence, that's horrible. That's like actual slander. Oh, God. Yeah, no, that's awful. Because that's the thing, too. Like, if you're a third party who gets this account and spreads the information, now you're liable for spreading like slander. And granted, you didn't do the slandering, but you're still contributing to the culture around it. And there's a subculture on YouTube that are like vultures. When they see drama, they dive on it. That is why I know we discussed this when talking about Lily Orchard stuff, but we were very deliberate not to linger on the allegations because that wasn't what our content is or was about. We focused on the analysis, the discussion element. And, you know, there's a lot of that. It's very upsetting. Like, look, when it comes to like talking about movies, right? I mentioned at one point the movie Rosemary's Baby, you know? There is a piece of media for Friday's video that I'm going to be referencing made by a terrible person. It's a brief discussion, but this man is a convicted criminal who did something horrible. Yet, the media is worth discussing because there is some artistic merit to the media created by this person. If you watch Friday's video, you know it's about what I'm referring to. It's not Batman or Punisher. Don't worry about that. Although they're both, the video is about them, but I'll discuss that later. Yeah, but to discuss art, you sometimes have to discuss the works of people who are terrible. Objectively terrible, not just subjectively. when dealing with accusations that you don't have all the evidence for, the court of public opinion accepts whatever you hear first and foremost. And let's say you fully believe what you read. You fully believe the accounts as given to you. You're not lying, but what if something came forward that proved what you thought was true is incorrect to some extent? Well, then the public will go, well, if that part's wrong, then everything must be wrong. And what KP did in this video was orchestrate an event that was open to that kind of component. Anyway, there's a couple of super chats I want to read real quick. I want to take a look at. Oh yeah, there's actually one super chat. I'm sorry, that came in. I saw that here. See, Krim, you're fighting with this one. Scorpion Wolf. Remember that in Hard Candy, Elliot Page is also the villain of that story. That's an interesting one because Hard Candy's not a movie that's about villains and heroes. It's about two awful people who, and one happens to be doing something that's not evil, but for evil reasons. Elliot Page's character has evil intent, but is doing something I think that's like we would see as punishing a wrongdoer, but they're doing it for the worst, with the worst possible motivations in mind. is what it comes down to. Sorry, I'll cut you off there.
No, you're good. I think in that case specifically, like the other character, was meeting up with someone that they thought was a child. Mm-hmm. Just going to point that out. And regardless of like how we would view that situation in real life, of doing those sting operations and vigilante justice, you can't always use your own moral framework when analyzing somebody else's art. In that like story, like Elliot Page's character is supposed to be an avenging sort of anti-hero, I suppose.
Exactly.
And you don't have to agree with that sort of justice or that sort of moral framework, but that was the intent.
Exactly. And like you kind of work with that framework, you work with that. And the problem is it's a dark drama thriller. It's not really a story about morals. It's more a story about people who are both terrible with terrible motivations, and one just happens to be fighting a person who is seeking out children. What I mean? It's like
didn't it end up being that his character was like some sort of agent or something?
No. It turns out he's just a predator. Like he's just a predator. He tries to convince Elliot Page's character that he's not. But
Page's character is an agent of some kind.
No.
At the end.
No.
What am I'm confusing it with something else.
Yeah, I think you are. Elliot Page's character is just goes at it. Honestly,
vigilante justice. Yeah.
Well, not even that. You find out that like that the character may have no motivation at all. Like they might be lying about everything up until that point. Like what motivates them, what drives them. Like everything about their character could just be made up, and they made it up just to mess with with Patrick Wilson's character. Like it's we know nothing about the character really for sure by the time the movie's done. It's such a great movie, but like you know nothing, like next to nothing. In fact, it's even possible that the character might have been seeking out Patrick Wilson's character for other reasons, completely divorced from what ends up getting. Like it's all up in the air by the end of it. It's great. It's a great movie. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to read before moving on to Rags. Gavin Carrot, thank you for Super Chat. Just going to ask, are you still going to do the Cartoon Chi? Is that still happening, or are we going to Rags now? We'll be going to Rags, I think, because I think the Cartoon Chi thing doesn't... Everything that Cartoon Chi talks about, we've already discussed. There's no point. It would be redundant to watch that right now, I think. So, Krim, do you want to have any closing thoughts before we move on to the next topic of the stream? Or do you want to stick around for that, or do you feel like you're good?
I guess my closing thoughts are that, like, it's always going to be easier for the people that are in community with an individual to either, bring them to justice, or however you want to think about it, or get them the help they need. If you're a stranger on the internet and you don't know that person, there is very little that you can do other than cause drama and get your fans, you weaponize your fans or your audience to harass a person, and I don't think that actually gets anything done. And what can often happen is people will go deeper and deeper into their hug boxes, and you can honestly cause more damage, than help at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's very, very, very few situations where coming after somebody like that publicly is going to work out for the benefit of anybody.
I agree. It's, listen, if you want to use your position to help someone, put people who are survivors of assault in contact with RAINN. You are not, and I'm talking to anyone who's watching, I don't care who you are, I don't care what your platform is, you are not equipped to help them as well as the professionals are. Put them in contact with people who are trained, who know the law, who know resources, who know how to get someone help, who know civil lawyers, because damages are just as important as... Because sometimes you can't win the criminal courts. There's not enough physical evidence to get someone convicted, but there is civil damages that can be awarded, and that's also good for the survivor. Focus on what you can do.
Like in my day job, which, I guess I haven't done that for since the summer, I've mostly been sticking to the YouTube thing. I do deal with allegations, and I have had to handle this kind of thing in real life. And it's never like a one-person effort. Like, there's so much that goes into this in real life. There's so much bureaucracy. You've got to start documentation. You've got to get the right people involved. You've got to interview the survivors. You've got to hear you've got to hear the perpetrator side of things. You need to, there's so much that goes into it, from the perspective of social service and the, the justice system, that like making a YouTube video, it just doesn't compare. And like, I guess it's one thing if you're like, I'm going to be the whistleblower here. But most of the time, like in my case, and honestly in KP's case, this was for information that other people had already heard, from what I understand.
Yeah, almost everything was public elsewhere, except for the stuff about Chris, which was just her opinion. It's not even really substantiated, a lot of it, unfortunately. A lot is not substantiated, and that unfortunately poisons the well long before the Saber Spark allegations even come up in this terribly made video. But yeah. So, let's change topics a little bit. Cream, if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. But right now, I'm going to jump into more typical stuff for us, I think. And that is...
I did a Brianna Wu video on Sunday, so I need some... And then with this, I need some bleach for my brain.
Okay. So right now, we're going to talk about the pronouns guy and defend famous YouTuber SkittyBitty.
Boy.
Yeah. So Rags, who is a member of EFAP, posted a video about anti-wokes being worse than the wokes. And I skimmed through a little bit of it, but mostly going into this blind. In this video... He basically, as is usual for most of the members of EFAP, he targets a channel much smaller than his own to bully them in order to make his opinion more apparent. Frags has over 300,000 subscribers, but a lot of them are legacy subscribers. And a lot
Hold
of
on,
these...
can you sort by newest? Because looking at these thumbnails, this Rant Sona is straight out of 2014.
Oh,
what is this?
This is the newest. This is the newest one he has. So
yeah, I'm making a little joke.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I gotcha. Yeah, no. So he's put out 5 videos in the last year. He mainly works with EFAP, and by the way, EFAP, I'm surprised to say. By the way, I know EFAP has responded to one of my videos. I don't care at this point. But he decided to target Skitty, and Skitty they have chosen not to respond publicly to this outside of like alluding to it in posts. I will respect their wishes, but I, for one, want to talk about this. He gets disgusting in this video at some point. Yeah, I know. I can imagine. Okay, that's fine. Rags.
Do I get to? Are you gonna share your screen with me so that
you don't see it? I'm sorry. I just realized I didn't share.
Yeah, I mean,
screen. I might be important.
yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It's just that if you want me to hang around, it's gonna be kind of awkward if I can't see it.
It would be slightly difficult. Yeah, that is true. Okay, here you go.
Awesome. I am watching.
So, who the hell are these people? So Rags is well known in the furry community, and by well known I mean widely hated. He has streamed with groups like the Furry Raiders before. So if you know who those are, if you're a furry, then you know right there he's character. A lot of allegations about Rags as well, which I won't get into now because I feel like it's unnecessary for the points we're going to make today. Now, of course, Rags is famous for going through videos slowly and cutting them off every 5 seconds, forgetting what they talk about as he cuts them off repeatedly, and then making a point that kind of forgets the point they made originally. So we won't do that. We're actually going to watch this video and discuss it, what he says. All right, 1 second. Let me unmute this. Make sure it's in screen real well. Adjust.
See, you know, I thought this was Keldoge for a second when I saw your thumbnail. I'm like, what the fuck did Keldoge do?
Nope. We're talking about the guy who streamed with gay Nazi furries.
Because Keldoge, their icon is very similar.
Oh yeah. No.
I'll show you a picture.
Yeah, let me take a
they're
look.
a very small channel. So that's why I was like, why are you coming after? Hold on, I will send you a picture.
No, that's all good. No, this is a pretty big channel. Oh, yeah, no, they're very similar. Yeah. Wow, hang on. Take a look at this. 1 second. Let me open this real quick. Open image. Yeah, right there. Very similar. Complete with the... Actually, I think...
Somehow better.
It's much better, actually. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, that's not...
I think it's just like a screen... I think it's just like a screenshot of a cartoon with sunglasses on it, and somehow it looks better. But anyway...
There's something about this looks really off-putting. Like, in a bad way. Like, it looks... I don't know. It looks like a Balto.
It looks like it looks like, I was going to say that it looks like a direct-to-video Disney sequel.
You know what? Yeah, it kind of does. It looks like Lion King 2 a bit. Whereas the one you said looks more like...
Lady of the Tramp 2.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's insulting compared to Lion King 2.
Yeah.
Again, this guy has streamed with Mauler tons of times. I have no pity for this man. He regularly makes fun of smaller channels. I don't care. You know, he tried.
Well, he's technically bigger than you, right?
Oh, much bigger.
So...
He's much bigger than me. Technically, but again, I don't think. But he looks like he's on a trajectory to get similar views as I do. So I guess most of his subs are kind of like checked out or forgot he exists. So who knows? Anyway, let's take a look.
Hey there. I found a really terrible video. Let's watch it.
I have my pronouns in my bio.
Cringe.
This is
compelling. So compelling. His commentary is so brilliant.
I feel like SkittyBitty knew that like people are like, ooh, pronouns in bio cringe.
Yes.
Like that was kind of the point of them saying that. It's like, hey, just to get this off the table, I've got my pronouns in my bio.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing with Skitty is that they are unapologetic as to who they are and just say whatever they want, and they have a good time with it. That is essentially the problem here. His whole video exists just to mock a channel, talking about, kind of exposes his whole grift. Let's take a look. Let's keep seeing what he says.
Has made a number of supposedly rational people very angry.
Are they really?
But Rags, you're making a video about this, so clearly you're pissed off. You're trying to troll and feel like, oh, I'm not upset at all, but like, come on. If you didn't care, you wouldn't make the video. He's either A, he knows his audience will laugh at it, which means they're trying to laugh through their anger, or B, he's just angry himself and wants to try to own this much, much, much smaller channel. Mind you, SkittyBitty has at this point 1/10 the subscriber base that Rags has. So, this is overkill. Why bother, you know? Your channel is massive. Why target Skitties? This video doesn't even have that many views on it. So why target it like that? Unless you're pissed off.
Well, now, if I may, as a... You know, I've got my card. I'm a transgender person on the internet, and people aren't always nice about that, but I've had a pretty good experience so far. I think it's because people like Rags, like to not to get all like psychoanalyst, but like it's very obvious, and this is kind of the case of everybody like Rags. They're very unhappy people, and they see someone that they think is weird or strange, that isn't self-conscious about things that they think they should be self-conscious about, and I think it breaks their brains a little bit. Like, okay, so I'm all, like, sensitive about my masculinity, and I try so hard to be normal and to be accepted. You're not even trying, and you're happy? This cannot stand. How dare you?
Basically, yeah. It's like, oh, how dare someone be happy on the internet?
Well, yeah, Rags thinks he's better than SkittyBitty, and SkittyBitty is happy. Rags is not happy. And it breaks people like Rags. They need to find, they need to bring them down beneath them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the case for most people that get mad at trans people, and they get mad at fat people, that get mad at gay people, and any other thing that is, commonly socially ridiculed.
Exactly. It's just to boost their own ego up, unfortunately. Anyway.
Yep.
So right here, Rags is going to try attacking the evidence that SkittyBitty has presented to say that that people are mad about their they them pronouns on screen. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
Are they angry, or are they just poking fun at you? Let's see what they say. Your voice is annoying, and the fact that you are a they-them gives you no credibility at all. You are the definition of cringe. Puke. Yeah, this doesn't sound very angry. They just sound annoyed. This video would be better if she wasn't gay. That doesn't sound very angry. It's so weird being unable to refer to a female as a she or her because of fear. Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty reasonable for people to feel that way, right? That doesn't seem like the kind of thing people should live in fear of, especially...
Here's the problem with all this. He's speaking it in a very calm voice. You can read those comments in any type of voice. Problem is, he's just phrasing it in a way that's very calm and relaxed, try to deconstruct the argument.
Listen,
here.
Listen, I don't need the fucking like. Okay, can we go back to so
go back
can we go back to Rag? No, to Rags' icon.
Oh yeah, sure.
Please, I want to look at it.
Right here.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Oh yeah. Let me just open the image up.
Control plus a little bit.
Zoom in and enhance.
Yeah. Now, I've been on the internet for a really long time. I'm not a furry myself, but just a fun little fact. You can tell, looking at some people's art, if they do fetish art. Whoever drew this does fetish art.
You think so?
Probably vor related. Yes.
It's a tongue,
because
right?
the detail, it's detail on the tongue. So I don't need some fucking like furry with like that's got like a fucking like this drooly tongue icon that's probably drawn by a vor artist to be fucking lecturing anybody on like social normalcy and like what's okay and what isn't okay and what's cringe and what isn't. Like this whole channel is cringe. Look at this fucking icon.
Yeah.
And I just like it's if I'm telling you, if you see a piece of furry art and they put a lot of detail into the mouth, that's a vor artist. I'm telling you, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm just saying.
You're just pointing it out. Just pointing it out.
I'm just pointing it out that like there's a lot of ammo here to work with Rags. So I think that he should be careful who he's ridiculing. Fucking over they them pronouns in bio.
Yeah,
like, seriously, dude, you've got like a slobbering dog as your fucking icon. Get out of here.
To say nothing of the fact he streamed with a bunch of guys who dress up in SS outfits in fursuits and were kicked out of most furry conventions. Again, most of his videos are about people getting angry at video games. And again, his height was 8 years ago. He peaked.
Yeah.
This is someone who's peaked already. And the most widely viewed video he's had since 6 years ago. Let's take a look real quick. 6 years ago, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6. Oh, here we go. 3 years ago, 408 views 3 years ago. Okay, interesting. 3 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. This is a man who's peaked. He's peaked, and he's upset that SkittyBitty got 1 million views on their Breath of the Wild video. This is a person who is looking at the competition, looking at what people are watching nowadays and going, oh, look how cringe these younger YouTubers are with their pronouns and everything. But the problem is, he's trying
Why
to...
are you getting butthurt over somebody talking about pronouns in bio? You're the one getting my butthurt. You're the one being sensitive. You're getting mad at a tiny channel being like, hi, please call me they, them. Don't not do that. I don't like it. You're getting butthurt.
It's weak.
You're the one getting butthurt. Yeah.
It's a weak response. But then again, look at what like EFAP did with my channel. I had like 10,000 subscribers when they covered my video. Who cares what I have to say?
Yeah.
And
Well,
ironically,
it's
they
also
pushed
like-
the algorithm and got more people to watch it, which is, I can't even be mad about it.
Also, like, I, you know, if you're trans and you really, really, really get upset with being misgendered, I feel you. But for me, it's like, I don't care if somebody like Rags, if they came up and started like misgendering me, I'd be like, who are you? Oh, what do I care? I genuinely don't care if somebody like this misgenders me because I don't respect them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very easy to be like, oh, I don't care what this person has to say about me. It literally doesn't matter or affect my life at all. So you can say whatever you want about me, dude.
Exactly.
You're the one getting worked up over my pronouns. You know what I mean? I think that's
Yeah,
just
100%.
easier. It takes a really long time, but once that sinks in, once that clicks in your head,
Mhm.
oh, it feels so good. And then you're like, wait a minute, I don't have to deal with people like this. I could just leave.
And that's also, I think there's also another factor too with all this. He's hyper focusing on these comments, right? These examples, and he's going like, "Oh, these aren't mad. These people aren't really mad. They sound reasonable and calm." And when I phrase it in a way that deflects the whole issue, the problem is, what is it actually accomplishing? These people still were upset enough about it to talk about it in the comment section of a video with someone whose pronouns were they them, and these comments were left on a review of Tears of the Kingdom. None of this has to do with Tears of the Kingdom. So
Also,
yeah,
what
it
do
did
you-
upset them.
What do you mean? It's so weird being unable to refer to a female as she or her because of fear. Fear of what?
Yeah.
What
exactly.
are you afraid of?
Oh, the coward.
Why are
is
you
what it is.
afraid of like somebody with like a freaking Skitty profile pic? What do you think that they're gonna do to you? Why are you afraid of it?
Well,
are you
well-
afraid of being ridiculed? Are you afraid that somebody's gonna talk about you the way you talk about them?
Basically, yeah.
What are you so afraid of?
They're probably afraid
Fucking
of
pussies.
Skitty. Exactly. They're probably afraid of Skitty going over and kicking the butts or something. Anyway, let's
Yeah,
keep going with. Let's stop pause ending. Let's keep going with.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I hear you. No, trust me. Hold on to that anger. Let it flow through you later on. Trust me.
No. It's not anger.
Yeah.
I am mocking.
I know.
Greg.
Oh, I know.
I'm
I
not
know.
angry. I am.
We have to specify that because.
Debasing. Yeah.
Trust me, Krim. You have to specify that because Rags has
No.
trouble registering anger in
Yeah.
people. You'll see.
Rags, if you're watching this, because I know that you're a really big Anthony Gramiglia fan. I know you're watching it. You watch all of his streams.
He talked to my video for 7 hours once.
Oh wow, amazing! Yeah. So hi, Rags. I know that you're a big fan of Anthony Gramiglia, and we've never spoken before directly. But like, I'm not angry at you. I think you're pathetic, to be fair, and I'm having fun right now. If it's not, I know like I'm a little bit autistic, so sometimes it's kind of hard to tell in my voice, but I'm excited. This is really funny to me. Watching you spin. How long is this video? Watching
an
you
hour.
spin out for an hour about pronouns.
Oh wait, it gets
That's
so much
hilarious.
worse.
That's hilarious. You're really funny, and yeah, but like I'm not. Again, just to make sure, because I know that like it's hard to tell from my voice sometimes. I'm laughing at you, not with you. I think that you're a pathetic person, and I think that's funny.
To second
Anyway,
that.
sorry to.
Oh, of course.
Sorry to steal the show there for a second.
It's all
man.
good. But to second that point, to spend this much time talking about like comments flashed on screen as a visual reference, kind of silly.
Especially when it comes to misspeaking or saying things that are sometimes, kind of against natural intuition. I think a lot of people legitimately are fearful of even misspeaking, where that kind of thing is treated like it's the greatest sin that a person could ever commit to another person.
Are you afraid of that, Rags? I'm just asking, because you brought it up. Just want to know.
It's kind of.
I get it.
He's afraid.
I get it. He's afraid of being seen as of like doing social faux pas. Okay, I get it. He's an extremely awkward, socially anxious person, and it really bothers him when he messes up social interactions. I understand now. He's afraid of looking like a fool. I get it. Okay. Okay, that's okay. I think I got a better idea.
You get it now.
Going on the pronouns wagon, are we? Lol. What has the world turned into? I don't know. That doesn't sound very angry. I was about to agree with you. However,
that sounds actually, yeah. All these sound really pissed actually, because keep in mind this is in response to a Zelda video. All of this is about Zelda, so they're bringing up pronouns of the user and getting angry about it in a video about Zelda. Because all the Skitty's content's about Zelda. So, yeah, they sound pretty fucking mad in my opinion.
I realized that you have pronouns in your bio, which means your opinion is not worth listening to. Yeah, I don't know about this one. This could be someone who supports you, who's making a joke, or someone who just means it in earnest.
That's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard him say all day, though. Right there is the stupidest fucking thing. Anyway.
Either way, definitely doesn't seem like they're very angry. Maybe lightly miffed at the most. Lots of gay shit in your review, so I don't like it. Game still sucks, though. Yeah, I guess that's mildly aggressive. Pretty rude. Get ready. A gender-confused YouTuber just sent its fans to attack you. Okay.
Ooh.
Ugh. Yeah, no, that is anger. That's some thinly veiled anger there. And again, nothing. By the way, this is the first 2 minutes of the video, reading all the comments on screen. That's how like Poindextery this whole thing is. If you really want to point out how fucking nerdy this fucking video is, he's reading comments that Skitty shows on screen for like seconds to deconstruct Skitty's argument and misses the point. The point is not that the individual comments are particularly angry or not. It's that all these comments had the same reaction. And because Rags is so focused on the individual points, he misses the forest for the trees. It's like saying, oh, is there a forest fire? Let me check the little leaves to see if each one individually is on cinders. Like, yeah, not all of them are burning. But if they both have like little embers drifting on, like, oh, it's a couple embers drifting over on the leaf. Okay, just a few. It's fine. Don't worry. You missed the big fire coming at you. You missed the forest for the trees. Go for it. Yeah, sorry.
Can I say something with love in my heart?
Yes, please.
It's really funny hearing you, of all people, calling anybody a Poindexter, I gotta say.
I know. It is. But wait, listen, when you see it, you gotta see. Hey, listen, when you call shit out, you gotta see it. Yeah, no, but okay, this is such ridiculousness.
Know what to say about that one. No one cares about pronouns, Skitty. Goodness gracious, I disavow.
No one cares, yet there's so many comments. And you felt the need to comment it.
This is unacceptable. This is an absolutely unacceptable comment. There needs to be a comma after pronouns, and please punctuate. There, I fixed it. Good as new. Go in peace.
Okay, that actually is a funny joke. I'll give him that.
And send no more. Oh, what's this? Their icon seems to be Mrs. Doubtfire and Boba Fett being married by Batman. See, that's a gay wedding. They're an ally. Also, you've got
that. Okay, I'll give him two jokes. That was kind of funny.
Got a little text here at the bottom. These were not all posted on my video. Some were on Hayato or Ratatosker's channel. Chanel, sorry. Also, these are the tamer ones. Look, gonna be honest here. I don't know really the depth of this drama, and it's not important for this video, so it's nothing to worry about, but I am gonna...
It's not important, but I spent about 3 minutes of my video talking about it.
I'm gonna tell you this, okay? If you're trying to make the point that you're being brigaded by mean comments, and that, oh, those anti-woke YouTubers, they're just so mad, I made them so mad, they're so angry, and then you show this, it's not really proving your point. And if these are the tamer ones, I suppose the implication is that you got a lot of really nasty and angry messages, but for some bizarre reason, you decided not to include those in this video, when those might actually prove some point that you're trying to make.
Rag, some people don't like posting mean comments, you know? That's that simple, you know? You can take someone's word at it if there's a bunch of comments they got that are mild, posted on the thing. You can assume, oh, the worst ones are yet to come. Oh, there's something else that, I'm not showing you. And hell, some people just don't like to show mean comments because it can get the video demonetized. You know,
it
that's a
can
practical
also
reason.
upset viewers, you know, if
Yeah.
they're saying something like truly heinous. Like I've received some interesting messages in my day. I'll
Yeah.
just say that. I'm not going to repeat them here, but things that like you couldn't waterboard out of me. And like I just don't. It's disgusting, and I wouldn't like. Again, I'm fine. I just wanted to be clear. I'm not asking for like sympathy here. But, like, I don't want to share that with my audience.
Yeah.
Like, what does that achieve?
And what's the value in it? Just shocking them? Like, oh my God, I can't believe you got that. Like, oh, who gives a shit? You know, like, who cares?
I think that some of the stuff that has been sent to me, honestly, would probably, you know, it could really hurt somebody, especially if they're unprepared for it, if they're sensitive to that kind of thing. So I'm not going to share it. But, like, I don't think anybody's... Why would I lie about receiving those comments?
Yeah, and the problem is this whole line of discussion. His whole logic is like, oh, I don't think these comments are that bad. Therefore, they aren't, and therefore, any comments you didn't post aren't bad either. It's like, well, that's making a lot of assumptions for someone who is so point by point by point focused. You know, you can take the word. There's a lot of comments that come in. These are a few that fit on screen, a few of the milder ones that aren't too upsetting to the audience. So the problem is he's looking at it with the least charitable perspective because he wants to take the shit out of it. But the problem is, he's not really doing a good job at it because all he's accomplishing is saying, oh, well, these various comments don't individually sound bad. But then you guys question, yet they received so many of them at the same topic, which means a lot of people are upset about this pronoun thing and making a big deal about it when it's not really a big deal at all to the video in context. So you got to ask yourself, why are they leaving these comments? Why are there so many of them? And why are there worse ones than these? Instead, he's saying, oh, well, these aren't so bad, therefore none of them are bad, which is really bad logic on his part for someone who tries to present himself as such an intellectual who is reasonable at these situations. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry.
Can I give people like Rags a little warning? And Rags, because I know you're watching because you're a big fan of Anthony Gumulli.
Yeah.
He's like the favorite channel and you watch all the streams. You know, like the racist uncle that, like the racist great uncle that nobody wants to go pick up from the retirement home because it's like really just nobody likes being around him because he just says like the most out of pocket deranged shit and he sounds crazy and like you're not sure, but he might have been like a member of like the KKK or like some sort of white supremacy group, so you just really don't want to be around him. You know he's lonely, but he just sucks so bad. That is your future. I need you to understand that you're going to be that like racist old grandpa / uncle that like nobody wants to come pick up from the retirement home because you're so miserable and like bigoted that it's just like you're unpleasant to be around. Like that's your future. You're on the wrong side of history. And if this is the attitude you continue to have, nobody's gonna want to be around you. Like this is like this happens like every couple of decades when there's like a big social issue, as there's people that drag their feet and in like a decade or two nobody wants to have anything to do with you because you're so unpleasant and fixated on hatred. So like I hope you enjoy that.
All right, a few super chats I want to read real quick because we got some good ones here. Jay Wang, thank you for getting a super chat. We need more Disney direct-to-video core arts. I agree. Zorku, high amount of detail in certain places compared to the rest of the image. Fetish. Yeah, that makes sense. And nothing wrong with fetish artists, by the way. You all are cool. But as your profile picture, I don't know.
YouTube on your fucking
YouTube, on your mainstream YouTube channel. Yeah, that's like
now.
Yeah, like your private, whatever, your DeviantArt or your Tumblr, sure, but your mainstream YouTube channel, no.
Don't shit where you eat.
Exactly.
Don't shit where you eat.
Apophis. He shouldn't bite off more than he can chew. The guy 493. He gives his audience something to chew on. And in reference to the pronoun stuff, Zorku says, "Bruh, I mess up pronouns all the time, and no one cares." I agree, no one cares. And you just say, "Hey, I made a mistake. Oh, fuck it. I'm sorry. I'll do better." You know, whatever. As long as you show evidence you're trying to do better, that's what matters. In my opinion, anyway. What's that?
I do, to be honest, I do give Anthony, like, 50 lashings whenever he messes up my pronouns. So.
Yeah. Krim is very violent. He throws me into like the Siberian husky winter of. I don't know where I'm going with this one. I'll stop. I'll abort that now. Dakana, don't you mean a social faux pas? I'm not sorry. Yeah, that's valid. I get you. I hear you there. Adrian Parchman, I presume someone can tell the difference between accidental versus deliberate misgendering, and this person can be reasonable about it if they can. Yeah, exactly. People know when they're making a mistake. And that's totally fine. No one really cares, I don't think. As long as it's like sincere and you know that, you're being, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I screwed up. I'll do better. That's what I think. Am I wrong for saying that, or?
I don't think so. So like, I simply do not welcome people into my life that don't get it right over and over and over and over again. I give people a chance. But for example, my father cannot physically look at me after I started medically transitioning, barely talks to me, pretends that I don't exist. I don't bother with him. I don't try. I have two perfectly wonderful parents because my mom got into another relationship after they split off because she's a lesbian and so broke up with him because that wasn't going to work.
That would make sense.
And my two gay moms, amazing parents, and they're all I need, and I'm so happy with them. And they're not perfect, but pretty good relationship with them. And my grandparents actually had a hard time at first. Eventually, it was like, guys, it's been 15 years. You need to get with the program, or he's not going to want to be around you. And that's what my mom said to my grandparents. And they mess up time to time. Like my grandmother messed up this weekend and apologized. But if I won't make this story too long. But a couple weeks ago, my grandmother called me, and she'd been watching the news and how trans people are being treated in the U.S. and all the laws that are being enforced. And she finally got it. And I knew from that point on that this wasn't going to be an issue anymore. Yeah. And it's been it's been an off and on. She tries, but she didn't get it. And I think she finally got it. And now I'm not worried at all. She has the best intentions in mind. It's just, I like to think I'm pretty patient.
No, I agree. By the way,
I don't have patience for people like my father or for people like Rags. I don't need that kind of person in my life.
I should also probably mention that the reason we got sidetracked is probably because it's more of an interesting conversation whatever Rags is talking about too, which is also.
Oh yeah. We are 3 minutes in, Anthony. Oops.
I know, it's terrible. Zeku, if you are intellectually honest, it's not really proving your point. This says so much about him. Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, listen, this is a throwaway visual that takes a few seconds, and he spent minutes examining it because he had to analyze it so in depth, to prove it wrong. He couldn't just take it at face value and go, oh, there's a lot of comments, and that's the point of it. He has to microanalyze everything and miss the point entirely. The real big critical thinker, I think, here. And then there's one comment I think is important. Harvey White, and I need you to know that he used to have a horse and dog dildo on his desk in his older videos, and they are still up.
Those.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah. He definitely has room to judge.
He absolutely used those.
Probably very frequently.
Those have been in his ass. I can promise you.
Oh, God. Anyway.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's keep going.
You can't show these super standard, mega mild, completely non-noteworthy YouTube comments and then say, "Oh, but there's worse ones. Oh boy, there are worse ones than these." And those.
Rags, if you kept a horse cock on your desk, I don't think you're really a good judge of what counts as normal comments or normal anything for that matter.
Prove my point, but I'm not.
Do you guys remember The Amazing Atheist?
Yes. Oh, with the banana?
Yeah. A lot of these guys are fucking weird. This is is more common than you would think, and they're trying to compensate for that.
Yeah. The problem is he acts like he's such a normal guy. Meanwhile, he's a dog who uses who's obsessing over 2 seconds of a video. Dude, get some perspective,
A very smart move
And I can't help but recall the way the word triggered was plastered over titles and thumbnails alike when I was younger.
Oh, okay. You're trying to connect these as like being the same thing. Oh, what an incredibly stupid thing to do, you fool.
That's not what they did, though.
You triggered Rags?
He sounds very triggered. Oh, he sounds
He does sound very triggered.
he sounds very
He's
triggered.
so triggered right now.
We need to get like a triggered like icon over this. Hang on. In fact, let me work at this. 1 second. Let me fix this up 1 second. Nah, that's too much. It's too much effort. He's not worth it. I was gonna like get like a picture of like triggered and like put it over his face, but that's too much effort. And I don't feel like it. He's not worth that much.
Oh no! Oh no! Jezzy Kids.
What?
Jezzy Kids doesn't know about the banana.
Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate that this is the way you have to find out. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do this. It's too much effort to put that on there. But we're not going to explain it. Just don't even
Google
look it up.
TJ Kirk banana.
Yeah,
just
don't just look for it, I guess. Anyway, let's keep going here. Let's see how triggered he gets. Because again, mind you, Skitty did not say that this is like the comments. Skitty said, "Hey, I see these comments, and I can't help but think about these also." Like they're two separate things. For someone who's so rational, you're missing. There's not really that connective tissue yet, but you're assuming there is. Let's see if that works out.
Cool. You see, have you seen some of those videos about the crazy triggered people? The feminist owned or triggered feminists. Did you ever watch any of those videos? Those are unhinged. Those people are crazy. They're yelling, they're screaming, they're pulling fire alarms, they're going on these insane tirades, and many of them are doing that.
Wait, Rags, are you doing the exact same thing you just criticized Skitty for doing? Aren't you just doing that? You're throwing out examples you're throwing out something without any examples there, Rags. That's not very rational or intellectual of you.
You know what? I find it very interesting because you know who I think personally are the biggest fools on this platform. And I'm Googling and I'm searching on Rag's channel. He doesn't have any of them. It's so interesting that he's going after people that are like, "Hey, these are my pronouns. Thank you, please."
Yeah.
Please, please use my pronouns. I appreciate that. But like, you don't see him going after like people like young Earth creationists. Or
it's funny
like
how that works out, isn't it? It's like it's.
Let me see.
It's like he's looking for specific examples of specific things that upset him, but nothing else outside of that. He doesn't apply the same logic to anything else. Real free thinker.
So I'm searching things like mask, vaccine.
Yeah, nothing. Like that, right?
Let's see, conservative. Yeah, nothing like that. It's only and those people are so easy to milk for content. So if that's what you want to do, Rags, you might find a bit of an easier situation going after those people. Young Earth creationists go after Answers in Genesis. Oh my God, they have got so much stuff.
I will give Rags one thing. The EFAP guys did go after Synthetic Man. However, he's basically the ultimate example of a black-pilled gamer. The problem is, though, that's like the minimum. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, if you do 40 projects about these SJWs who are triggered, and then one project about one person on the other side who's like has issues, that's not really a balanced scale. It's kind of actually proves the point that you're more upset by one than the other because you talk about it more often. And also, we're going off the idea, again, Rags has spent more time talking about these triggered SJW types than Skitty did about upset people with pronouns. The problem is he's using the same techniques he just criticized, except Skitty did it better. He's doing it worse.
Like IRL. This isn't some mildly perturbed YouTube comment. This is like an actual real-life freak-out.
He's going on for a while.
In no universe are these similar things.
How people delight.
Oh, no examples. Not a single fucking example. I love it.
Fucking source, my dude.
Also, he didn't even check the videos that Skitty just cited. So he has no idea if the videos Skitty put up on screen are like that or not. Funny how that works out, isn't it? That you don't investigate further and do the whole big old detailed thing when Skitty provides whole videos of evidence. funny.
I will say, I'll give him this. I do like the way the sunglasses are composited onto the 2D model.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause I think the
that's pretty neat.
sunglasses are 3D. Yeah, that looks nice. It looks nice. I think the rest of this, I think the compositing could be a little bit better, but it looks okay. It looks okay.
Yeah, it could
I
be
think
worse.
the sunglasses are probably the most immersive part of his little setup. But anyway.
Agreed.
In whipping overly sensitive SJW.
Whoop, hold it there. Gotta cut you off because I need to read the text that you flashed on screen. And I don't know if you want me to listen to your voice or if you want me to read what you put on screen.
Rags, are you incapable of doing two things at the same time?
He apparently not. He's just a poor little sheep with a really wet, uncomfortably wet tongue. Like he can't like walk and chew bubblegum at the same time.
Imagine if he had to watch anime and read subtitles. Ugh, the horror.
No, don't fucking start that.
Oh my god.
Screen, so we're just gonna have to do one at a time. All right. SJW stands for Social Justice Warrior. In case you're lucky.
Oh my god, he's so lame. He's so lame. He has to make a joke about text on screen that just clarifies a definition. Oh, this is pathetic, man.
Enough to not know. Well, everyone knows that, right? The term
Yeah,
has kind of fallen out of parlance. But I would.
Why is he spending a minute on such an unimportant detail?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay. If your reading level is so poor that you couldn't read that in the 3 seconds it takes to glance down and read it,
you may have problems.
maybe you shouldn't be making YouTube videos. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should go back to school
And
get that GED. Get that GED, Rags. I believe in you.
Seriously. Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
I'd be pretty surprised if people didn't know what that stood for.
How people delighted in whipping overly sensitive SJWs into a frenzy just by saying something quote-unquote problematic.
It's a good thing you put problematic in quotations because that was very often the specific word that was used by the people being made fun of. To the point where the word became associated with triggered lefties and feminists and SJW types. Yep.
Did it though? Like, again, problematic is just a general term. Like, you might have associated with them, but it's just a word that means whatever, you know?
Also.
Yep, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, you're going to say something. Sorry, I cut you off there.
I think that, sit down, take a deep breath. That was a lot of buzzwords you used at once there.
Mm-hmm.
Rags. Don't hurt yourself. Phew.
Ugh.
Might have to take a break after that one.
Oh, really pushing the scale here. Again, the problem is, like, he's so upset by problematic, he has to justify being upset by it. It's like, none of this matters, dude. None of this fucking
Some people are also saying, what if you have dyslexia so you can't read that fast? That's why there's a pause button.
Yeah, you can pause videos at any time. It's great.
So, but if you're somebody with dyslexia and you have to pause it to read it, you know that is a limitation that you have, and you're probably not going to call the video bad because, again, it's a YouTube video. It automatically has an accessibility option if you need more time to read. Acting like it's some editing mistake because Skitty expects you to have an average reading skill for an adult person, that's not an editing mistake,
Yeah.
Now,
one thing I will criticize Skitty for, that I do also, so I can't complain too much, I would probably have like a shadow or like border around the text to make it more legible against the off-white fur of the Skitty plush. But that's like a technical detail. That's not the problem. Is I'm saying, this might improve it. Rags' thing is, I have to read in my YouTube video. It's like, dude, just get over yourself.
Even back then, they were ruining words or turning them useless. I guess some things never change.
I remember the ridicule.
All right, you did that.
What? Stop. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, I don't mean to be a pause, Andy.
You go for
it. But there is something I think to say with if you don't mind me, if you don't mind me being a little bit spicy, there's something to say about the white liberal space, like grinding these buzzwords down into the ground. But I think it's less of a problem with like online, like people just commenting on current events, and more of an issue with like consumerism and stuff like that, because usually that's kind of language, because calling something problematic is that term came around so that, hey there, Anthony, I just want to pull you into my office because you said a few comments the other day that were a little bit problematic.
Oh, I see.
You know,
I see.
so I'm not directly accusing you of anything. But if I start saying like, "Hey, Anthony, you were fucking homophobic. You can't say that shit," that's immediately like an aggressive tactic. And we live in a world, I think, where like that sort of like HR culture has just infected everything.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And it's
to the point where we have to soften our language, and instead of saying like, "Hey, Keldoge, you're a homophobe," or not Keldoge. Wow, sorry. I'm sorry, Keldoge. It's confusing me because the icons are the same.
Listen, Trim,
hey,
call him by his correct name, Vordog. We're gonna call him Vordog.
Oh God, no, I don't want to think about that. Hey there, Rags, you're a freaking homophobe and a transphobe, and you're a bigot. Like that's very inflammatory, but problematic. That one, like you might not have meant it. It might not be your fault. It's just some people could have a problem with it. That's why that word got used so much, because it's so soft.
I think the other thing too is that words like problematic, words like woke got abused not so much by the people who initially used them, but by people who were so upset by the word, like Rags, that they used it in every situation. The word triggered, for example, wasn't plastered all over the place by the left. It was plastered all over the place by the reactionaries online. Every thumbnail had to have triggered on it. Every thumbnail had to have woke on it. It's like, at a certain point, what's woke? I was seeing someone say that ketchup bottles were woke the other day. Like, because what? They have different shape? Like, what does that fucking mean? It's like, you can, if you misapply any word eventually, yeah. But the problem is the people reacting to it were so afraid of being called problematic or, some being called unwoke that they abused it, It was a reaction to that.
The thing is that, like, woke doesn't even mean politically correct. Yeah, that's not what it means.
Yeah,
all that it means, and like I'm not a black person, so like take what I have to say with a grain of salt. Is like, hey guys, stay woke. We are living in a racist society, and you need to be careful because like you're not going to be treated the same way as everybody else. So stay woke. Like keep your eyes open. Don't close your eyes to the racism around you. And again, this is specifically was coined by black people for other black people. Like, you can't trust that the establishment that support your white neighbors is going to do the same for you. You need to be careful. It was about being careful and taking care of yourself and the members of your community. It wasn't about being politically correct. It was about being aware and looking out for yourself.
Okay, one thing also, Krim, I think it's important. I'm pretty sure Rags is gay. I just remember that just now.
Is he?
I think he is. I mean, he streamed with a bunch of gay Nazi furries one time, so I guess that might mean he's... I mean,
gay guys can be homophobic.
Exactly. That's the thing I want to point out right now. You can be gay and homophobic. That's not a
yeah, like that. That's actually very common.
Yeah,
like that. I know more gay guys that are homophobic than aren't.
Yeah,
I will have.
I'm not sure. I don't know much about Rags' personal life, and I don't really care either. It doesn't fucking matter to me what you are. But anyway, so he's either he is gay, so he's a pick-me. Okay, good. Okay, cool, awesome. Oh, he's bisexual. Oh, okay. Okay.
Diversity win. The trolly little Sheba with the fucking fetishy avatar is bi. Yay!
This is the representation we've been asking for this whole time.
Hey, wait, this is so woke.
So woke.
The YouTube's gone so... They're making the fucking, like, anti-SJW fucking channels bisexual now.
Ugh, ridiculous.
Fucking... diversity everywhere. Listen, you can't have anything in this fucking
go
economy
anywhere without politics getting in the way. I think. I really think they really should just put a stop to it. Hang on, let's read some super chats before going on because this is too fucking funny. Okay.
We're 5 minutes in.
But we are 5 minutes in. Well, it's okay because he's 30 seconds into Skitty's video, so it all works out. Where do we even leave off here? Oh, so, Zorku, personally, I don't get pronouns wrong due to being a terrible person. I'm just the big dumb. Yeah, that's valid. I'm dumb also all the time. Angels in gaming, Rags and Doge give Shiba Inus a bad name. Stop it. Valid. Nick Wolf, make it like a Chia Pet jingle. Triggered. That's funny, actually. I like that. It's dumb, but I love it.
Say,
yeah.
I will say about like, oh, I'm so dumb, I get pronouns wrong all the time. If you value your trans friends, don't say stuff like that, because what it does is it puts the emotional burden on them, because now you've put them in a position where they have to assure you and say, oh, you're not dumb, you're not stupid, you're not a bad person. Just don't say stuff like that. Just like, it's not a big deal, but you know, like if you're thinking about it, if it matters to you, I would avoid doing that, because it just puts this burden on the trans person that is the one being misgendered at the end of the day. So if you are actually sorry, like, don't say stuff like that.
Agreed. All right, cool. Let's read some super chats and get back to the video, because I don't want to make this as an EFAP length video response to Rags. Luxor Husku chatted with Rags years ago, and I used to. Oh, sorry. Adrian Parchment, I'm sorry. He's using a dog avatar, not an anthro dog, by the way. Yeah, so he's a dog in this, not an anthropomorphic dog, which is.
I mean,
also,
technically speaking, because it can talk, it is anthropomorphic.
That's true, but there's a whole other discussion too with Rags and animals. That's I'm not going to get into, because I don't feel like talking about it. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that.
No.
There have been some leaks, from what I've been informed. I've not seen it myself, and I don't want to put that in my search history, but I have been told they are leaks that you can find, presumably, if you look for them, which I am not going to.
Every fucking time. It's every
time.
Fucking time with people like these guys.
Again, the picture of normalcy. This is the guy telling us what's normal, what isn't. Chatted with Rags years ago, and I used to think he was chill, but now I've been having mixed feelings about him, and it's been downhill ever since. Yeah, I'm going to make it more downhill. Will just came in late. Can I have a summary so far, if you don't mind? Yeah, KP is terrible and should never do an expose, and Rags is really bad at trying to sound like an academic who's reasonable, because he misses the point. He misses basic points because he's so focused on tiny details that he thinks are important but aren't. Hermie the Frog. Late, but rant sonas are out. Ant sonas are in. Hey, if you want to join Ant Sona, that's cool, I guess. I'm not sure what that would entail, though. Yokai Lover 699. I remember Rags doing a collab with Sir Sick years ago. Keyword once. Okay, that sounds about right.
I like Sir Sick, though. He's not bad.
I can see a lot of people doing that.
Yeah, he doesn't take himself too seriously, is the thing.
Yeah. Larry Banks. Rags going off tangents on small stuff is something that Patricia Taxon called out, which is so much of her video is still relevant about Rags today. I'm sure it is. I've not seen her video on Rags. The guy 493. Buy on buy violence. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. And Zorku. I don't mean to make it sound like that. I try to quickly apologize and correct myself if I accidentally do gender someone in the moment. And that's fair. I hear you there. Yeah, exactly. As long as it's clear that you're trying to, like, improve with it, that's what matters, I think. In my opinion, anyway. I think intent is more important than anything else in most cases.
The thing, again, where I don't know if I'm supposed to listen to you or if I'm supposed to pause your video and read the text you've put at the bottom instead of you just having the text be something you say as a part of your video. This clip is the source of one of the most famous triggered feminist pictures, and it's a single frame from a completely reasonable conversation. This is mostly true. You can check out the original conversation in multiple forms. It's easy to find. But yeah, she's...
So wait a second. So this whole time you're saying, have you watched these triggered videos? They're crazy. They're outlandish. They're nuts. And then the first example, like, yeah, that's not crazy. Like, what's your fucking point then, dude? Like, what are you trying to say?
Not being super crazy or anything. She's just expressive, and it was paused on an unflattering frame. Though I will say that if you watch the original video, you will find that this woman here is talking to him about how 1 in 3 women in the United States are raped while this frame is happening. It's a very contentious statistic, and you can get all sorts of numbers for it. Whatever, that's not the point of it.
It is the point because you brought it up. Why would you mention that if you then say she's completely rational? Hey, listen, complain about the statistic if you want, if you can find actual evidence to disprove it. The problem is you're saying, oh, it's contentious. Well, okay, back it up. You're the one who talks about evidence all the time. If you can't back up your evidence right now, why bring it up? You can edit that out. If you can't back up what you say, don't include it. That's something you tell everyone else all the time, Rags. The problem is you really don't follow what you preach in the situation, especially if you're not willing to find evidence yourself for the claims you yourself make. You hold others to a standard much higher than you hold yourself.
This video. However, this woman here being sort of used as the face of triggered feminism, even if it was not really fairly done or if it was taken out of context, doesn't really have any bearing whatsoever on the rest of this video.
It does, though, because you just said that all the examples before were extreme reactions.
Okay, but no, Anthony, no. Okay, you don't understand.
I don't understand. Okay,
if it supports his point, it's relevant.
Oh,
if it doesn't support his point, it's irrelevant.
Oh, of course. How could
you
you
made
so
a very?
foolish?
And that's okay. That's okay. That's a very amateur mistake.
You're right. It's babyish on my part.
God, you don't even know how to cherry pick. Seriously.
I really don't. I'm really bad at this whole YouTube thing, I guess. I can't even pretend my argument has merits to it when evidence to the counter is presented. It's terrible. Anyway, you're right, Krim. I'm so sorry. I really owe everyone an apology for that. I can't believe I let that slip by.
Good, Anthony. Jesus Christ.
I remember the ridicule directed towards people, real or imagined, who would approach the media they consumed with no other goal than to call it racist or sexist.
Well, Anita Sarkeesian was certainly real. Anita lied constantly about the games that she referenced and the intentions of game mechanics and their designs. One of the more famous examples being how she would frame Hitman as a game that encourages the killing and objectification of women, even though the game in her own...
Wait a fucking second! That was my point. That was the point of the video that you made fun of for fucking 7 hours. You fucking... Oh my god, you dumbass. You fucking spent so fucking long ranting about my video only to take the point I made that you criticized in the moment and pretend it's your own? You fucking amateur. You can look it up yourself. It's the video that they complained about for 7 hours. And he took my point. That's fucking hilarious.
I think like most modern YouTube lefties do agree that Anita Sarkeesian's videos, Baby's First Feminism, they could have been better.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
I don't think anybody says, but I think again, this is missing the forest for the trees. This woman was had bomb threats against her, was being stalked and harassed by a whole internet movement. That was ridiculous. That did not warrant that reaction. A bad YouTube video, okay, let's I don't even know if I fully agree with this, but let's assume Anita's videos fucking sucked and they were the worst videos ever to be made, and have been a stain on the platform since. Still does not warrant what happened to her.
Yeah, no, and I think Anita's videos are pretty not good. I think sometimes they touched upon criticisms that were faring out of context, but most of what she was saying was just, here's a general idea, here are examples I don't totally understand, but I'm going to talk about them anyway and act like I do. The problem, I don't think she lied. I think she just didn't do enough research. I think she kind of thought you could do something, and therefore it meant, I think it's weird. I think sometimes
Anthony, maybe we could treat women better.
Yeah, right? We're talking about it yeah, exactly. The problem is we're talking about oh, hey, maybe women could be better characters here. Okay, sure. The specifics were messy examples. That's the problem. The general idea of it's fine. Hey, let's have better female characters in our games. Okay, that's not an offensive point. The specifics I don't agree with, but that general statement's okay, yeah, sure, we should have better written women in games. That's fine. Look for an example right now. Recently, the Thunderbolts movie came out. People online were reacting to comparing the character Yelena to the character of Black Widow, Natasha, when she was first introduced in the MCU back in Iron Man 2, where it's all butt shots and all those positions. Compared to Yelena, she's more of a neutrally shot character. And I think people like Yelena better because she's a better written character than Natasha, hot take. But again, this is beside the point. These are minutia. This is not really relevant. Also, Skitty presented it as the general example is, hey, people made fun of Anita and had a big reaction about her and overreacted to Anita's existence and her arguments. They did, objectively. The reaction to Anita was ridiculous. It's overblown for how, frankly, honestly, her videos are kind of basic by today's standards with video essays. She does not have any real hot takes. And yet they complained about it for fucking years. They still do. He still is. But again,
yeah, like you're the one butthurt about Anita Sarkeesian. Like we don't care. It's like people. It's like, again, sorry to like go into this again, but it's like people that it's like young Earth creationists constantly going back to Richard Dawkins. It's like we don't listen to that guy anymore because he's nuts. I
still find it hilarious that he stole my point after mocking the video and that point. He took it for himself. I love that. That's, I mean, granted, it's not my original point. It's not my original point. Someone else came up with it before me, probably. But I just find it very funny how we have the same point, and yet he spent so long making fun of my video, despite using my exact same argument against Skitty. That's funny.
Docked you points for harming civilians, and the game that she referenced gives you substantial scoring penalties for killing them. Sarkeesian saw the world through a horrifically warped lens of gender dynamics and sexism. That is, assuming she even believed in anything that she spoke of during her years-long grift. Do you remember when she had a fundraiser where Feminist Frequency would make a Discord server?
He's so fucking triggered by 5 seconds of an image of Anita Sarkeesian. He's so mad, and Skitty's trolling him too. Look at the little comment here. She was 100% right for everything, by the way. I'm not sorry. Rags is triggered by Skitty.
You fell for it.
He took the bait. He with his big old vor mouth, he ate the whole bait right up. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Fuck Rags. No, but the thing is, like, he is taking the bait full bite. He's chomping down the chain. And, like, he doesn't even notice it. He doesn't realize he's been baited and trolled. And, like, it's easy, too. It's so easy for him to get baited. It's really funny. It's really funny, I think.
Only if they got $25,000. The $35,000 goal was to have a webcam call with a high school class. It was a business venture clad in the disguise of feminism.
It was a business venture because it's a business venture. It's a Kickstarter. It's a business venture. It's not clad in anything. It's just a business venture. He's not making much of a point.
Go to Kickstarter.com today and see the original project for her to produce a laughably poorly researched YouTube video series called Tropes vs. Women in Video Games. The project began in May of 2012.
Oh my God.
And it raised $159
I don't care.
to the male gaze.
I don't care.
Humongous.
Okay. Humongous what? Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Yeah, really. What? Okay, hang on. I might miss some context.
What is this? What are we?
Hang on, let me go back a bit. I skipped ahead because I didn't give a crap about like what Rags was talking about with the Anita thing. It didn't really matter.
Or both. I know what my money's on.
Who would get offended over the tiniest of non-issues?
Well, a lot of them did seem to be that way. I mean, there's probably a reason you had a still from this clip here. You guys, I mean, I guess this is going back 8 years or so now. Do you guys remember Humongous?
Yeah.
Wait, he's just not even acknowledging the point of why this clip is here, is he? He's just talking about the clip itself out of context.
Yeah, sure.
It's humongous.
Okay. Humongous what? Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
That's what it is.
Humongous what? Humongous what? This person just spoke to me in a sexually harassing way.
I did not.
Yeah, he did. He said, "Do you know what my name is?" And I said, "What?" And he said, "Humongous."
That's an old joke though. Like everyone knows what it was referencing. He's obviously trolling and baiting for attention. Like who cares?
This person just sexually harassed me.
I said I'm humongous.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Humongous what?
Humongous.
So now you're actually pointing to yourself. You're actually they're using you as a.
I mean, yeah, she has every right to be pissed off. He's being a dick, you know. Like that's how you react to people who are dicks. Sorry.
Token, and then you speak to me in a sexually harassing manner. How dare you? How dare you?
Okay, going a little on for
touch
this.
me.
Okay, that's going a little too long. Okay, I don't really care.
Are you going to do anything about how you sexually harassed me? Are you going to do anything?
Recorded this exchange, and It just,
all right, that went on for a bit too long. I'll give him that. That went on for a bit, but like still, like, how's that relevant to this discussion of the video?
Wild. Of course she's gonna get ridiculed and made fun of. She's insane.
Who would
She's not really insane. She's just overreacting. But like, that's not really. Even then, he's still being a dick to her. So like, who cares? You know, at the end of the day, you're using that example out of context. You're taking the highly unsympathetic view towards her and a highly sympathetic view towards him. So at the end of the day, what the fuck does any of that have to do with what Skitty's talking about? It's a clip used out of context. So what? How does it affect the context of Skitty's argument right there? In fact, what is the argument of Skitty's context? You keep pause-andying so much, you forget what they're talking about. I say as I keep pause-andying.
Demand ideological purity, not just in their video games or movies, but in every aspect of their lives.
Yeah, a lot of these crazy people were complete totalitarians in regard to other people's behavior.
Totalitarians?
Oh my god. Also, Rags has completely missed the mark. Skitty is talking about the people reacting to Anita Sarkeesian being totalitarian, being like really like all out and like they're trying to control what everyone did. Rags is twisting it to talk about feminists and thus going off on his own tangent. So he's already missed the point of what Skitty's talking about in order to create a separate argument that he can distract from Kitty's argument from. So Skitty will talk about one thing, Rags will twist it around and talk about his own thing, but in actuality fails to actually address anything Skitty's talking about because he can't actually refute anything Skitty's talking about. So he has to create a new argument to substitute for Skitty's argument. It's what we call a straw man. But you're above straw man, right? Aren't you, Rags? You don't use straw man arguments. Don't you?
I made some art.
You made some art? You made some art for me? Let me bring it up. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Okay, let me bring it up. Open link. Yeah, this is an accurate summary of the entire event. I'll send it to Skitty later. I'm sure they'll get a kick out of it. Or hate it. One of the two. They're either going to love it or hate it. There's no middle ground. This sums up the entire exchange right there.
I'm simply here for the bit.
That's valid. I love it. It's a good bit, though. Anyway. Let's keep going.
They didn't have a live and let live mentality. They wanted to control culture and force it upon other people and condemn or besmirch those who were against it or even apathetic to it. They were...
The Anita Sarkeesian women in video games, the women versus tropes, whatever series, that you consider that being forcing an opinion upon you. 5 videos that just exist that have no impact.
Nobody's forcing you to do anything. You don't have to watch the videos if you don't want to.
Yeah, I don't. I don't think about them ever, actually, if possible.
Yeah, the only time I ever think about them is when people like Rags bring them up.
Yeah, they have. Anita Sarkeesian had such little impact on anything. She was I think she was hired as a consultant for a couple of games, and it's unclear if she had any impact on them whatsoever. There's no paper trail proving it. So what are you even talking about? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no, you can say, oh, they had such control. Like, okay, prove it. Show us the control. Show us the paper trail. Show us legitimately where it had an influence. And if you bring up Star Wars, I'm going to throw you in a locker, you fucking nerd.
Can I link this back to something that I experienced that is relevant to me and what happened this weekend?
Go for it.
The Brianna Wu thing.
Go for it. Oh, Brianna Wu especially.
You look at somebody like Brianna Wu, who wasn't initially involved in Gamergate and threw herself on that great grenade so that she could be like, guys, look how hurt I am by Gamergate.
Yeah.
And then she made a career of being affected by Gamergate.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if I may plug myself, I'm streaming at Brianna Wu's game that looks very bad on Thursday called Revolution 60.
It looks horrendous.
I hope you stop by. But
isn't it also? I mean, Dead Domain did a video on Brianna Wu recently, but didn't Brianna Wu also try making a Gamergate TV show that Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian wanted nothing to do with? And in fact, Brianna Wu made fun of them behind their backs.
And she tried to use Gamergate as a platform to get into office, and that failed spectacularly. So, like, obviously, whatever thing that you think is happening doesn't work because Brianna Wu really, 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 really tried to do what you think that all quote-unquote SJWs are doing, and it didn't work because it's not viable, and nobody ever thought that it was.
Exactly. And there was some, I mean, the thing is, I think Zoe Quinn and Nina Sarkeesian, the biggest they ever went with, there was some document that they signed, and they brought it to Congress, and they had some hearings with Congress, and nothing ever came of it. There was never any, like, tangible benefit or deficit to anyone based on these documents. It just kind of, they came, they went, and they kind of got forgotten about. And the big thing that changed stuff in gaming was actually the Me Too movement with Activision Blizzard. That was the thing that really changed a lot, where people were held accountable for crimes they committed. Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn didn't really have any impact on anything. It was more the big shifts in terms of removing predators from the office. And even then, very reluctantly on many games' parts. And even then, didn't really make any of the conditions better for the developers or creators working at these companies. And even then, Activision Blizzard would use diversity and all that, not because they actually valued it, but they wanted to use it as a marketing term. So again, none of that has any impact on actual feminist theory being incorporated into the system of government or systems of organization or companies, whatever. It's just they happened to do a few things. These things didn't go anywhere. Other things caused changes, but you're blaming a group that had no real connection to those shifts for the problems or the events that happened elsewhere. It's like you're kind of saying, oh, well, I don't know what really happened, but I'm going to blame these people I recognize because their names I can identify off a page and not say, you know, Jesse McCree, the real Jesse McCree, who, you know, had a lot of issues there.
Foul people.
I remember how those people were made out to be up.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I'm sorry. If you want to talk about people that have influenced online feminist spaces, I don't really think Anita or Zoe really even makes top. I don't hate to say it, but I don't even think that they make top 10. Like when I think of people that have influenced internet culture, like feminist spaces, like the first person that comes to mind is Lindsay Ellis.
Yeah, Lindsay Ellis would have a much bigger impact, I'd say.
And then you've got like a lot of other like H Bomber guy, like he makes a video and like everybody watches it. I don't know. Nobody really pays attention. Like, does it? Like, I don't think anybody even knows what Anita is doing anymore. So
yeah, I mean, feminist frequency shut down. It didn't have enough. Not enough people were watching. You know, it's funny. People act like Zoe Quinn. What did she do? She had a game that no one played, that has no influence on the pop culture, and they just focused on it. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. You know, nothing they did mattered. If Gamergate completely ignored Zoe Quinn and completely ignored Anita Sarkeesian, they would be completely forgotten. They wouldn't even be remembered at all. They would be nothing. Gamergate made Anita and Zoe Quinn into these archdemons of their little world, but no one outside of them that gave a shit about them. They were just a game developer and a culture critic. Brianna Wu actively tried to become that figure and has been annoying people ever since across every single demographic of the country. As a result,
she got the most relevance by like doing a heel turn and becoming a far like on the right and going after trans people and like
doing what Rags does. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like now Brianna Wu is causing problems and she's being like like a fucking fool. But that was after her hard turn to the right, which like just goes to show you like I don't know, I just think it says a lot about grifters. Like I don't see Anita and Zoe, I don't think they ever like regardless of how much attention was being paid to them, they've pretty much stuck to the same politics the entire time that they've been relevant or that we're aware of, as far as I understand.
Also, I want to point out something. I think I forgot this. How much money did they raise for
I can Google that.
Vax posted it.
Cinematic universe to countless pieces of information. Like if Hitman subtracted pieces of information. Like if Hitman subtracted points for killing civilians. May of 2012.
So here you go.
And it raised $159,000.
That's it?
It's not that much.
That's nothing. That's like so little. Hell, freaking Comicsgate writers raised more money for their graphic novels, and they were like years late. That's all that they raised? That's it?
Hold on. So there was a event, Hermitcraft charity live stream. How much did these guys raise just for charity? Let's take a little peek. This was very recent.
Yeah.
2025. Just out of curiosity, because it's a pretty big charity live stream. Nobody is really getting anything tangible or physical about this. This is all just people, giving as charity. Charity stream ended up raising $831,000.
100%.
And some change.
There we go.
That was like a weekend for a charity live stream. And there wasn't even a product being made.
Exactly.
For one weekend. So like $150,000 is not really that much.
Not at all.
When it comes to crowdfunding.
No, 100%. And hell, even Sarah Zed, her fundraiser a few months ago, they raised a ton. Oh hell, Critical Drinker asked for more money for his bad movies. Hell, Mahler, Rags' friend, is part of a Kickstarter that's asking for more money, I'm pretty sure, for their film studio, whatever they're working on. I only half know about it, but yeah, I think they're asking for like a little more than $100,000 to start like doing film production. And what you need more capital to do film production, understandable, but still, it's like, why is that such a remarkable amount of money? That's really nothing. And again, Sarah Zed with her charity live stream, they raised a comparable amount of money for charity. No prizes given. It's like, what's the value in, like, why even bring it up? It's such a small amount of money.
And it's being given completely willingly.
Yeah.
It's not like she's like holding people at gunpoint. It's probably friends and supporters and an audience that she already has, because she was making videos on a similar topic beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh yeah, I want more of this person's videos. Have some money.
Exactly. Yeah, entirely. I'll give you a few super chats because it's trying to pile up real quick. Let me read a few real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a snack while you're doing that.
You do that. It's a good call. Lunember95. You know what you might find looking on YouTube searching for yellow, pink, and purple flower fields? Lily orchard videos. Yeah, seriously. Oh God, I guess you would find lilies and orchards on there. Larry Banks. The fact that he took your point on Anita is something he regularly does, of claiming to not like one thing, but will do the thing in the future. Yeah, 100%. Oh, he mocked the video relentlessly, and yet now he's taking my points? I mean, granted, I'm not saying maybe he had the same thought I had. Maybe someone else came up with it before me. I don't remember. A lot of people talk about Anita Sarkeesian. There's so few original thoughts about her, it's not even funny. But the fact they had the same point is pretty funny to me, considering how obsessed he was with mocking the video. Detective Lizard. Rags is a coward that would never dare leave his echo chamber because he knows he wouldn't have a leg to stand on if he argued with someone live. Yeah, 100%. Folks like this, they don't want to walk outside their echo chamber. I actively go outside my echo chamber because I want to talk to people who are different than I am, to engage, to discuss. I don't think Rags would do that. Rags would kind of, I think, Rags needs like the entire EFAP crew behind him to have someone who disagrees with him on screen. That's the problem. He needs a gang of people to have the same opinion as him to feel secure. He would never do a one-on-one debate. And I don't think I would want to debate him because they just want to spread his own bullshit around. So no one opposing would want to debate him because, frankly, he just uses it as a chance to just espouse nonsense and say stupid shit without actually backing it up. And he wouldn't want to have a debate without having a bunch of friends behind him, I don't think. Because he likes to have security numbers. Like a good dog, of course. Kukin. And remember when they do it, it's totalitarian. When Rags does it, it's common sense. Just like inconvenient evidence. Yeah, exactly. He loves reframing things. Oh, they don't sound too angry. They sound pretty rational, actually. But those SJWs, like talking about Hitman, they were the real triggered libs, no evidence needed to prove that. Page Lego. Also, the feminist frequency was not a charity drive. It was a Kickstarter. It wasn't fraud like The Completionist. Yeah, right? Oh, my goodness. Anyway, back to this.
Or against it, or even apathetic to it. They were foul people.
I remember how those people were made out to be uptight, sniveling crybabies who couldn't take a joke.
Well, they weren't made out to be that way. That seems to be accurate of what they were.
He doesn't have any evidence, though. He just keeps saying this without any actual evidence. He has one clip of one person getting angry one time. And that's it. Like, you have no proof, dude.
Considered their feelings more important than freedom of speech, who could never just live and let live, who forced the people around them to walk on eggshells constantly, lest they say the wrong thing and be punished accordingly.
Yeah, a lot of these crazy people were complete totalitarians in regards to other people's behavior. They didn't have a live and let live mentality. They wanted to control culture and force it onto other people, condemning and besmirching those who were against it, or even those who were apathetic to it. They are foul people. And
the problem is, Rags, it's transparent what you're doing. You're just taking Skitty's words and changing the intention. So it's like, oh, it's really the other side that does this, not really mine. But that's not much of a rebuttal. It's just a transparent attempt to appease to your own audience. And the only people who agree with you will listen to it. Everyone else just rolls their eyes at it because it's a dumb rhetoric.
Also,
Sorry.
Also, I've never really understood this, because I'm assuming if I interacted with Rags in real life and I spoke about him in a way and I referred to him in a way that he found uncomfortable, he wouldn't like it very much and he'd want me to stop. And if I wouldn't listen to him, he would hope that the people in the space around us would correct me and back him up so that he's treated in a respectful way.
Okay, so Krim, to your point,
yeah.
I just was reading comments. Organized Chaos is in the comments right now, and I'm going to read his statement directly. Rags has had a debate with Xander Hall where he embarrassed himself. He did 3 videos on me and refuses to talk to me. Yeah, that sounds about right. So what you're saying, Krim, has tangible evidence behind it. Rags will constantly belittle his critics, but when he actually has to debate, he falls flat in his face completely. Or he refuses to talk to anyone who he makes fun of, because he can do it behind the screen, but he can't do it in person. He's too afraid.
I guess I'm more speaking generally towards people that are like, oh, you are forcing me to use the correct pronouns. It's like, well, the thing is that, like, you would find it disrespectful if someone refused to call you by your name and, like, would deny you your identity and your experience. Like, if you...
Yeah, like calling him Void Dog. And not Rags.
Okay, let's take something. Okay, so imagine, I don't know, Rags got married, and let's even say that it was super, like, expected, conventional, got married to, like, a woman, and that woman took his last name. But what happens if instead of saying, you know, oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Rags, what if there's like, oh, well, I only call people by their birth name, so Mr. Rags and Mrs. Smith and Miss Smith, because I don't really agree with marriage. Like, that would be very disrespectful, you know, and, like, it would be denying you your relationship with this person, and that's important to you. Or like, oh yeah, that's just your special friend to a person that you've been engaged with or are married to for years and years. And this happens in the real world, and we agree that it's super disrespectful. And if somebody in your family wouldn't refer to your wife as Mrs. Rags, for example, like if you're gay, like, I'm sorry, I'm being so offensive and I'm erasing gay people, but like you would be bothered by that. People get bothered by it. And if the person continued to do that, you would stop talking to them because it's disrespectful. This isn't, I don't get it.
Yeah,
you don't make sense.
Well, the problem is he's a pick-me. He wants this. He wants certain people to like him, and he does it by taking cheap shots at the people because he himself is insecure in himself. That's what it comes down to. Ooh. And he has to have this whole persona to look cool and look intimidating, and look tough, but he's just a little dog. essentially, at the end of the
Duppy
day.
hog.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. Who gives a shit? You know, that's what it comes down to. Like, he's attacking Skitty, who embraces the identity. He's just a little fella. And the problem is that he has to make this whole big, tough show about how smart he is and how intelligent he is. But he demonstrates his own difficulty to do that. Has not actually rebutted anything Skitty said. He's just created straw men or misrepresented what Skitty's saying to prove Skitty's wrong. But
I don't really know what his point is.
He has no point.
Like, what?
His point's just disagreeing with Skitty. He has no argument. He has no thesis. He has no core belief. He just, whatever Skitty's saying, he wants to say the opposite of. And that's it. Or take the shit out of it. And it's very transparent and it's very ineffective. Like, outside of his own audience. I mean, his own audience probably loves it, but like, anyone outside this is like, well, what's your fucking point, man? Who cares? You know, like, who gives a shit? Like, I thought I'd have to defend Skitty more. Like, there'd be more of an argument, but like, this is just boring. Like, he's really not good at this. Like, there's not much here to really discuss. It's like, oh, he's just doing a transparent straw man. Okay. He's projecting his insecurities onto Skitty. Okay. He's making a big deal about Anita Sarkeesian when Skitty mentioned her for like 2 seconds. Okay. What? Who gives a shit? You know?
SJWs of the time, as well as today's gender-obsessed lefty weirdos in particular, pull from this same playbook. They are extremely censorious. They seem to have no respect for the concept of expression.
Hang on a second. Censorious? Like censorship? Severely critical of others. Rags. Sincerely critical of others? That's just what you're doing. You're critical of others. That's what you're doing, dude. Censorious.
Skitty's not censoring you either.
Yeah.
They're just making a video.
Hell, Skitty didn't even
that's not censoring.
Skitty didn't even respond to Rags with a video. Someone else did.
Yeah.
Like, Rags is acting like, oh, these people are so censorious. I looked that word up and had to use it because I want to really get a good grade on my SATs because I don't have much else going for me to get my. It's like just nonsense, man. It's bullshit.
That exists outside of gender expression, and are willing to silence detractors, dox people, threaten them, go out of their way to make aggressive action towards things they do not like.
Where?
Where?
Bitch, where?
Provide
Source
a single case.
needed.
One example, Rags, of anyone trying to dox you for being disrespectful. That'd be easy for you to find because you've probably pissed off a lot of people who would want to dox you. And that'd be the easy one. That'd be an easy example for you. Provide it. Or is it when they revealed all the weird shit you have searched for and associated with over the course of your internet career? And that could be it too.
They are authoritarians wearing the mask of tolerance, and it has been immensely satisfying to watch their kind fail and be culturally rejected, though this is obviously still an ongoing process.
But their kind?
Yeah. So he's going.
What the hell?
Now I do know one
What the
argument.
hell?
Oh, he's full of shit. Again, the problem is he's projecting. The problem is he's saying inflammatory shit because his audience eats it up, and he wants to prove himself as some big tough guy who's on the right side of history. But in actuality, all he's doing is proving his own irrelevance, and he's about to make the biggest flub possible.
Here we go, fucking pronouns guy.
I know. I do know this part. This is the part that made me want to do this whole video about him. And he's about to really show how really bad at this he actually is. Let's take a listen to the whole thing. No interruption. Let him finish his point. I'll pause it when... Krim, you're going to want to respond to a lot of it. Just hold your thoughts. Just let him talk.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, just let him talk. That's the best way of destroying his argument.
Dig his grave.
Then look at the infamous Starfield pronouns rant, where the mere option to choose whether your character is referred to as he, she, or they sends this grown man into a frothing rage.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
The fact you've called it the infamous Starfield rant is interesting, considering that the rant made a year ago was mocked at the time, but fast forward today and it seems that we've had already 2 massive projects that chose to make character pronouns specifically featured, Dragon Age the Veilguard and Concord, and have resulted in hundreds of millions of dollars in losses, hundreds of layoffs, and titanic cultural derision. And as far as Starfield itself goes, the subject of Az's rant, the reception for that seems to have been overwhelmingly that the game is stale, boring, nonsensical, and immensely disappointing. But hey, at least we got pronouns.
Okay. Let's break this down. So fast.
Do you think that the reason that oh my god,
God, he's such a fucking idiot. Okay, so he just said that. Okay, so the problem with Concord wasn't the fact that all the characters looked bland, the marketing was terrible, the gameplay was repetitive, it was entering a highly oversaturated market with pretty bad marketing and pretty bad branding. No one knew what the fuck it was about. No one knew who any of the characters were about. There was no clear theming. The gameplay was boring. No one liked to play it. And it didn't have a big enough player base to justify its massive budget. No, the problem was pronouns. That was the issue. That's
also,
what killed it.
Here's the thing. Baldur's Gate 3 has set such a standard for modern RPGs, and it's going to be, because it was a passion project that was worked on for years and years and years, it is going to be extremely difficult for any other, especially now that Baldur's Gate 3 has like a massive audience. It has a first party modding platform where you can make your own campaigns. So like you've got such a ceiling to break through now that it's going to be hard for games like, I'm not familiar with Concord, I don't know what it's about, but it's going to be hard for games.
Concord's not even so Concord was a $60 team shooter game in line like with Marvel Rivals and Overwatch 2.
Okay, so it's a very saturated market because we've already got Overwatch 2 and Marvels and the Marvel Rivals,
and they're free to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus $60.
Yeah, exactly. So there's so many free to play things right now, and then there's like Fortnite and like it's a saturated market. And then again, the fantasy RPG thing, Baldur's Gate 3 has set such a high standard that I think that like any other fantasy RPG game that doesn't meet it or exceed it is going to struggle to, it's kind of like how no life sim game other than The Sims has been around for so long because it's a standard and that's what everybody looks at. And like, why would I play this life sim when I have The Sims, which is just the one that I know it has such a good reputation. Like, fuck EA, but patooey.
Yeah,
but
and also look at this way too. Nothing in Starfield but the pronouns isn't also in Stardew Valley. Like, in fact, Stardew Valley goes further. And that's one of the most popular games for the last 15 years, roughly. Oh, like 10 years when it first came out.
Funny that you should mention that. Sims 4 has also added like a pronoun feature.
Oh, yeah. And
that you can completely customize, as well as from release has had like, you can customize whether this character can get pregnant or can pee standing up or can breastfeed. And like you can... And nobody talks about that. Nobody's bothered by that.
No
People
cares.
Actually celebrate it.
Yeah, no one gives a shit.
So,
I mean, and the thing is, Baldur's Gate 3 is more explicitly, like, deals with those themes way more explicitly than Veilguard does, than Concord does, than Starfield does. Starfield failed because the game sucked. Like, let's be blunt. The game wasn't good. It was a boring, underwhelming game that even the modders couldn't make interesting. They didn't like the game. Baldur's Gate 3, however, has you make love with a tentacle monster alien, and that's just a normal thing. You don't have to. You don't have to
do those things.
Yeah, you could
and that's the things with pronouns too. You don't have to think about it any more than like, I'm a male character and I'm going to use I'm going to want to be my character to be referred to as male.
Yeah.
It's
one of those things where, like, despite Rags trying to misrepresent, saying, it's the pronouns that got Dragon Age Veilguard. And plus, the results of Dragon Age Veilguard is vastly different than Concord. To compare the release of those two games is absurd. One game was criticized on release. It found its audience, but it is widely criticized. The writing is weak. A lot of issues there. Concord was so bad, the game was shut down within a week of its release and taken off the PlayStation stores. Like, it became unpersoned. Sorry, it became like an unpersoned, basically. They removed all evidence of it. Veilguard you can still play right now. You cannot play Concord right now, as far as I know. It was like just wiped off the board.
Wow.
And both were highly over-budget games. Both had really rough development that kind of saw a lot of restructuring and revisions of what they were working on. And Starfield also, frankly, came at a time when No Man's Sky was already successful. So there's already competition that existed that did more with the world building and structure than Starfield did. It just wasn't enough at the right time. To blame it on pronouns proves you didn't actually play the game and are thus a tourist in that world. Because you don't actually know why the game didn't succeed. You're saying you do, but you really don't. You just want to make it your culture war because it's an easy choice for you. When in actuality, looking at what people said about the game, who played it, for 5 seconds would tell you that the biggest problems were far from pronouns. It was level design, gameplay, just not having enough to do, it feeling very stale and repetitive. Those are why it failed, not because of anything else. And the game wasn't well designed either, because modders couldn't even update the game in a way that was interesting. Their progress was stagnant, and then they just gave up on it because the game wasn't fun enough to play anyway. So it's like you're looking at a problem, making up another problem, and anyone who knows what you're talking about knows it's complete garbage. Anyway.
Also,
no, yep. Sorry.
If I may, one
If
other
you
thing.
may.
If I may.
You may.
If this kind of thing bothers you, I'm stronger than you are because I've been playing video games for a very long time. Back when I couldn't have same-sex partners in my Harvest Moon save file, I only, there was only one gender option in a lot of video games, and I played them, and it didn't really bother me.
Yeah.
So, like, if I can get through that, you can put on your big boy panties, and you can play a video game that lets you have different pronouns if you so choose. The fact that you're getting worked up about that when, like, every gay person and every trans person, like, we've had to, like, play games, and we've never complained about it. We've never complained that, like, oh, man, I really wish that I could be a girl in Mario. Like, nobody's fucking cared about that. You're the one, like...
Yeah.
You're weak. You're weak. Just because you don't feel represented by a game, you're not going to play it. Pussy behavior.
Seriously. You know what's really funny too? A while back, not a while back, I mean like earlier this week, people got really upset over Oblivion, the reboot, having body type options as opposed to gender options. And people, I can't believe they're doing this, this, that, and the third. But Pokemon's done that for freaking several years and no one cared. Kids don't care. No one cares. Only terminally online losers care. And that's about it. No, some people didn't even notice. They said, oh, just default. Oh, I'll just choose this. We're good to go. And they just move on. No one thinks about it. It's not really something that anyone gives a crap about. Who cares? Does it affect the game? Does it make it less fun to play? Does it change the gameplay? And I'm sure they'll say, oh, it takes me out of the immersion. But that's a you problem, dude, not anyone else. That's your problem. I don't give a shit. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the comments here real quick, the super chats. Scorpion Wolf. It'll probably have, and this is in regards to the debates with me and anyone in general. I'll probably have a case similar to Manga Common. Most of my case is mental trauma and emotional. People emotionally unable to disambiguate critique from hate. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, people tend to misrepresent hate in criticism a lot. That happens. It's unfortunate, but it's a symptom of being online. Page Lego, thank you, super chat. Worst thing done by Nita was a little cringe on second wave feminism. Yeah. Worst thing done by Gamergate: doxing, threats of violence, organized harassment, etc. Rags. Yes, these are of equal severity. Yeah, exactly. Notice how Rags completely ignored all the stuff Gamergate did to Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn. It was just, no, Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, and didn't even mention Zoe Quinn or Brianna Wu, just Anita Sarkeesian. What a crazy person that was for raising money for a video project.
Also, it seems, and like, I can't, this is just alleged, it's, we don't know allegedly if it's true or not, but it's allegedly, the allegedly Brianna Wu was never actually like doxxed or threatened at home.
Allegedly, yeah.
Because allegedly, it seems, because like shortly after she supposedly fled her home, she was like making live appearances from her living room. So allegedly, supposedly, perhaps.
Supposedly. Well,
just want to point that out there.
Well, did anyone ever see her get doxxed? Like, I know she said she was and she was threatened, but did anyone ever, like... I mean, if it's online,
no,
it's online.
everything's been trust me, bro.
Yeah, that's the problem I always have with it, because if it's doxxed, there's a record of it somewhere, like on Kiwi Farms or whatever, but I've never seen anyone actually have that information on hand. No one's ever confirmed that, as far as I know. People have looked. People have really looked. Yeah, so sounds like Brianna Wu's lying, but allegedly lying. I can't prove that, and I don't have the energy. I don't have the mental capacity to prove it either. So allegedly, Zorku, nonsensical and disappointing. Sounds like my love life if I had one. That's funny. Sai has a couple. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Sai has a couple super chats back to back right here. And I think this is in regards to Veilguard. Development hell, bad writing, and being cobbled together with a hero MMO to a single player game last minute is why Veilguard failed. Signed, a massive Dragon Age fan. If you want a good Starfield, play No Man's Sky. Agreed. First off, No Man's Sky, much better than Starfield. And secondly, yeah, Veilguard had a terrible development. Like, it was horrendously rushed. The writing is very sloppy. You will not see me... we had a debate with Manga Common, and I said the same thing there. The writing sucks, you know? The writing's not good in Veilguard. You won't have me defend that. It's not the pronouns' fault. The entire script is bad. It's not just one scene. It's every scene. It's all poorly planned out. The world building doesn't make sense, like, in relation to what came before. It's not a well-written script. To say the pronouns what ruined it is missing the forest for the trees. It's everything didn't work, you know? Because they had to rewrite everything at the ground up at the last second, basically. You know? It was like a first draft where we would have notes saying, oh, punch this up later, but they never got to punching it up, you know? They just had to film it and record it and all that good shit. Baichi Odera. Also, Starfield was the reason ES6 was pushed back. Yeah, exactly. So it screwed a lot of people up. Dakana, the main problem with Starfield is always Bethesda. Yeah, Bethesda is a terrible company. That's why they've re-released the same game 15 times. They can't make anything else. Oh, did I say that? Who knows? What are you talking about? Anyway, we're probably not going to finish the Rags video because it's boring as shit. And he hasn't really made any good points yet, and so I can't assume he makes anything better after this point. And unlike Rags, who needs to watch the whole thing to get an opinion, I don't need to watch the whole thing. I think this is garbage, and I would have turned it off by now if I wasn't doing a video about it. You know? Let's try going a few minutes longer to get through a little bit more, but we're not finishing this. This is too stupid to waste my time on.
As is rant
Maybe we can
is
also skip to the end when we're done.
Skip to the end?
Yeah, after we've watched a bit more and we're done with it, maybe we can skip to the end and see what his
closing thoughts are.
Final thoughts are.
Oh, he spends a lot of time on it. He spends 10 more minutes on the triggered bit. Oh my god, let's see what he has to say.
Cringe, sure, but he's right. The point that he was saying is that the inclusion of specific modern-day politics into fictional worlds can shatter immersion and make escapism difficult.
For who? That's a you problem.
Skill issue.
Skill issue.
Skill issue.
That just tells me you're weak at this.
I'm stronger than you.
Seriously. Weak-ass people, man.
With the hefty baggage that the obsession with pronouns by the left today carries, and how they treat those who don't want to engage with those discussions.
Hang on, I got something for you.
It's not like characters are sitting there talking about pronouns all the time. It's just like, hey, you're making your character, it's essentially just asking them if you want them to be male, female, or non-binary in, like, other terms.
Y'all, I'm going to terrify Rags right now. I got something that will really freak him out.
Oh.
Terrifying.
Oh God, Anthony.
Pronoun option. Are you a boy or are you a girl? How dare you ask? It's going to break your immersion if you ask that. Listen.
Okay, here's the reason why it's kind of phrased as like, what pronouns do you use? Is because boy and girl is like child coded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people don't like being called man or woman because it makes them feel too old.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there isn't really like a good alternate like equivalent for a non-binary person. Like there's no analog to male or female or boy or girl.
Yeah, it's the
or
easiest.
Man or woman.
Having it be a toggle is the easiest option, and you could just skip
well,
it.
what I'm saying is like asking pronouns is like the easiest way to ask it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
without like pigeonholing anybody or making them feel awkward or not having an analog for like non-binary people to man, woman, boy, or girl.
Yeah, but Krim, you gotta remember, these are people who are so, caught up about it that just removing any mention of gender also pisses them off. Like in Oblivion. There is no mention of pronouns in Oblivion in the character development screen. None. No gender mentions at all. Just body type choices. And that got them so pissed off on Twitter. Like ranting, all of them. Not all of them. That's a hyperbole, you see. Rags, if you're watching, because I know you obsessively watch all the criticism against you. That's what we call hyperbole. You don't have to take it literally. It's just when I say all of them, I don't literally mean all of them. Because it's a point I don't think you understand that sometimes people can say something with the intention of it not being as severe of a statement as you might think otherwise. Something to keep in mind. Yeah, but a bunch of people online were pissy about it.
Also, like, the thing is that, like, this is ultimately a business, and they want to appeal to as many people as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is, Rags, you go by he, him, and there are people that play it that go by she, her, and people that go by they, them. Then there's a bunch of other genders, but, like, at that point, it's, like, diminishing returns. But if you have those three options, you've pretty much got your player base mostly covered.
Mm-hmm.
They made a choice to be like, hey, this is what our player base wants, and it'll make us the most money, and we want to sell this product to as many people as possible. It's kind of like when they sell pink razors. They want women to buy their razors, so they make them. They supposedly make them to look like they're for women, so that women will buy them.
The other thing is, though, of course, with a lot of people who get angry about pronouns in games. If you ever called them by the wrong pronouns, they get angry very fast. They'll pretend they don't, but if you called all these angry like men, like girls,
that's something else. But you know what? I think that I can say that they would get mad about if you used they them. They would get mad, and it would be ridiculous.
Oh, it's funny as anything. Because the problem is despite them acting like they're the strong culture warriors, it takes very little to get them upset. Like, very little. Like, extraordinarily little. And they can't handle it. And that's the thing that's so funny. Like, we mentioned this before, but this video would not exist if Rags didn't get hung up on Skitty. And by the way, he still hasn't said a single thing to actually contradict what Skitty's talking about.
Wasn't this about Skitty? Like,
it is. None of this has anything to do with what Skitty's talking about. Skitty's point is that for all the talk of how angry these people get about women getting triggered, they get so angry, they rave and they rant. At no point does Rags actually contradict anything Skitty said. He just constructs this alternate fantasy world about like, oh, he was right, by the way. Well, that's not really the point if he was right or wrong. The point is he got so angry about it. That's the point. And you failed to address that. And I think you're going to continue to fail to address that. Because what actually is happening here, Rags, is that Skitty is arguing your lot projects onto the SJW types that you so obsess over. Which you've done in this video. You're proving Skitty's point. You're doing exactly what they're saying you're doing. You took the bait full bite, and you don't even know it. You're so far gone, you don't even realize that you've completely dove into that bait. You're rubbing your face in it and, I don't know, whatever dogs do, whatever sheepas do, that apparently own what you own.
Even apathetically. But here, just as everywhere, you don't have to travel far until you find a related example of the left's position on censorship and the mitigation of expression. Nexus...
Hang on, you're talking the example. What are you talking? Okay, I know you're talking Nexus mods in terms of agreement, but you're talking right there about censorship. But you're saying that there shouldn't be pronouns in games. Square that with me. How can you be anti-censorship when you're pushing against the existence of certain people's expression in media? That makes no sense. You can't be saying that this is too far and we have to stop it, but also saying, but we're being censored too by Nexus Games. We can't remove it from the mods, because that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about mods being outlawed because they're going against the terms of service for Nexus Games. But I digress.
Mods will ban mods that simply remove the pronoun options, because these people seek to control you.
No, they went against the terms of service for the account you developed on Nexus Mods. If you break the terms of service, they can take away the mod. It's like, hey, I broke the rules that I signed up and I said I'd agree to. Like, if I broke the rules on YouTube, I could get a video taken down or I get demonetized. That's the terms of the service I signed. You can argue your case against that, sure, but at the end of the day, you signed up for those rules. So, there you go.
Seek to control how you can speak, what you can express, and how you can express it.
Because you're using their platform.
You're using their platform. Exactly, using their platform.
You can still modify your game. That has nothing to do with Nexus Mods, though. They're just like, hey, this doesn't represent the kind of material that we want on our website, therefore we're taking it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I go on websites where, like, you're not going to see me go onto, like, YouTube and start talking about gay sex, like,
yeah,
and I'm not going to be like, you're censoring me. I mean, like,
yeah,
to a point.
Yeah, it's inappropriate for the platform. You're not allowed to talk about show any of that. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's not censorship. That's just the terms of services.
Yeah. Again, the problem is he's conflating all these different things and acting like, oh, this means that I'm the one being oppressed. I'm the one who's suffering. When really, no, you just breaking the rules, dude. You signed up for them. You agreed to them. Sorry, shit out of luck there, buddy.
Own single player game.
And look, here's the thing: if you put a mod in that went against what I believe, but it didn't break terms of service, well, okay, it's not against the rules. You allowed it. There are tons of mods like that.
Yeah, you can find mods on there on Nexus Mods, and I think they're really cringe. But you can find mods on there that change one of the only black characters in Stardew Valley to be white, and that's on Nexus Mods, and it's there. So that kind of
you allowed it. It sucks. I don't like it, but
like I'm just not gonna I'm just not gonna use that mod, and I think that, and I'm probably not gonna use anything that person makes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I think it's not very tasteful. But
but you're allowed to do it. You can put it up on the site, And if it breaks the terms of service, well, then it breaks terms of service. That's on you. That's on anyone else.
Unacceptable.
I wonder what. I wonder how it broke the terms of service, though. Like, I wonder what the cited.
Yeah, I do too. I didn't look into it too much, so I forget what rule it did break. But I know it broke. I think something about discrimination. I think it was one of the discriminatory rules it broke. I'm pretty sure. Based on memory, because it's been a while since I looked at that.
And again, I wonder if, because to me, because I know this Darius mod exists, to me, here's my theory. I can't prove it, but my theory is that it wasn't the removal of the pronoun screen itself. What I think happened is that there was probably something hateful about trans people in the body of the script, and that's why it got removed.
That could do it too, because the Darius mod counts as character replacement. You can replace any character in Stardew Valley.
Here's the thing. If you're making Darius in Stardew Valley white, that's one thing. If you're in the description of the mod just dropping the N-word all over the place, that's different, you know? I think that both are pretty shitty, but one might go against the terms of service and one might not.
Here's an example in comments I saw of a mod that I find reprehensible, but exists, and we know it exists because we know someone who's used it. Baldur's Gate, I think 1 or 2's Imoen romance mod.
I think those exist. I think there's Imoen romances mod for both.
It exists. I know it exists. I've unfortunately we both know of a person who's used them.
I try not to think about it too hard.
Yeah, no. But it exists. We think it's awful, but it's on there. It exists.
Yeah.
So
I'm not gonna ask that to be taken down. Like, I'm not gonna play it, but like,
Yeah, that's just life, you know? You just gotta live with it. That's just how it goes. I guess Rags just expects the whole world to bend to his life experience, which is kind of funny that he gets angry at Skitty for just saying that, hey, people being jerks online is kind of cringe, actually, you know? And Rags decides to be cringe about it. Anyway, let's keep on with this a little
Imagine
bit.
for a moment that this was a decade ago, 2015, peak BuzzFeed. Imagine a feminist foaming at the mouth over the option to wear skimpy, overly sexualized outfits. But that did happen, you cry. But no, it didn't.
I don't know how old you are, but you clearly do not remember a lot of recent internet culture. Or you're just stupid. Or an ideologue. Or both.
Not a single person complaining about booby armor in video games.
He didn't have an example. He just went right past it. He's like, you're dumb, but you can't disprove it. You just can't disprove it, dude. That's funny as shit.
But, like, Anita wasn't getting mad. She was just saying that, like, hey, like, this is kind of sexist, and I think that we should make better video games. Also, here's some games that, you know, do treat women equally.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't her being mad. That was just a video, my dude.
In fact,
Anita is a very calm person. I've never seen her get mad, even though, honestly, out of anybody on the internet, she definitely has a right to, because she was harassed so much.
Yeah, honestly, Anita's presentation I found kind of boring. I thought she could have been more passionate. Which I thought, which again, that's more of a preference thing with what I watch. But like, I found it kind of dry personally. And Raz
brand.
Yeah, sorry, I cut you off there.
Sorry,
No,
I keep on interrupting the middle of your sentence at the start of mine.
It's all good. So, yeah, you can say sorry.
I don't even remember. Yeah, I'm somebody who thinks getting angry over really inconsequential things is like peak humor.
Yeah. And they got so pissed about it. They got so ass mad about it.
Yeah.
It's funny too, because like because Rags was like, I don't think you remember that culture, but you're dumb. You're stupid. You're dumb. And it's like, well, prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. Where are they foaming at the mouth? You can't prove an example.
Yeah.
It's an edited video. You could easily get a montage in there. Sorry.
And then cuts to a video of Anita calmly talking about the way women are presented in video games. Like, that doesn't prove your point. She's not foaming at the mouth. She's just calmly speaking.
It's so bad. Like, it's really underwhelming, his entire presentation. I don't know.
Ever screamed the way this man does. Ever got as triggered as he did.
Anita and her ilk never got as triggered as Ass did.
No, they did. Anita never raised her voice. Come on.
All right. On September the 24th, 2015, Anita Sarkeesian and her whore friend who started Gamergate spoke.
Zoe Quinn, you're calling the whore friend. Okay. So we know it. So already Rags has let loose that he is actually really mad about this. So already Rags is more triggered about this than anyone else is.
This is somebody calling somebody a whore while they have a horny profile picture and have had dildos in frame on their, on their videos. So
yeah. So this is really projection here. Yeah. Again, I don't think you're the best judge to tell anyone who's sexually promiscuous and who isn't
freak.
When you have like that, when you have that profile picture.
At the United Nations, the actual United Nations, the UN. The pair was there to speak at the launch of a new United Nations Broadband Commission report called Cyber Violence Against Women and Girls.
Okay.
Where's the yelling and screaming and being triggered?
Screaming? He's not. Oh, I've seen this entire thing. I've seen this entire presentation because, unfortunately, people reacted to it ad nauseum when it happened. The specifics of the report aren't as important. There's no yelling and screaming. It's a boring UN meeting. It's very dull. It's very dry. They talk about a report that is... I don't fully buy into everything the report said because I think a lot of it is kind of based on conspiratorial belief in terms of like if, it's about how violence in games influences assault. It's a lot of the nebulous kind of stuff. It's hard to prove.
That's been
debated.
Like something that's been talked about since video games have been a thing.
Yeah, it kind of bordered on a little bit of the Jack Thompson era of like game lawyering a little bit, But again, like the problem is no one got mad. It's just a report. It's a boring UN hearing. It goes on. They drone. It's no one gets as again. It doesn't actually talk about what Skitty's talking about. At no point did anyone get as ass mad as Baby whatever did over pronouns in Starfield. At no point. And if that's your example, Rags, you just prove you don't know what you're talking about. You can't find a better example than that? You can't find a better example? There's tons of cases people get mad online. That's their best example? This? I hope I'm wrong. Let's hear them out. Let's make sure I'm not mistaken.
Now, this report has a lot of wacky stuff, and it's online. You can get your hands on it. It's not difficult to find. And one of the claims that this report makes strongly is that video games lead to real-world violence.
Again, what I just talked about.
Specifically, that violence can be done to women in video games, so that will lead to violence against women in real life.
Yeah, we just talked about.
And this is a familiar idea because it's a central concept of Anita Sarkeesian's work as well. If you can be violent to women in video,
this isn't anger though. It's just very dispassionate, clinical discussion.
I mean, like, here's the thing: she's wrong, but she's not angry.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with how factual it is. It has everything to do with how they presented themselves. It has nothing. Yeah, exactly. He's completely conflating these two topics.
Yeah, we're not talking about her being wrong, which I think she's wrong.
Yeah,
we're talking about her getting angry. You're moving the goalposts, my dudes.
Yeah, he's not. You know, when you listen to Rags talk, he's really not good at this whole argument thing. Like, all he's doing is just coming up with new arguments, replacing what you came with before, and then acting like he's so smug and knows what he's talking about. But in actuality, all he did was just talk about a totally different topic. It's like saying, hey, do you want to have a burger or a hot dog for lunch? And he's like, you know what? Coleslaw is really expensive nowadays. Like, I'm not asking about that. Hot dog or burger, one of the two. Come on, decide. No, don't waste my time. And he's wasting your time rambling about something else.
Video games, you will be encouraged to be violent to them in real life. Now, remember, this is a report from 2015, not 1998 or 2002, relatively recent memory. However, while the United Nations report featured many strange sources, one in particular...
I think we can safely skip this because this doesn't actually... This has nothing to do with what Skitty's saying.
Yep. Again, he's still going on here with new violence.
Let's go back to... Let's go try to find the next... If you don't mind my suggestion. Let's go on to when Skitty appears, because I don't care about any of this because this has nothing to do with anything.
Completely useless. Or he's still talking about it. He's still talking about 20... Holy shit.
If you can find, like, a clip of, like, Anita or Zoe.
He's still going on about the same topic 25 minutes later. What the Oh, here we go. Here we go.
But hey, as the YouTuber got angry in a Starfield stream that one time.
You didn't... Okay, so... That was a waste of your time. You didn't prove anything. You wasted your entire audience's entertainment for that useless diatribe. That does not actually disprove anything Skitty said. So your audience probably forgot what the actual point of this was. Congratulations, you failed.
And that's way worse, right? That's getting way more triggered than everything.
No. Hold on.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? No.
Skitty is making fun of this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
He's being mocked.
Yeah. Rags, no one cares how accurate what he's saying is. They're talking about the reaction. If you can't tell the difference, maybe you should get your ears checked. From the vet.
Are you stupid?
Are you? You can't answer a fucking question without going on a 10-minute diatribe of something totally different.
Yeah, that was like a complete non sequitur, my dude.
Yeah, that was 1/5 of your whole video about a point that no one cared about. They didn't actually address anything anyone was talking about.
Yeah, that was nothing. Like, Skitty didn't say anything like, what?
Hell, you got more triggered than any of those people you're talking about did because you went in that stupid diatribe. You dumbass.
And then you look at something like this, the curated list of video games considered too woke to play.
This is the Woke Content Detector Steam group, something you've probably heard of before, here and there, maybe mentioned in passing. The aim of this group is to tell people if a game is woke or not. Looking into the group...
Yes. Let's look at some of the games that are too woke on the list. Let's take a quick look, shall we? Steam woke.
Yeah, also, from what I understand, I haven't come across any lists where it's like games that aren't woke enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
okay,
games that are...
Here's the actual list. Let's take a look. Hang on. You're going to love this. Spider-Man 2, not recommended. Contains overtly pro-DEI, overtly pro-LGBTQ, overtly anti-gun, and overtly pro-abortion message. What the fuck are you talking about? Monster Hunters Wild, not recommended. Contains overtly pro-DEI, subtly pro-climate change. So I guess it isn't true that Japan is doing it differently, because they always say, oh, the East is doing better. Well, they're saying Monster Hunter Wild you can't play. You can't play Citizen Sleeper 2. You can't play, what's a game here that I care about? Metal Slug you can't play. Can't play Metal Slug. Can't play any of the Metal Slugs. Well, that's a classic game series, too. It's wild. Informational. Contains subtly pro-DEI information. But the original one you're fine with, I guess. Okay. The one without a plot. Cookie Cutter, not recommended. Dredge, the game which like a Lovecraftian horror game, not recommended. Watch Dogs, not recommended.
Watch Dogs?
Watch Dogs, yeah.
What?
Okay, Watch Dogs contains overtly pro-DEI and subtly pro-immigration messaging. Features an artificially diverse cast. The hacker Bad Boy 17 is revealed to be a female Canadian immigrant. Apparently, it's so too far for it.
Just because all your friends are a bunch of like stinky white like dude bros doesn't mean that's every friend group.
Oh, this one I love right here because they hype because the right wing grifters like Shad and all that really hyped this game up so much. Kingdom Come to Deliverance, not recommended because there's gay characters in it.
If I may,
yeah, if you may.
Just okay, so for
Dragon
like
Age 3,
artificially for like the whole artificially
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh my god.
Not recommended. It's too gay. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
JoJo.
I think people know what they're
getting into with that. But okay, so
Marvel Rivals not recommended.
I want to do a little I want to do like a little experiment, and I'm looking at like a group chat of a bunch of my friends.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole like artificially too diverse or whatever. In my little group of friends here that I have, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trans people in a group of about 24. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people of color, including Black people. There is actually, I think that I don't think there's a single straight person in this friend group. Oh, no, there's one. Like, you know, like groups of people that are extremely, you know, diverse happen all the time. And there's people from different countries, that speak different languages, and like that just happens. It's just the way that the world is. It's not forced diversity.
No. Okay, Krim, we're gonna rapid fire a few. I was just scrolling past. I think it's funny.
Okay.
Call of Duty contains female frontline combatants, many of whom are special forces. Call of Duty apparently is too woke. Tomb Raider, too woke. Silent Hill 2, too woke.
Silent Hill 2?
Yeah.
What's woke about Silent Hill 2?
Apparently it contains overtly anti-family, anti-male, anti-patriarchy, pro-DEI, and subtly pro-LGBTQ messaging. But you can play Orcs Must Die. Mortal Kombat 2 is not recommended. It's too
Geometry
gay.
Dash.
Geometry Dash, not recommended.
What?
Contains multiple LGBTQ themed levels that have been reviewed and endorsed by the developer. I guess they might have a rainbow in the background or something.
Yeah.
These people are weak. Here's one I really love. I passed by before. All the Star Wars games, of course. Far Cry, not allowed. Chessplosion is apparently too trans for...
Trans Pride color scheme available, so therefore...
Yeah. There we go. Flight Simulator 2024 is too woke for this game. But my favorite... But you can play... Oh, Resident Evil 3, not recommended. Time Spinner, not recommended. Warhammer is okay, though. You can play Warhammer, apparently. Shotgun Legends, okay. No Mortal Kombat. Pinball's too woke. Pinball's too woke.
These guys are getting triggered over
Lego
pinball.
Indiana Jones is too woke. Because you can play as a
Can we do
woman.
an experiment?
Yeah, go. Yeah.
Can we do an experiment?
Yeah.
Can you see
Wally,
if there's like
too
any like not recommended because it's too like how would you, like the opposite? Is there like a Steam group for the opposite of this? It's too offensive or like what would you even search?
Let me take a look. Steam list offensive games. Let's take a look at what they count. Oh, woke and censored games, dark side of gaming. Oh, here's one. The dark side of gaming. This is a Steam list. It's all horror games though. It's all like extreme horror. Like it's
yeah, like
we're talking.
Yeah, that's not the intention of like.
No, that's not what we're looking for.
Yeah,
that's just overt horror. That's not what we're looking for. Awful games, no, that's just bad quality. Risk of removal, no. Is there a woke game list? Let me take a look at that. Steam.
Politically incorrect, maybe.
Well, that's going to be Postal. Postal 2 is probably going to be top of that one. Woke and censored game alert. Politically incorrect. Oh, here we go. Oh, this looks like a 4chan list. Oh, one game.
Oh, but it's
here.
like.
But
it's
not...
for people that like are looking for offensive games. Though.
Yeah, it's not really what we're looking for. There's like one game on there anyway, so it doesn't even matter. But no, so apparently if you're looking for the if you don't want to play a woke game, you got very few options according to this. Until Dawn, not recommended. GTA Vice City, not recommended.
Vice City
is too spicy for them, it looks like. This is
my god, you guys are fucking babies.
And EverQuest. Both of them. Worms.
Oh my god.
Fucking Worms is too woke for you.
Wait, the one where you fucking explode worms with grenades?
Yeah. Not that it's not recommended, but it's like informational. So that means it's a questionable game. But Devil May Cry the remake is totally fine. DMC. If you want to play that game, good for you, but you could do better, I think. Cult of the Lamb is too woke. Mafia is too woke. I'm sorry.
Devil May Cry will turn you gay, so just a warning.
Exactly. Oh, Veilguard. Oh, but not even all fucking Warhammer. Warhammer Space Marines is too woke for them, apparently, according to this.
I mean, yeah, but well, have you seen
Spyro the Dragon? Not recommended. It's too woke. Oh god, this is
can't even handle fucking Spyro.
Spyro's too spicy. Spyro's too much.
How do you make it through your day? You say that we get triggered. How do you make it through your day-to-day life if you get triggered by
Adventure?
Spyro the Dragon. Oh my god.
And by the way, I'm counting the informational ones too. I'm counting the informational ones too because that's anything that's not just recommended. I'm counting because it's freaking sad. For Honor's too much for them. You can't pretend that you come on, this is sad. Like you're left with very few games. This is Field of Mistra is not recommended. I'm guessing any cozy game is not recommended either. This is really sad actually. I'm actually depressed looking at this because it's like Aliens Dark Descent not recommended. Aliens is too woke. Civilization, though, is okay. Okay, I guess that's fair.
To be fair, Alien is kind of, I would say, the classic definition of woke, considering the messaging. It's about, hey, your corporate overlords are not going to fucking save you. Don't depend on them. So, I guess it's technically fits the definition of the...
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is sad, and if you follow this, I think you're pathetic. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. That's worse than I thought it was. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's wrap this up.
And the people who follow it in their colorful forums has been quite an experience. And there's really no way that I can describe this list and the people who actually follow it as anything more than completely unhinged and ideologically captured. These
Thank
people
God.
are
Thank
essentially
God.
the inverse of the woke, progressive cucks that they hate so much.
Okay,
They're just a different flavor of snowflake. If you unironically use a list like this to determine whether or not you will play a game, then that is your right as a consumer. It's your money. You could vote with your wallet. However, it also makes you a complete retard. I am not on these people's side. I don't support this obtuse, stunted view of gaming, art, and expression. I'm not a fan of woke content. I've said it before, I'll say it now. But when we're flagging things simply because there's a female option, there's a gay option, or you upgrade your character with bionics, pretty safe to say that you've taken a dive off the deep end. For instance, any game that features homosexual romance options is automatically paired with the warning label of containing subtly pro-LGBTQ+ messaging, and that's a yellow flag, automatically, at least. Simply featuring a trans character puts it on the not recommended list.
Okay, so that we can...
Helldivers 2
But, like,
has a mixed-race family.
Yeah.
If you can tell that this is ridiculous, could you maybe use your brain to realize that maybe you're backing the wrong people?
Yeah, because, that's the thing. Yeah, you can point out this is ridiculous. I'm sure you authentically believe it's ridiculous, but...
This is just the logical conclusion of, if you just keep going with what you're supporting.
Not even,
Mr.
logical.
Rags.
Not even logical. He basically, is saying stuff in support of an idea like this. Yeah, he logically says, oh, this is ridiculous. Yeah, it is ridiculous. But, you've just spent your time talking about how pronouns is... Oh, wait, 1 second. Microsoft, all right, 1 second. No, go away.
Exactly. You're defending this behavior, but when you see it in action, you see it for what it is. Skitty's video is about people like this and how ridiculous they are. That's what it's about.
Yeah. And he spent this entire time arguing that Skitty's wrong when Skitty is talking about these people. You spent all your time running for bat for them. You were batting for these people who made this list. There is no division. And they are the same population.
As soon as this happens so often, but as soon as it's in your face and you can't deny it that this is the people that you're supporting, you fucking pull out this no true Scotsman bullshit.
Yeah.
This is what the anti-woke movement is, and it's what it always has been.
Yeah, and let's be perfectly frank here. Rags is talking about, being upset when people flag games and all that, but if you look at his most popular videos, that's what he's doing. That's all he does. He talks about putting games in categories. That's his most popular content. That's all it is. He's just doing this on a different scale, less of a categorical scale, but he's doing the same thing. Let's not pretend, let's not step away from that. You're doing that with your own videos. So it's don't come to me and tell me that you don't do it. You do. The difference is these guys are just doing it without less pomp and circumstance and jokes. They're just outright doing it, so you can't separate yourself from it. Sorry, that's how it is. Bullshit.
In the intro, and there's not enough distinction between males and females apart from voice options, so
Are you still talking
that's
about
a yellow flag. You better did because there's a message in the opening credits of the game that says it was made by a multicultural team of characters.
He's just doing
a fat guy who can
everything.
Deep dive me and is keeping other people from experiencing. I would never in a million years want anybody who wants to savor what the medium of video games can offer to a person to follow this list. This list and its decrees are myopic and they're childish, and it saddens me that there are those who truly do only engage with video games in this way.
He can't stay consistent is the problem. He's just... I don't know. The problem is he's
So-
very
so-
just with his messaging here.
Yeah, what's the point here?
Yeah,
What are
there's
we-
no
what are we
value.
what are you even talking about anymore?
Yeah, he's just complaining now. He's just yelling around about it. I think the thing is he's upset that Skitty is conflating him and his people with this list. He says, "I'm
Okay.
not like that. I'm too good for that." But you're doing it. Your whole video
It's
content's about that.
literally the No True Scotsman thing.
Yeah, your most popular videos are about these games are sexist. These games are too woke. You know, that's all you do, dude. Like that's your whole content. You don't get to just suddenly go like, I can't believe anyone would compare me to these guys if you're still profiting from that same mindset. You know, you can't dip your hand in the bag and get upset when the bag is gross. You know.
Yeah.
Those people do not know
Yeah, he
what
still
they
goes
are
on.
missing. And if we're going just by the woke game detector Steam group, yeah, it's cringe. I think it's stupid. If you adhere to this list, you're a retard.
He went on
But
for he went on
not
for
as-
so long about that, and it has nothing to do with what Skitty's talking about. You can just say, "Hey, I don't endorse it. Let's move on." That's all you had to say. You didn't have to rant about it for 8 minutes.
Bad as Sarkeesian. So SkittyBitty, you and I might be, at least in some way, aligned on how stupid this group is. However, that does not allies you and I make.
No, because she's that fucking stupid person. Okay.
This is effectively a list of trigger warnings.
Maybe in a sort of super watered.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It's literally a list of trigger warnings, dude. Trigger warning, gay people in it. That's what it is.
Down way, they're similar, I suppose, but
No, they're exactly the same. That's all they are. There's no difference whatsoever.
really this is just them choosing not to associate with certain kinds of content. It's not a big deal.
That's what trigger warnings are, you dumbass.
Yeah, that's the point of trigger warnings. Like you go into a website like "Does the dog die?" and it's formatted exactly in this way, but it's for things that might trigger people.
Does Rags not really know what a trigger warning is? Like, he knows what the word is. Does he not understand the concept? Because he just demonstrated he doesn't know what a trigger warning actually is. Like, that's what it is, Rags.
Ostensibly, they're being used in the same way. It's like, hey, this is a list. If you are upset by gay people, etc., you shouldn't watch this. That's a trigger warning. How is it different?
He does. Oh, because one side uses it. That's why. He doesn't understand the difference. He's took all this time to elaborate how it's totally different. It's just a trigger warning, dude. That's all it is. You don't like it, don't play it. That's it. You know?
It's not that deep.
Yeah. Well, the problem is he makes it sound deep, but really he's spending all this time saying nothing. We skip past everything he just said and could follow his argument perfectly. Nothing he said was super important in 8 minutes of video. Fucking
The
hell.
gamer encounter a same-sex romance option, or a pride flag, or, God forbid, a woman, and have their precious video game marred irreparably.
They made your point in 15 seconds that you took 8 minutes to figure out. Therefore, Skitty is better at this arguing thing than you are because they made their point concisely, effectively, and clearly.
To a degree, yeah, I think that's correct in ways. I think that the main motivator for this kind of behavior, these kinds of lists, this sort of attitude, is more based off of a preservation of a particular kind of experience than it is an outright attack on the experiences that other people have.
I need to remind you that apparently Silent Hill 2 is not recommended because it has anti-family themes. Just pointing it out there. Silent Hill 2, the horror game about monsters, is anti-family according to this list.
Yeah.
This is dumb.
This list is not about them going out to change something so much as it is not engaging with things that they don't like or things that they find distasteful.
Rags, do you not know what a trigger warning actually is? Do you think that means they're going to change the media? It just means it's a warning to say, hey, you don't want to see this topic, don't engage. No one's stopping you from watching it. Or from existing.
But like how is what Anita and co worse than this?
Yeah, in fact, it's probably
Because-
much less because Anita doesn't not recommend the game. It just says, here's something that I'm critical of about the game. And you can argue if it's
Yeah,
a
she's
valid
even like,
criticism,
I
but-
like these games, but I have some criticism about them. She says that at the beginning of every video. I'm not saying that you can't like this game. You can still play this game. If you find enjoyment out of this game, that's fine. However, I want to talk about it. Like, that's
Yeah.
every single video she makes.
Exactly.
She says that.
Well, that's the problem right there. He's acting as though, like, you know, this was so bad. Anita's trying to destroy games, yada, yada, this, that, and the third. But, like, all Anita said was that the game can be played in a certain way, and she doesn't like it. That's, at the end of the day, it's all she really said. This list is saying, here are hundreds of games, and because of what they have, you shouldn't play them. If you're that, those are trigger warnings. It's literally just a trigger warning. The problem is, it's so sensitive to anything that potentially brushes against their sensibilities that a lot of games are listed there. But even trigger warnings are actually less severe than your list, because a trigger warning just says, hey, this is in this work. Just know that going in. It doesn't even say don't read it. It just says, hey, just so you know, this is in there. So you're not caught off guard when it comes.
Exactly.
Which is very different from saying, this has a theme in it, don't pay for it. You know, it's very different. In fact, the list is more severe than trigger warnings by that logic.
Markedly a different approach in a substantial way from the top-down actions of people like Anita Sarkeesian and her ilk.
And the game.
Yeah, they are different because they're...
How?
Yeah, well, no, it's fundamentally different because Anita is far less intense than the fucking anti-woke list. Anita's more mild than that list. That's the thing that's so funny. They are different, but if you actually explore the fundamental differences in it, you have to kind of admit that Anita is a nothing burger in terms of this discussion. A list of games that are not recommended, you should not buy, is way more intense and direct than anything Anita ever did.
I would say that, like, nothing that Anita did ever, like, sort of implied that she was triggered by anything. Like, she intentionally engaged with these games to, you know, you could say arguably she could have done it to
Much
a better
better. There's
level.
much
She
better
could have
ways to
engaged
do
with them better.
Yeah.
But
I think she missed a lot of them, but that's my opinion.
yeah, like, but she still engaged with the games willingly. She wasn't triggered by them.
Also, I want to point out, just to help people remember this, when EFAP responded to my video, they defended Anita Sarkeesian because I criticized her.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, and so did Rags. Rags included defended Anita Sarkeesian from my criticisms.
Oh my god.
So Rags has no integrity whatsoever as a critic if he's that flexible with defending and criticizing Anita when he's saying the exact same things I said. And at that point he said I was wrong. So all of this is total bullshit.
Grifter.
All of this is
Grifter.
bullshit. Oh, it's bullshit. All of it's bullshit. And I clocked that from the beginning that he was full of shit. He's just saying nonsense to act like he owns Skitty, but there's no connection to any of these points.
On this list aren't just your Undertales and your Celestes. Counter-Strike 2 is woke because it features female Navy SEALs and female SWAT officers. Civ 6 is woke because it adds quote-unquote historically unimportant female leaders.
I don't know, that does sound pretty cringe. I mean,
you taking at face value? Tell me, what leaders do you think are historically unimportant?
especially considering that there's only so many factions and people they can add, and so if they try to, put in historically unimportant female characters just to have female representation, it's kind of cringe. I don't think it's a big...
Okay, which leader? All right, Rags. Let's play the game. Which leaders are we talking about here? Which ones? Let's go. You talking about...
I don't have a dog in this race. I'm not a Civ person.
Oh, we have it all. So let's go through the list here. Which one are we talking about? Bartrell? We're talking about Catherine de' one of the most powerful women in history. Cleopatra. We're talking about Dido, the founder of Carthage. We're talking about Eleanor of Aquitaine, a famous historical figure. Again, how would you know what these figures are historically inaccurate or not? Gorgo we're talking about. By the way, some of these are DLC characters, by the way. You know, a lot of these characters are pretty important. You just don't know about them. Oh, I know what you're saying. You're talking about like Lady Six guy, right? Because you don't know anything about the Mayan culture, so it probably would be unimportant. You're taking it at face value that they're unimportant, but you really don't know the history. You're saying, I think it sounds cringe. Okay, then, Rags. Let's talk history. Which leaders are unimportant? Let's discuss it. You know, do you know what you're talking about? Tell me which ones. Go ahead, Rags. You brought it. You said it was cringe. You tell me what's unimportant. After all, you're the one with the logical argument. Which leaders are unimportant? And we can discuss it in more detail after we see what role these leaders have.
Yeah.
By the way, Rags.
Let's make a tier list
yeah.
of unimportant Civ characters.
Unimportant female. You know who's a really unimportant leader in the vast history of a country that he represents? You know, I don't know why Gandhi is the leader in every single version of India. There are thousands of years of Indian culture, and yet every time they switch out the other leaders, but Gandhi's the same one every time. Why Gandhi? Why not some? I mean, Gandhi for the meme, of course, because he drops the nukes on everyone. But like, why? Why no one else in Indian history? There's a lot of leaders in Indian history. Why specifically Gandhi every single time? He was only around for a very small period of British colonialism, yes, and he is very important, yes. But is he more important than the hundreds, if not thousands, of kings before him? The warlords and people who helped regain territory around that area? You know, it's kind of funny that way, isn't it? When you start asking questions, it kind of becomes apparent that maybe some kings are more important than others. But, you know, hey, what do I know? I don't study history at all, do I? Oh, wait, do you? I don't know. We'll find out. Let me know which unimportant female leaders they are. What do you think we should remove, Rags? Who do you think specifically?
I just think that not just female.
Mm-hmm.
I think from top to bottom, he should rank the most important Civ characters to the least important.
Yeah, and we can just
since he knows so much and he has such a, he seems to really understand this.
100%. And we can just use non-DLC. Let's just focus on the base game. We don't have to do all the DLC characters unless you want to have a hard mode. But by that point, DLC, you're going for the lesser known people anyway. So, but let's see what you have to say,
Big deal, but it's cringe. Most of the important historical figures in human civilization were dudes. And not even saying that's good or bad, that's just the way that it was. So if you're going to have a game that's kind of based off of history and wants to create some sort of a historical kind of...
Okay, Rags. Again, each country has its own leaders. Tell me why each leader, who is female then, wasn't important to that country's history. Go for it.
Also, again, who cares? It's glorified fucking Catan.
Yeah, exactly. like again, the problem is you have to then go through the history, specifically each character. Because if you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to look foolish. I think Cleopatra is slightly important to Egyptian history. Just a hunch. But again, go through the list. Tell me who they are.
Of, presentation and experience, it's just going to be leaning more male. You're just going to have to accept that.
Let's
or
talk
we could
history.
just play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Anthony. We're trying to rationalize something that ultimately doesn't fucking matter. It's a video game. If you want to put black people in ancient Europe, it is historical. It did happen, but who fucking cares? This is it's a fantasy game. If you want, there's so much other shit going on in Civ.
In China. You can build the Eiffel Tower in Mexico. It ultimately doesn't matter. But
who cares?
But at the end of the day, if you want to talk about history, then back it up. Don't talk in generals. Let's talk with specific leaders. If you want to talk about
I get. But see, I guess I get where you're coming from. What
I want to do is I want to watch him. What I want to see is watch him stumble and fail to articulate himself when he has to talk specific history. That's what it comes down to. He's talking out of his ass.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If you want to talk out your ass, wait till someone who knows what they're talking about comes up and talks to you. You're gonna stumble.
Yeah.
You can't make declarative statements like that you have no actual knowledge of and expect to hold your own when anyone with a basic amount of knowledge can come back and say, hey, what about this topic? And hell, it's an open book. You can look it up, take your time, do some research, learn something,
Nobody complained about
Yeah.
Hatshepsut or Queen Victoria.
Which is especially fucking ridiculous, since if Civ 6 was perfectly historically accurate,
Yeah.
it would obviously be extremely boring.
Whoa, excuse me? You think history is boring? I mean,
Have you ever spent 1,000 years watching climates change gradually? Have you ever tried building a farm? It would be boring. Yeah, they're right. It would be very boring if it was historically accurate.
not to pull the it's subjective card, but like, what is wrong with you? History is not boring. History is...
That's not what they said, you dumbass.
May I?
Go
may
for it.
may I just?
Of course.
So I had like a long-term relationship with somebody who was absolutely obsessed with these types of games, and never have I once heard him complain about this shit.
No one complained. No one cares.
He thinks it's kind of fun when like there's these silly little historical inaccuracies, like, oh yeah, you could just fucking make Napoleon and fucking Julius Caesar fight. Like, he thought that was funny.
It is funny.
He had a good time. Nobody really cares about it being historically accurate. They want it to be fun. And like, here's the thing: people generally like women either because they are women and want to see themselves, or because they find women attractive or engaging, or, they just find characters like Cleopatra to be interesting people.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, women are going to be put into video games because half of the population, almost, are women,
Mm-hmm.
and, like, most of the other half are attracted to women.
Mm.
So, I don't know. Like, just saying.
Also important would be someone like Olga of Kiev. Someone like that.
Yeah.
Pretty well-known women from history. But even the point of this all is that... Well, here's the thing also...
This is a product at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And they're going to make the product that people are going to want to play, and that's what they're doing, and people are playing this game. I don't know.
Or Joan of Arc as well. Here's the other thing, too, that's kind of irrelevant. He completely changed the topic. Skitty says, if it was historically accurate, it would be boring. And then Rags is like, what do you mean history is boring? I'm like, that's not what they said. So it's completely irrelevant. None of this matters because Rags doesn't actually know how to address any of Skitty's points. He's not good at this.
Is full of treachery and excitement and schemes and wars and battles.
You're so boring.
May I?
Go for it. He's so boring.
I'm something of a historian myself.
Yeah, basically. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. It's very underwhelming stuff.
Our field is woke both because of the obvious pronouns issue.
True!
But also because the NPCs in this sci-fi adventure are, and I quote, improbably diverse.
Now, I'm going to be honest, I do not know enough about the Starfield lore to say whether or not that is or isn't accurate.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck does that mean? The Starfield lore, in this case. It's a sci-fi series about planetary exploration where the world's expanded beyond the world. People from all circles are going to show up. It's not just white people out there, If Earth is exploration, you're going to see people from other cultures. It's like in America, you see a lot of mixing pots there. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of different people and aliens. Dumb fucking argument.
The problem is that nobody is an expert at Starfield lore because no one gives a shit about Starfield or its lore. If someone ever comes up to you and says, hey, I'm a big fan of Starfield, then you say, you are a liar. I will not associate with you. Be gone from my sight and descend back into the Stygian void from whence ye came.
What does that have to do with anything? He didn't say a single response to what Skitty just talked about. Nothing. It's
also,
useless.
I have an update.
You have an update?
Skitty has seen the art.
Oh God.
and they like it.
Oh, I love it. Okay, good. Skitty approves of the art. We showed Skitty the art during the stream. And Skitty approves. He gets the Skitty seal of approval. I love this. That's great. That's great. So Skitty signs off on, just to remind you, this art. Skitty gets Skitty seal of approval. I love it. That's great. Oh my goodness. Anyway, So again, none of this actually has anything to do with it. I think we can skip safely ahead here. This is pointless. This is very pointless. And again, there's only been a few minutes of now he's attacking Skitty on something.
On the list, it's not the approved games that I take an issue with. Actually, it actually is really, really weird that Soma is an approved game with no woke content, but Cyberpunk and Deus Ex are not approved for transhumanist messaging. But
that's a fair point.
I
Actually,
probably shouldn't be asking for consistency. That might be a bit too much.
They need to let everyone around them know exactly what they have deemed problematic, if you will, by whining incessantly about all things woke.
Well, no, they just made a list on the internet that you have to go out of your way to find, right?
It's kind of like
us.
Hold on.
I'll go for
Hold on. It's kind of like how you have to go out of your way to watch a feminist frequency video.
That's very true. In fact, it's even easier to avoid feminist frequency than your list, because if you go on social media, it's constantly reposted all over the place. Feminist frequency was also constantly reposted all over the place by the right. Very few people on the left really cared all that much about what Anita had to say. But Gamergate loved to obsess over it, is what it came down to.
I had to go looking for the list after you had mentioned it. It wasn't given to me.
You had to go looking for this video, Rag, so what's your point?
Or presented to me as something, right? They mostly seem to just sort of keep to themselves, which is fine, they can do it. They do.
Is that so?
Is that so? Rags, that's your entire modus operandi. You go after channels that are smaller than you, or games that exist that you don't have to play, and you talk about it. Fucking ridiculous, man. At least keep some consistency.
Are they whiny and whingy? Yeah, sure. Sometimes, I'm sure, but I mean, they're not.
You've been whining this whole video, dude. All right, whatever.
Not going to the UN and telling the United Nations what needs to be done to police my speech. So a bit of a difference, right?
I don't even think that's what the UN meeting is about.
It wasn't. It was just offering a study that they had conducted. The sources were problematic. They didn't even really give a real recommendation as to what to do. They just sort of presented the information and then just kind of fielded questions. It was one of those things where it's like, again, I think it was stupid. It was very poorly thought out. It wasn't well researched. It's based on very implausible logic. But at the same time, they didn't really tell the UN to do anything. They just said, here's our information. Do with it what you will. And that's it. And then nothing actually came of it because it was useless information. So yeah.
I know exactly who the snowflakes in my audience are, and they're not the people with pride flags or pronouns.
I mean, they probably are.
They're the people who see a 3.5-hour-long video about Tears of the Kingdom and choose to hyper-focus on the 10 seconds spent joking about Link and Zelda being lesbians.
What? A 3.5-hour Tears of the Kingdom review? Whatever could that... Oh, wait, that's you. That's your video. You're the one...
Yes, that's what they're talking about.
One who made that video. You put out your first video essay about a video game on the internet, on YouTube, for people to watch and comment upon. And you got so butthurt, so ass-mad, so rectally perturbed, so arse-harmed, that you decided to make a video on your second channel, whinging and whining about how other people whinge and whine. You are indistinguishable from parody. You buffoon. You moron. You utter...
But
Rags,
this is the thing, is that these are comments being left on Skitty's channel in Skitty's space.
Yeah. And you're so ass mad about Skitty's reaction to those comments that you made an entire video on your main channel about it.
You had to go out of your way to watch that 3-hour video, then to watch this video. Whereas for Skitty, this is stuff that's popping up in their notifications all the time.
Yeah, they're being sent.
So I think this is a little bit different.
Yeah, you went out of your way and got so ass mad about this video. You made an hour-long reaction. And how long even is Skitty's original video?
Yeah, put down the fucking horse dildo, my dude. You're the one that's getting butthurt.
The video is 4 minutes long. It's a 4-minute long video, and you made an hour-long response to it. Like, look, our response, we've been talking about this for about 2 hours now, but your video is an hour long, so it's more relative.
I mean, we've been
pausing and
mocking
distracting,
him.
and we answering super chats. You have an edited video that is over 14 times the length of the original video. It's 4 minutes.
Also, their 3-hour video was a video essay about why Tears of the Kingdom isn't a good game, which is the, like, average consensus of the internet, both from, like, regular video game fans, from Zelda fans, regardless of what your political alignment was. It wasn't a very good game. It felt like a bad mod of a pre-existing game rather than, like, a AAA game, you know?
Rags, you made a hour-long response to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You got so ass mad about a 4-minute video that you rambled for an hour about it. And a video you didn't have to see. This video has, 6,000 views. 6.9 thousand views. Skitty's second channel has under 5,000 subscribers. How did you even find this video? And why did you make a video about it in response to it? Hell, I took less time responding to Lily Orchard's Pokemon video, right? That I did that over 3 streams. That's about 12, 13 hours of streams. I can compress it down to 4.5 minutes. I edited it down to 4.5 minutes, really. That's still less than 3 times, about a little more than 2 times the length of her original review. Your response to SkittyBitty was 14 times their video. 14 times their video. And you want us to believe they're the one who's mad? Oh my God, Rags, you're such a child. Oh my God, you're such a baby. Oh,
I still don't understand what he's upset about.
Nothing. He's trying to make it, and he's trying to act like he's a big tough guy, but like really, he's just projecting his own insecurities onto Skitty. Let's hear what he has to say.
Fool, you complete simpleton, you rube, you idiot. You complain how these anti-woke people are snowflakes and thin-skinned, and here you are making wine videos about their YouTube comments. You couldn't handle it. It was too much for you. You had to come here to get your validation from other people that would agree with you already.
Rags, that's what you're doing right now, you dumb fucking person.
The video wasn't about them whining. It was about making fun of people who make woke lists and saying that they are the ones getting triggered.
Oh my God.
It's making fun of people for getting triggered about someone with they, them in their... I can promise you that 99.9% of trans people that have made it on YouTube to any degree, they do not give a shit. If you, I mean, like, I'm sure that to some degree, but like, if it really bothered them and upset them that they were getting misgendered on YouTube, they wouldn't make YouTube videos.
Yeah.
That's not what this is about. What it's saying is, like, these people came to a 4-hour YouTube video and got upset over a lesbian joke and pronouns that aren't even in the video itself.
And even more obvious than that, the other issue is this. Skitty only spent about 5 seconds talking about the comments. They spent much more time talking about the reactions to Starfield and the anti-woke list. So even if this was the case, even if Rags wasn't being a hypocrite right now and had a leg to stand on, the whole video is not really about the comments. That's more like the introduction into the topic that Skitty's actually talking about and uses their experience as a point of comparison. So even then, you're acting like that's all they talked about when you know for a fact that's not what they talked about. Because you can't actually disprove anything that Skitty's actually talking about there. It's actually kind of pathetic because all of Rags' video here is upset with SkittyBitty's 4-minute response to a couple comments that talks about other things. He can't handle criticism of an ideology. if his ideology is even vaguely threatened, he has to gang up with all of his internet buddies for a video that no one fucking saw. Because it was on a private, smaller channel meant to be quieter and calmer. This is the most thin-skinned, babyish thing I have seen in a very long time from a supposed internet tough guy. This is pathetic.
It reeks of insecurity, and I find it immensely amusing.
It doesn't. What do you mean? You sound insecure, dude. You spent an hour talking about a 4-minute video that had nothing to do with you from a much smaller channel. That's insecure.
So what is Skitty insecure about?
Yeah.
Here.
They're laughing at comments, basically.
They're about their pronouns? It's not really... What are you saying that Skitty's insecure about?
Yeah,
I mean, because I can make a list about what you're insecure about, but I'm not really sure what you're saying. What's Skitty supposed to be insecure about here?
Yeah. Anyway, we're almost done here. I think we'll just get to the point because I'm tired of this.
These people have become everything they claim to despise.
That was really good editing there. How you zoomed into your plushie. That was really good. It really showed.
Rags, you've been using the same 2 pictures of your dog this whole time. That someone else drew, probably.
The intensity of it, right? That's fucking cinematography, right?
Okay, but hold on. Let's pause for a second. You realize that this is a bit, right? That this is a joke.
Yeah.
Like that Skitty using a plush toy for their little. They're making fun of Rant Sonas.
Yeah.
They're making fun of Skitty's making fun of you now.
The joke is going over his head. The
joke is that your Rant Sona is stupid.
Yeah.
I say that as somebody with a visual representation of myself, but a little cartoon Rant Sona myself. But Skitty is making fun of you and making fun of me with this little thing right here.
This is pretty dumb. He's not getting the fact he's being made fun of with that. He thinks he's being smug, but really he's the butt of the joke here and doesn't get it.
Yeah.
It's actually very funny, actually. Yeah. Oh, it would be if it wasn't so annoying.
Sensitive, whiny, self-righteous assholes.
I can hear it in your voice. You're so butthurt.
About what?
About what? Rags is the one who's butthurt. He's been making a hour-long video to 4 minutes. This is such a nothing problem. No one in their right mind would look at Skitty's video and go, "Yeah, I need to talk about this for an hour." Fucking lame-ass.
That's mad. You can't
About what?
handle it. You're
About
so
what?
upset.
You can't just say I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. You're so mad. You're so mad. About what?
Yeah.
You're just saying you're so mad and not actually backing up.
This is the saddest This is so pathetic. This man is a child.
Yeah.
In their impotent rage, the very caricatures they used to mock.
Yeah. All right. So, Az is a pretty cool guy. I think he was a little bit cringy in his rant, but I agree with him. I think that what he said actually holds a lot of merit. I don't think that any of you lefty types are actually going to engage with what he was saying, because I don't think that you really have any good responses to it. But hey, you know what? The knowledge that you've made this video because you were upset at some mild YouTube comment.
No one's going to respond to Az because he's a joke. We just discussed why it's stupid anyway, but who cares?
Can we pause just for a second? I'll push back against it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen a video game series called Monster Factory?
Yeah, pretty good video series.
Yeah, it's funny. The point is that character creators are very silly, and you can really push, reality. And honestly, it kind of breaks the immersion of the game to give your character wrinkled, orange skin and eyeballs that clip into each other. And this is the character creator again. This isn't. It's not like in Starfield. The characters are sitting down and having a conversation over pronouns and the Stonewall riots, my dude. This is just you're in a character creator and you can choose to be male, female, or non-binary to better reflect you as a player, and then it's not really brought up again.
I just think there should be more options in character creation, so I don't care if there's... I think the more the better.
I think exactly. I love lots of options in character creators. Also, surprisingly, Tony Hawk games have really good character creators.
There's also you can also play Spider-Man in Tony Hawk, which is pretty great. One of the older ones anyway. When the Activision is doing it.
But my point is that his point doesn't hold up because there's no gender politics in that game. It's just a character creator. Fucking relax.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like it's a big. The reason people laughed at it was because he's making a mountain out of a molehill. It's like a non-important issue. No one gives a shit. So who cares? All right, it's getting a little late, so let's. I don't really care what his conclusion is. It's all good. I don't really care what his conclusion is. It's not important. He just rants now with Skitty's video's already done. He's just gonna go in the same points again, so I don't give a shit. Yeah, people are stupid, and you should really discern better.
I love that.
Isn't it great? I love this wallpaper.
I love this wallpaper. It's so cool.
I know, right? You should really look for better in terms of critics, quite frankly. If you're doing an expose, make sure you get the information correct and accurate. And if you're doing a reaction video to another video, make sure it's a good video. Make sure your video has good arguments. Unfortunately, this one did not. Let's read a few last comments, and then we're going to wrap it up because I do have to sleep and have work in the morning. I have to finish Friday's video, which I'm going to preview a little bit of what Friday's video will be momentarily. Let me get that up real quick. The thumbnail.
Sorry, the super chat. Yeah. Super chat killed me.
Which one? This is going to be the thumbnail for Friday's video right here as I read super chats. Take a look.
Ooh. I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's going to be fun. It's going to be pretty fun. The main problem with Starfield is always Bethesda. That's always very true. Luxor Husku, you made it even more downhill. Thanks, Ant. Fair enough. Ed Stevinsky, my good dog. It's set in a hard science fiction future. Relax. In terms of Starfield, I think. Dakana, they are Nazi mod sites that have what Rags wants. Yeah, exactly. He definitely wants that, I'm sure. Larry Banks, Rags claimed to have multiple people he's been with. And if he says so. Paige Lego, Paige Lego's a couple right here. Maybe not all dogs are good boys. Fair enough. Me selecting JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh boy, I can't wait for these beautiful flamboyant men to behave in a heterosexual manner. Yeah, right. Dakana. Remember, in order to make these recommendations, they need to buy those games. To show how ridiculous this is, Super Lesbian Animal RPG is on there. Yeah, I can't imagine what that would be. If that would count for the meter or not. Wings of Shoe. Is Big Rigs or Rude to Hell Retribution too woke? Big Rigs would be too woke because apparently it defies gravity. Wise Guy. Been on a several-hour flight from the Dominican Republic. This stream has kept me entertained. Thank you for your service. Oh, thank you. I'm glad it helped. Afro the Kobold. Surprise Fields of Mystara is on there. It has a Sailor Moon villain as a romance option. And we all know Sailor Moon is a queer singularity. Yeah. Comet Z, that's not your word. That's not your word, Rags. Dashing character.
I don't know. I think it might be.
It might be.
I think it might be his word. He kind of. Yeah.
Are we really talking about historical? Oh, Dashing Char. Are we really talking about historical accuracy in a game where Napoleon can declare war on Julius Caesar? Yeah, exactly. Paige Lego. Unfortunately, I can no longer be woke because it is bedtime. Good night. Yeah, it is bedtime. I wish we could sleep soon. By Chiapiodera, Civ is why I love history and got a degree in it. Hey, that's fair right there. Wise Guy. Rags busting out big words he doesn't understand. Yeah, exactly. Zorku. I never wanted to put a dog down so badly. And Drexus. Maybe the reason why Rags has the horse was to train himself to get less butthurt.
That was the one I was laughing at.
That is great.
Took me out.
I don't think it helped too much. He's still butthurt over everything. All right. That was good. I like that. All right. Well, it's time for me to pass out and sleep. Yeah, I'm just going to stop the stream right now and descend into slumber. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I deeply appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.